This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, Three is a Family. The starring players.
This is Charlie Ruggles.
And this is Fay Bainter. This is Helen Broderick.
And this is Hattie McDaniel.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Three is a Family, a Saul Lesser picture based on the stage play by Phoebe and Henry Ephraim, produced on Broadway by John Golden. This hilarious comedy stars Fay Bainter as Frances Whitaker, Charles Ruggles as her husband Sam, Helen Broderick as Irma, and Hattie McDaniel as the maid. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in Three is a Family. Now, that's a pretty common occurrence these days. Kitty's like a lot of other girls whose husbands are in uniform, except that Kitty has a bright idea.
I really ought to be with Gene. He'll be going overseas almost any day now. Couldn't I just leave the baby here?
Which brings up a rather critical problem. Who will take care of baby Susan? And on that subject, everyone is agreed.
Not me. I have to be at the office.
That's Kitty's mother, a business lady.
Not me. I don't know how to make 'em burp.
That's Kitty's Aunt Irma, a maiden lady.
Not me. I used quit.
And that's the cook. No lady at all. So now it's squarely up to Kitty's dad. But Sam Whitaker has a few plans of his own.
They're trying to turn me into a nursemaid, Barney. Now, you can see the spot I'm in.
I sure can, Sam.
Yes, and that's not all. There's my son, Archie. He and Hazel have the apartment below us, you know. And when their baby comes, they might want me to take care of that one, too.
Looks like you're getting to be a specialist, Sam.
Oh, if I could only get into something and make myself a successful businessman.
Well, my rivet business is booming. I gave you a chance to come in on that 3 years ago.
Yes, I know, Barney. I've just got bad timing, that's all. You know, only once in my life I bet on Jess Willard.
Yeah, that was when Dempsey knocked him out.
Yeah.
And the only time you bet on Dempsey...
Yeah, he had to be up against Gene Tunney.
Uh-huh.
And the only time I went into the stock market...
It was 24 hours before the crash.
Yes, that's it's bad timing. That's but just the same, Barney, I'm a good businessman. If I just had a chance to invest in something solid, well, like your business, maybe.
Well, I don't need any capital now. Labor's my problem. Help is what I need, Sam.
Yeah, well, I'm willing to do my share.
Say, now you're talking. That makes sense. You start tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
No, you really mean that, Barney?
I most certainly do. And I always let a co-worker in on a deal. How much money you got to invest?
Francis and I have $2,500. It's in a joint savings account.
You'll double your money and still have your stock. Just write me a check and forget about it.
On the level, Barney?
On the level, Sam. Remember now, you're a working man. You better go home and get some sleep.
You just grab that handle and pull it, Irma. Yes, that's it. Now, not too fast now. That's fine. You know, it's lucky this couch opens into a daybed.
Lucky for whom? Francis, why do I have to give up my room? Why can't the baby sleep out here?
It's much too drafty for the baby.
What am I supposed to be, weatherproof?
You'll be comfortable. It's a very nice bed.
Yeah? It's awfully lumpy. Did anyone ever sleep in it?
Of course. That's where Uncle Henry died.
Well, the way it feels, he took the easy way out.
Oh, good evening, girls. Going to get some sleep, I see, huh?
Now, there's an optimist.
Tut, Irma. Mustn't complain.
Why not? I wouldn't even be living here if it weren't for you, Mr. Big Brain. You had to put all my money into Colorado Petroleum.
No, it was only $1,200.
Yeah, and she's been living here free for 11 years. That's a pretty good investment, I'd say.
Sam, please, let's don't quarrel. Where have you been?
I've been out on a little business, my dear.
You haven't invested in anything, have you? Sam, you promised.
Now, wait, Francis. I promised I wouldn't lose us any money, and I won't. Francis, I've got a job.
A job?
Yep, $50 a week. It's for the war effort. And I start at 8 o'clock in the morning, so I'd better get me a little sleep. Well, good night, kiddies.
Irma, I hope it's not another one of his schemes.
You could say that again. Gosh, Francis, the money it's cost you to put him into business.
Putting him in wasn't so bad, but getting him out, that was murder. I think I'd better have a little talk with him. Sam.
Oh, yes, dear.
Sam, are you awake?
Oh, well, now, that's a little obvious, isn't it, Francis?
Well, you know, with Kitty away and me at the office and the cook quitting, well, someone has to take care of the baby.
Oh, yeah, but not me. Oh, no, I've got a job. $50 a week.
But suppose I prove that your $50 a week is only losing money for us. Will you stay home then and take care of Susan?
Oh, I certainly will. But you'll have to be a magician to prove that, you know.
Well, in the first place, they take off the Social Security, then war stamps, of course, another $5, then union dues, insurance, etc., etc. Then there'll be car fare and taxis when you're late and lunch money if there's no one at home to fix your lunches. And that just about makes your 50 disappear in thin air.
Yeah, maybe it does, maybe. But you said we'd be losing money.
And we would. Now, listen carefully. I make $7,500 a year, and you'll make $2,500, right?
Yeah.
That makes our joint income $10,000, on which we pay $2,500 tax. But your $2,500 is gone already, so I have to pay the income tax, which leaves us exactly $5,000 net. But if you aren't working, and we only make $7,500 altogether, and I pay a $1,500 tax, which leaves us with a net of $6,000. So you see, if you're working, we lose $1,000.
Francis...
You promised, Sam. You promised. You've got to keep your word. At least till we get a maid who'll stay.
Well, all right. But this is pretty tough on national defense, you know. There, now, Susan, now, don't cry. You mustn't cry. Now, come on, be a good baby and eat your dinner.
Sam, take my advice. That infant is sick.
Oh, don't be silly, Irma. It's just this baby food. You'd cry, too, if you had to eat it.
Well, what we've been getting isn't much better. And the new cook we got today, if she's the cook, I'll...
Yeah, but Irma, I wouldn't say that if I were you.
Say, Bo, that stove don't seem to light nohow.
Oh, yes, the stove, yes. Susan, please be quiet. There's a little red button down underneath. You push it in and light a match, you see? You think you can handle that yourself, Clara?
The name ain't Claire.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. It's Genevieve.
Sam, that was yesterday's maid.
Lulu?
That was the day before, Sam.
Well, look, Brixlude, you must have a name.
Sure have.
Well, wouldn't you like to confide it to us?
No.
Well, I guess we'll just have to stick to Hey You for the present. Try to get the stove lighted, will you? Oh, love that maid.
I'll bet her mother was frightened by a laughing hyena.
Sam, Aunt Irma.
Oh,
yes, hello, Archie. What is it?
We've got some new names.
You have?
Book full with meaning.
Hazel, haven't you and Archie enough names already?
Well, gee, Dad, we've got to be prepared. We might need one any day now. Hazel, are you sure you're feeling all right?
Archie, of course I'm all right. Read them some of the names.
Let's see. Cicero, Cuthbert, Cornelius.
Cornelius sounds dignified. What does it mean?
Of doubtful origin.
Uh-oh.
Hello in there. Anyone home?
Company.
That's Mr. Steele, the manager. Dad, he wants to talk about my lease.
All right, now take it easy, son. Well, come in, please.
Mr. Whitaker, this is your baby carriage, I believe.
I found it in the lobby again.
Yes, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Steele. It's a new maid, you know. I'll have to talk to her about it.
Dad, talk about me.
Yes, Mr. Steele, I'd like to talk to you about my son's lease.
What's there to talk about? I'm canceling it.
But I'm going to have a baby. I mean, Hazel is.
Why do you think I'm canceling?
Well, I'll tell you, my son will be in the Army soon. He's passed his physical already. He'll soon be paying his debt to Uncle Sam.
That's okay with me. And he can pay his rent to someone else.
Yes, but where? Where will he find a place today?
He should have thought of that before. All these young people having babies. It don't make sense.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Steele, but there are mighty few things in the world today that make as much sense.
That's telling him, Dad.
Mr. Steele, these young people are trying to jam a whole lifetime into a few short months. And a baby gives them a stake in the future, something to fight for, something to come back to. And believe me, that makes as much sense as the United States Constitution and the 21 Amendments.
Well, just the same, I say no babies. And while we're on the subject, what are you going to do about that one?
Take her with us when we leave, of course.
You're going to what, Francis? What?
Mr. Steele, I suggest you cancel our lease. My son will be leaving too, of course.
That suits me fine. I'll have the papers made out by the end of the week.
Francis, what's the matter with you? Gone off the beam?
Sam, I have a surprise for you. I bought a house today.
You bought a
Oh,
house?
it's a lovely place and big enough for all of us, for Archie and Hazel and Kitty and Susan.
And me?
Yes, Emma, you too.
Gee, that's swell. Come on, Hazel. We better start packing. Come on.
I'm coming, Archie.
Careful, darling. There's 2 steps right here.
Archie, I've seen them 1,000 times.
Sam, just wait till you see the place. It's such a bargain, too. Only $2,500 down. I gave the agent a check.
A check? On our savings account?
Well, naturally. Sam, what's the matter? Aren't you well?
Who, me? Oh, yeah, sure, I'm fine, Francis. It's just a baby, that's all. Got me down a little, I guess.
There's something strange going on around here. Oh, Irma, will you please answer the phone?
Hello? Why, Kitty. You mean you're calling from Norfolk? Oh, yes, of course she is. The baby's fine. Huh? Oh, naturally, she's crying. She cries all the time. But, Kitty, there's nothing to worry about. I'd tell you if anything was wrong, really.
Good heavens! What was that?
Hey, boss, this stove sure's got a kick to it.
Hello, Kitty. Hello, Kitty. Don't pay any attention to that. The baby's all right. It's just the... Kitty, are you still there? Kitty, hello? Hello? Francis, I think she must have fainted.
Hello? Where is everybody? Isn't anyone home?
Well,
Dad, Mother.
Why,
Kitty, you're back.
darling, we didn't expect you.
Mother, I had to come. When I heard all that noise on the telephone, where's the baby?
Where do you think? In my room, of course.
You mean you all went out and left her alone?
Oh, now take it easy. The maid was here.
I've got to see her.
Oh, take a tip from me. She's not worth it.
Aunt Irma, don't you talk about my baby that way.
Oh, don't be silly. I mean the maid.
I'm going in and look at Susan. I want to be sure.
Well, anyway, I'll have enough food. I got that turkey on a hunch this morning.
And I made an icebox cake.
I wonder how the maid is doing with that bird. Oh, hey, you. Hey, you.
Sam, she's gone.
Mother, she's gone.
This place has developed an awful echo.
Susan's not in her room. My baby's been kidnapped.
Kitty, don't get excited, dear. I just noticed the carriage is gone. What's her name must have her out for a walk.
What's her name? What's her name?
That's the maid, dear. She's new.
Yes. And you know, it just occurred to me, if she's out, someone ought to be basting that turkey, you know.
Oh, I'll do it. But everyone talk a little louder so I can hear you in the kitchen.
All you people can think of is dinner. Nobody cares about my baby.
We got it. We got it.
Susan?
No, Alexander. That's the name we've decided on.
Oh, my little girl.
What's the matter? Where is the kid?
What do you know? She put it in the oven.
My baby?
My icebox cake. I tell you, that maid must be out of her mind.
Out of her mind? And she's taken Susan.
Oh, but that sounds awful. Oh, Archie.
Don't be frightened, Hazel. Don't anybody frighten her, you hear?
Mother, where did you find that maid?
Well, you see...
Francis, where did you get her?
In the subway.
Oh, Mother.
Well, it was in the morning rush hour. I had to outbid 6 other people.
Well, I'm not going to stand around here. I'm going out and find her.
Why, Kitty, you don't even know what she looks like.
I hope I can recognize my own baby. And I won't come back until I've got her.
Oh, dear.
Archie.
Yes, Hazel.
Archie, you better call the hospital.
Now, Hazel, there's no use getting morbid about it. Nothing's happened to Susan. She's just out for a... Hey, you don't mean... You're not saying that
Archie, I think you better hurry.
But they couldn't take us now. Our room was reserved for the 24th, and all the other hospitals are jam-packed, too. Gosh, what'll we do? What'll we do?
Well, Archie, I guess you'll have to do what a lot of other patriotic folks are doing.
Have our baby here?
Yes, but not on my couch.
As the curtain falls on Act One of the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players, the spotlight turns to you. Do you shrink from the glare of bright lights? Do you lose confidence when eyes are close? For new confidence in your appearance, for poise and self-assurance you've never known before, listen to this message from Lady Esther.
Often it's just some one little thing about your appearance that makes the difference between lack of confidence in yourself and complete poise and assurance. For example, you may have a dry, rough skin on which face powder looks all ruffled up and flaky. Well, that can disturb your entire personality, and just when you want to be at your best. So here's what I'd like you to do before powdering. It will make a wonderful change in your appearance, and it will give you a marvelous new feeling of confidence in yourself. Just rub a little Lady Esther face cream on your skin, and then wipe it off, gently but completely. You see, Lady Esther face cream loosens the dry, clinging particles of skin nature is trying to throw off. And when you wipe off the cream, along with it come all those rough little flakes, leaving only the new, young skin, which is smooth as velvet. And on this new skin, your powder takes on a fresh, vibrant look, a clear, translucent look. Now, if you want proof of all this, make the Lady Esther patch test. Just rub a little Lady Esther face cream on one patch of skin, like one cheek. Wipe it off and apply your powder. Then compare that side of the face with the other. Feel the difference with your fingers and see the difference in your mirror. The patch test takes only 30 seconds, half a minute, but it tells more in a half a minute than I could say in an hour. You can still make the Lady Esther patch test tonight. Just call up your drugstore and ask them to send you Lady Esther four-purpose face cream.
Now, Lady Esther presents the second act of Three as a Family, starring Helen Broderick, Fay Bainter, Hattie McDaniel, and Charles Ruggles. Well, Kitty finds the maid all right, and finds that Susan's all right, too. Which solves her problem, of course. But Hazel's problem is still on its way, and so is the tired old family doctor.
Dad, couldn't you get anyone else? Dr. Bartell is so old.
Kitty, he's the only one left. All the others are in the Army.
He wouldn't be bad if he could only see.
Well, if he could see, he'd be in the Army, too.
There he is now. Let him in, Sam.
All right, just a minute, just a moment. Well, hello, Dr. Bartell. Come in. Yeah, but this way. Watch that coffee table.
I see it. Just didn't want to bother, that's all.
Hello, Doctor. Remember me? I was one of your first patients.
What you have?
I didn't have anything. I was just born.
Don't be ridiculous. Where's the patient?
Well, Hazel's in the bedroom, Doctor. If you'll follow me, be careful of the door.
I see it.
Well, for Hazel's sake, I'm just hoping one thing.
What, Sam?
I hope he brought his seeing eye stethoscope along.
Dad. Oh, Dad.
Yes, Archie?
How long do these things usually take?
What things?
We're not nominating a president.
There's the doctor now.
Well, we're making progress.
Doctor, do you think my wife will be all right? She's a very delicate girl.
Young man, your wife is a horse.
Hazel, a horse? Dad, do you think he knows what he's doing?
Why, of course he does, Archie. He must have delivered 20,000 babies. He could do it in his sleep.
Just the same, it would be a good idea to wake him up.
Be careful. Here he is again.
Well, we're making progress. Where's the kitchen?
Oh, I'll go, Doctor. What do you want?
Little girl, have you any water boiling?
Oh, yes, we've got lots of boiling water.
Good. Will you make me a cup of coffee, please? We're making progress. We're making progress. Same thing.
Alexander Whittaker. My, that's going to sound nice. Alexander Hamilton Whittaker. Alexander Graham Bell Whittaker.
Alexander's Ragtime Band, Whittaker.
Oh, listen. Is that Alexander?
Lie down, Archie. It's only Susan.
Susan? Well, why does she have to make so much noise? Oh, my nerves are all shot. And that telephone. Why doesn't somebody answer it?
Archie, darling, relax. Hello? Who? Oh, yes, this is Mrs. Whittaker. What? Oh, but it couldn't. Oh, no, it just couldn't. You really mean that? Oh, this is awful. Sam.
Yes, dear?
Sam, we've lost the house. That check I gave the agent bounced.
It bounced? You mean it...
Well, the money was right there in the savings account. Sam, did you take any money out?
Well, now you see, Francis, I happened to run into Barney Meeker, and, well,
Samuel Whittaker, you did it again.
Well...
And I've canceled the leases on both our apartments. Sam, I could take your neck between my hands.
But not now, dear. I think we've got company. See who it is, will you, Kitty?
That's what I call being saved by the bell. Yes?
Hello, Kitty.
Well, here we are.
Oh, it's Marion. I haven't seen you since Gene took his basic training at Newport. What in the world are you doing here?
Well, Gene said you'd help us out if we ever got in a spot, and we're sure in one now. We can't find a room for love or money.
Well, come on in. I want you both to meet my folks, my dad, my mother, Aunt Irma, and my brother Archie. This is Marion and Joe. They're in a spot.
You see, we have to stay near a telephone.
Oh, I see. Are you expecting somebody to call?
Well, you never can tell when these little strangers might arrive.
No. Oh, that's right, Marion. I almost forgot. Is there anything I can get you, dear?
Well, I think I could do with a glass of milk.
Dad, will you ask the maid?
Ask the... Well, sure. It doesn't hurt to ask. Hey, you. Would you bring out a glass of milk, please?
Sure will.
Yoo-hoo! Oh, my goodness, what's that?
Well, it's just the maid.
Yoo-hoo!
Now,
Joe.
nothing to be scared of. It's just the maid. Don't worry about it.
It startled me so. Coming over in the cab, I felt so strange.
No.
Oh. Marion, maybe you'd better lie down. I'll take you into Mother's room. Take her arm, Joe. Easy now.
Say, the word about this place really gets around. Sam, did you see how she looked when Hey You went Yahoo?
Yeah, I certainly did. She looked just like Hazel did.
The doorbell. Maybe it's another customer.
You'd think this was the lying-in hospital, wouldn't you? Well, all right. What is it? Don't. What do you want? Why, Barney. Barney Meeker.
Hello, Sam. I've got a check for you here, $5,000.
5,000? Oh, why, Barney, my goodness.
I told you I'd double your money, and I did. I'm a man who keeps my word. That's more than I can say for you, Sam.
Well, why, Barney? What's the matter?
You said you'd come to work, and you never showed up.
Yeah, but, Barney, I've had problems here at home.
They're no problems of mine. I'm disappointed in you, Sam. Very disappointed. Good day.
Yeah, but, Barney, wait a minute. Don't go now. I'll explain it all. Barney, wait for me, will you, Barney?
Well, of course, I understand things a lot better now, Sam. But if you'll handle the situation like I just explained, you'll find that everything will be all right.
Why, sure it will. And I'll be starting to work tomorrow morning, Barney.
Yes, say that again.
Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp.
Oh, that's the spirit, partner. Now go on back in there and strut your stuff.
Dad, is Is that you?
Well, who the devil do I look like, Archie?
Dad? I'm a dad. The baby's here.
You mean Alexander?
No, Alexandria. He's a her. A she. I mean, it's a girl.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, Archie. Congratulations.
But, Sam, what are we going to do? We'll all be out in the street. Not even a bed over our heads.
Oh, no, we won't.
But, Dad, they won't let us stay here with the baby.
Oh, yes, they will.
Say, has he been near that liquor cabinet?
Now, listen to me, all of you. We're not getting out. We're going to sit right here on our legal rights.
Sam, what do you mean?
I mean that Archie's passed his physical. He's practically in the Army right now, and you can't dispossess a serviceman's family.
But what about us? What do we do with Kitty and Susan?
They can move downstairs with Archie and Hazel.
And Alexandria.
Oh, that's wonderful. Then I can have my room back.
You certainly can, Irma, but you'll have to work for it. Irma, how do you look in overalls?
Overalls?
Yeah, that's what I said, overalls. We need help on the production line, you know.
The production line?
Mm-hmm.
Me?
Yes, sir. This country's been good to you long enough. Now it's time you started being good to the country. And by the way, you'll find a check for $1,200 waiting for you tomorrow morning in my office.
In your office? Sam, what does this mean?
It means, Francis, that you're married to a successful businessman. And here's a check for $5,000 as the first installment. I'm going to write it straight up to $1 million with Barney. Oh, hey, you. Hey, you in there. Hey, you.
Yes, the boss, you calling me?
Yeah, there's a bottle of champagne in the kitchen cupboard. Ice it up and bring it in, will you?
Yahoo! Yahoo!
Now, don't get impatient. We're making progress.
Yeah, look out, Doctor, for the baby carriage.
I saw it. What was all the yelling for?
Doctor, that was just a maid.
Hey, Kitty, could I speak to you?
Oh, Joe, I almost forgot you were here.
Yeah, well, look, that last yell frightened Marion so. I think, what I'm trying to say is...
Oh, take off your coat, Doctor. We're making progress.
Thank you, Charles Ruggles, Fay Bainter, Helen Broderick, and Hattie McDaniel for a delightful and amusing half hour.
It was fun for us, too, Mr. Myers. We're always delighted to appear with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players because we know the benefits from these programs go to support the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its wonderful work at the Country House. And now, before we tell you about next week's show, here is a word from one of America's foremost beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Bainter. Ladies, seeing is believing. That's why I want you to see with your own eyes exactly what happens when you apply Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream. I want you to take half a minute to prove how much fresher and lovelier your skin will look than it's ever looked before. You can make my simple test in the time you count 30. Just rub Lady Esther Face Cream on one cheek, then wipe it off, and run your fingers over that cheek. Feel the difference. Feel how smooth and silky it is to your touch. Now powder that cheek and see the difference. See how the dull, drab look is gone, how your skin has taken on new life and vitality. You see, Lady Esther Face Cream does all these 4 things. 1, it thoroughly cleans your skin. 2, it softens your skin. 3, it helps nature refine the pores. And 4, it leaves a smooth, perfect base for powder. Remember, you can prove all this in just 30 seconds, half a minute, with the patch test. Call your drugstore right now and ask them to send you a jar of Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream tonight.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Love Before Breakfast. It will star Brian Donlevy and Virginia Bruce. Be sure to listen. Charles Ruggles, Fay Bainter, Helen Broderick, and Hattie McDaniel can currently be seen in Three as a Family, a United Artists release. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther Face Cream to buy a box of Lady Esther Face Powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. On last week's program, Bing Crosby and Barry Fitzgerald appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Studios. Bing's latest picture is Here Come the Waves, and Mr. Fitzgerald will soon be seen in 2 Years Before the Mast, both Paramount productions. This is Ted Myers speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
This is chestertonradio.com.
3 Days of Frost by R.D. Wingfield, starring Leslie Sands as Detective Inspector Frost, with Steve Hodson as Detective Constable Barnard. 3 Days of Frost.
Prepare him for immediate surgery, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, and warn the others. Are you Mr. Barnard?
Detective Constable Barnard. How is he?
Well, he's got a bullet in his brain. How do you expect him to be? Oh, well, I'm sorry, but I've been working all night. He really needs a specialist, but it's 2 o'clock Christmas morning. I can't even scrape together a full operating team. Now, are there any relatives?
I don't know. Oh. I don't think so. I've only known him a few days, you see.
Oh. Well, he's got very little chance. You realize that, don't you? I mean, we'll do our best, but, well, it couldn't have happened at a worse time.
But that was typical of you, Detective Inspector Jack Frost, wasn't it? Typical. Getting yourself shot on Christmas Day, a second-best surgeon, and half the theatre staff missing. But why the hell did I worry? We were almost total strangers. When I stepped off the London train at Denton Station on that Sunday night before Christmas, I didn't even know you existed. The promised police car was waiting to take me to my digs. Doors open, engine running, impatient to get away.
Detective Constable Clive Barnard.
That's right.
Get in quick as you can. I'm PC Jordan. That's PC Sims.
Hello there.
We've got to make a detour. A woman's phoned the station. Her 8-year-old kid hasn't returned from Sunday school.
That's the sort of crime we get in Denton, Mr. Barnard. None of your big London bullion robberies. How long have you been in CID?
3 months.
Oh, 3 months, eh? And now you come down from London to show us how it's done. Left here.
I know.
I'm not down here to show anyone anything. I'm here to learn. It's a 3-month exchange scheme that training have thought up.
Oh,
Other forces have sent people to London.
What the hell?
We just missed hitting a mud-splattered car which shot right across our path. The driver, a shabbily dressed individual in his mid-40s, gave a careless wave of apology as he disappeared into the darkness.
The silly damn fool. He'll get himself killed one of these days.
Who is he?
One of your new colleagues, young Barnard. That was Detective Inspector Jack Frost.
What? Him? He looks like an old tramp.
No, he's not the world's snappiest dresser.
Well, thank goodness I'm not working with him. I'm with Detective Inspector Cull.
Ah, this is Vicarage Terrace. What number?
29. There. That must be it.
We stopped outside a detached house where a young teenage girl waved frantically to flag us down. I imagined her to be the missing child's sister.
Mrs. Uphill?
Yes.
Mrs. Uphill? This kid? But in the light, I could see she was about 24 years old and worried sick.
Have you found her?
Give us a chance, Mrs. Uphill. We've only just got your message.
Yes. Yes, of course.
It didn't take them long to get the details. Her 8-year-old daughter, Tracy, had attended the Sunday school at the end of the road. The Sunday school finished at 4:30. It was now a little after 7, and the child still hadn't returned home.
Try not to worry, Mrs. Uphill. She's probably just wandered off somewhere. Kids do.
I suppose so.
Stay by your phone. We'll ring you as soon as we have some news.
And you'll ring us if she turns up in the meantime.
Yes, of course.
Good. We'll show ourselves out. Come on, Barnard.
Here, Mike, this Sunday school. Wasn't it the one where we had those complaints about the man trying to lure kids into his car?
Yes, but that was months ago. Still, mention it when you radio the kid's description through to control. And tell them we are now taking our supercargo to his digs. It's tomorrow you report in, isn't it, Barnard?
Where's the meeting, Sergeant? Down that corridor, second door on your left, sir. Denton Police. Right. I'll cut in.
Yes, sir?
I'm not a sir, Sergeant. I'm Detective Constable Barnard.
Oh, yes, the whiz kid from London.
I was told to report to Detective Inspector Cull at 8 o'clock.
Were you? Well, it's now 5:15.
The meeting, Sergeant?
Down the corridor, second door on your left. Anyway, Barnard, Inspector Cole won't be able to see you for a while. We've got a bit of a panic on. And, let me give you a little tip. We don't go in for flashy gear down here.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean.
That suit, change it.
I see nothing wrong with it, Sergeant.
Don't be told, then. Look out, here's the divisional commander.
Good morning, Sergeant Wells.
Good morning, sir.
Everyone here for the meeting?
As far as I know, sir.
Good.
By the way, sir, this is Detective Constable Barnard.
Barnard, welcome to Denton.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Superintendent Mullet, the divisional commander. Did you have a good trip? Digs all right?
Yes, thank you, sir.
You're waiting for Inspector Cull, aren't you? I tell you what, come along with me and sit in on this briefing meeting. You'll find it informative. We've got this problem with a missing girl. There's a seat there you can have, Barnard.
Thank you, sir.
No sign of Inspector Frost.
He doesn't seem to be honouring us with his presence.
Was he told?
Oh, yes, sir, he was told.
Typical. Your attention, please. Firstly, thank you all for coming. This child has now been missing for over 16 hours. 16 hours of sub-zero temperature. There's snow on the way. So if we're going to find her alive, we've got to be speedy and we've got to be thorough. For that reason, I have put Detective Inspector Cull in charge of this operation. And as he's in charge, it behoves me to shut up and let him take over.
When you're ready. Thank you. Tracy Uphill, 8 years old, fair hair, wearing a thick blue coat and a woolen scarf over the red. That's clear. Good. Any questions? Right, yes, Constable Stringer.
I was wondering if it might not be a good idea to check on known child molesters, sir.
Oh, that's an excellent suggestion, Stringer. So you won't be surprised to learn that it occurred to your superiors over 12 hours ago. A separate team is now out checking on every known and suspected sexual offender in the division.
But a good point, Constable.
Oh, yes. Very good point. All right, now, anything else? Right, then. Off you go. And good luck.
Inspector.
Yes, sir?
What about the new chap, Barnard?
Well, I can't cope with him in the search party as well as all my other work. Huh?
But there's no one else.
There's Frost.
Frost? I couldn't. I couldn't possibly.
Only until we find the girl. I'm sorry, sir, but it's got to be. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir.
All right. Barnard.
Yes, sir.
Slight change of plan. By the way, I suppose the rest of your luggage hasn't arrived yet.
My luggage, sir?
I mean with your proper suit.
Oh. Yes, sir. It's on the way.
Excellent. Right. Well, then, instead of Inspector Cull, you'll be working under Detective Inspector Frost.
Frost, sir?
Yes. He wasn't at the meeting. But he's a very experienced officer, very experienced. But the thing is, Barnard, and I am taking you into my confidence here, you'll have to make allowances for him.
Allowances, sir?
Yes. He's very experienced, as I've said, but he had a personal tragedy last year. His wife, very sad, inoperable, absolutely nothing they could do.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
He took it badly, I'm afraid. You can't expect these tragedies not to leave their mark, so we make allowances.
I see, sir.
Good, I knew you would understand. Now, let's go down to Inspector Frost's office and try and find out where he's got to.
Don't you knock when you come into someone's office. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Oh, God, the briefing meeting.
Yes, Frost. The briefing meeting. Would you mind waiting outside for a moment, Barnard?
Sir.
So, where were you?
I'm sorry, Super. I forgot.
Forgot? Don't you keep a desk diary?
There's one here somewhere.
This office is a disgrace. It's a pigsty, an absolute pigsty. Unemptied ashtrays, paper everywhere. That should have gone off weeks ago. And there's that file. When I asked you for it, you said you didn't have it.
I've only just found it. I was going to bring it in to you. It was under these papers.
How can anyone possibly work in a mess like this? Oh, get it tidied up, Frost, please. While we're on distasteful subjects, your standard of dress. You look as if you're wearing your gardening clothes. Your trousers want pressing, and I'm sure those shoes haven't seen a blacking brush for months.
We can't all be tailors' dummies, sir.
Don't be impertinent, Frost. Now, listen. I'm putting this new man, Detective Constable Barnard, under your care. Only for a couple of days, until Inspector Cull can take over. Watch your tongue. Mind what you say to him, especially when referring to superior officers. And no bending of the rules. Do I make myself clear?
Perfectly, sir.
Good. Come in, Barnard. Inspector Frost, this is Detective Constable Barnard.
Sir? God almighty.
His proper suit is coming down with the rest of his luggage.
Oh, I see.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Remember what I said, Inspector.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, come in, son. Sit down.
Thank you.
If you clear those files away, you might find there's a chair underneath. How much do they charge for suits like that?
£57, sir.
Blimey. A proper shop, was it?
Yes, sir.
Bit of gratuitous advice from an old hand, son. Never wear anything on duty you wouldn't be happy letting a drunk be sick all over. Come in. Ah, Inspector Cole.
Oh, hello, Jack. Oh, this place is a mess.
Yeah, our divisional commander was graciously pleased to bring that to my attention.
I got a job for you.
Oh?
Yes, this missing girl. I'd like a thorough search of the house.
You reckon the mother's done her in?
It's possible. Now, would you see to it, Jack, and let me know how you get on?
Any excuse to get out. Come on, son, we'll do it now. Give your suit an airing.
Barnard.
Yes, sir.
Inspector Frost is not a typical officer. For certain reasons, he's tolerated. As soon as we find the girl, you'll be back with me, all right?
Barnard!
All right, sir. I'm coming.
That's all this job seems to be, son. Pushing doorbells. Good morning, Mrs. Uphill. I'm Detective Inspector Frost, Denton CID.
Have you found her?
Not yet, Mrs. Uphill, but we should have some news soon. We've got half the county out looking for her. Can we come in, do you think?
In here. Please sit down. Can I get you anything? Tea? Coffee?
That'd be lovely. But if I could just get a few details first. We were wondering if you had any further thoughts as to where your daughter might have gone. We've tried all the obvious places.
Well, if I'd thought of anything, I'd have phoned.
Did you quarrel with her? Or can you think of any reason why she might have wanted to run away from home?
No. We went through all that last night.
You've had a thorough look all over the house, I suppose?
The house? How can she possibly be in the house?
She could be hiding.
Since 4:30 yesterday afternoon.
Doesn't seem very possible, does it? But I'll tell you what, just for our peace of mind, we'll give the house a quick going over while you make us a cup of tea. Give us a hand to get this back, would you, son?
Inspector, where's her husband?
Husband, son? That's got it. There isn't one. She's not married. The Mrs. is purely a courtesy title, like calling Mullet Sir. We'll try the next room. The kids' room. Ooh, it's cold.
Radiator's on.
It still feels cold and empty.
Where does Mrs. Uphill get her money from, sir? There seems to be no shortage.
You don't know?
No.
You're old enough, I suppose. She's a prostitute, son. Sells her body to men at 10 quid a time. That's where she gets her money from. Damn! I found the toy cupboard. And I bet Mummy had to work hard to provide this little lot. What's left on this floor?
Only the bathroom, sir.
Right. Go and give it one of your thorough London searches while I shove this little lot back. All finished, son?
Yes, sir.
No B-day, eh? I suppose she chucks her fag-ends down the toilet. Did you have much trouble getting the bath panel off?
The bath panel, sir? The bath was boxed in by plastic panels screwed into internal wooden battens.
So obvious a hiding place, I'd missed it completely. With an infuriating grin, Frost produced a screwdriver from the depths of his scruffy raincoat and sat on the toilet seat to watch me work.
There's nothing here, sir.
Are you sure? Poke around, son. A 57-pound suit should stand up to a bit of dirt.
No, there's nothing.
No, I didn't think there would be. But it pays to be thorough, especially at the start of your career. Now then, let's see how quickly you can put it back on. Damn, she's coming up.
I've brought the tea and some... Why have you got the bath panel off? How do you think she could have got... You think she's dead, don't you?
Grab the tray, son. Take it easy, Mrs. Uphill.
Am I supposed to have killed my own daughter? Why aren't you out there looking for her?
That's put us in our place. I wonder if she's hidden the body in the airing cupboard.
I've already looked, sir. And is it necessary to be quite so callous?
You must make allowances for me, son. I'm sure you've been told that. What do you reckon to this? I found it tucked inside Tracy's Beano Annual.
It was an unretouched enlargement of a nude girl, sitting on a draped box, leaning back to show the camera a well-developed body. The model could not be identified, as from the neck up, the top half had been torn off, but traces of long, dark hair could be seen resting on the shoulders.
Processed by an amateur, son. You can still smell the acid fixer. What do you make of that crescent-shaped mark on the right arm?
I don't know. Could it be a birthmark?
Yeah, that's what I reckon. Wonder who she is, and how did Tracy get hold of it? We've finished, Mrs. Uphill. We didn't find anything.
Am I supposed to look surprised or relieved?
You want to know something that puzzles me?
What?
Why didn't you meet Tracy from Sunday school yesterday? Light the latest cigarette, son.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Why didn't you meet her, Mrs. Uphill?
I just didn't.
We've had a word with the Sunday school superintendent. He says you always met her. Winter, summer, rain or shine. Yesterday was the one and only time you didn't show up.
Why? I just didn't. There was no reason. I thought she'd be all right.
I don't believe you, Mrs. Uphill. Last summer, a man tried to lure some kids into his car as they came out of that Sunday school. And ever since then, even though it's just at the end of the street, you've met Tracy every damn week without fail. When the sun was blazing down, you met her, but yesterday, when it was pitch dark, you gave it a miss. Why, Mrs. Uphill? Why?
Inspector!
Come on, Mrs. Uphill. Why?
Oh, leave me alone, you bastard!
I don't care about your feelings, Mrs. Uphill. All I care about is getting help, not you going into bloody hysterics. So why didn't you meet her?
I had a man here.
A regular?
Yes. Every Sunday. He was always away by 3:30. Plenty of time for me to get down to the Sunday school. But yesterday he was an hour late in arriving. He didn't leave until just before 4:30. There wasn't time.
No time? It would only take you a couple of minutes to get there.
I wasn't dressed.
Yes, of course.
By the time I had dressed and tidied up, it was nearly 4:45. Oh, if only he'd been on time.
Did he say why he was late?
Something about a cancelled train. He had to wait for the next.
Do you know his name or where he came from?
No. He said his name was Bob, but they don't always tell the truth.
When he left, which direction did he go?
Towards the Sunday school.
And he left here just as the kids were coming out. He could have seen her. We'll want a description, Mrs. Uphill. That, at least, should present no difficulty.
He's about 34, 35. He has a beard, light brown hair.
It was a very detailed description, right down to his appendix scar. When she had finished, Frost produced the photograph.
Would this be anyone you know, Mrs. Uphill?
No.
We found it in Tracy's room, hidden in a book.
Tracy's room?
Where would she have got it from? You keep anything like that in the house?
No,
Oh, well, she probably just found it somewhere. It'd mean nothing to kids of her age. Well, don't lose hope, Mrs. Uphill. We'll let you know as soon as we have any news. Go on, son.
Where to, sir?
We'll find somewhere to have lunch, and then I want you to nip down to the railway station.
If he visits her every Sunday, the staff should remember him.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's the Sunday school. Used to be the old vicarage at one time. The actual church is further back.
Looks a proper dump.
Yeah. My wife's buried in the churchyard.
Oh. Sorry.
Will you be staying here for Christmas?
As far as I know.
Good. I'm on duty Christmas and Boxing Day. You can come on with me if you like. Now, let's see what the lunches are like at that place.
When I returned from the railway station, Frost was sprawled on the back seat of the car, fast asleep. Inspector.
Oh, it's you, son. Oh, that lunch was diabolical. And that tapioca. Cool. Reminds me about the bloke who drank the spittoon for a bet. Do you know that?
Yes, sir. I've been to the railway station. I do know our man. He travels up every Sunday from Leffington. And his usual train was cancelled, just as he said.
Leffington? We could be in luck, son. What train did he catch back?
Usually the 4:33. But yesterday it was the 6:57.
6:57. And he left Mrs. Uphill's just on 4:30. It's only half an hour's walk to the station, even for a man with no appendix, which makes him 2.5 hours adrift. What could he have been doing? There isn't a damn thing to do in Denton on a Sunday evening. Even the public toilets shut at 5 o'clock.
It was just after 4 when we got back to the station to find Sergeant Wells deep in argument with one of the scruffiest, dirtiest, foulest-smelling old tramps I had ever seen.
Not leaving here until I get it. Fine thing, isn't it, when the stinking cop spends your bloody money?
Go on, Sam. Hop it. Get out or I'll run you in.
I'm not going without my quid.
Hello, Sam. What's this, then? Come to make your usual donation to the Police Benevolent Fund?
You don't have to make a donation. To take it from you.
I'm not being personal, Sam, but you don't half stink. Like a hot dustbin with its lid off. No, don't get any nearer. Just stay there. I'm getting itchy just looking at you.
Never mind the bleeding insults. Where's my quid?
Gentleman wants to know where his quid is, Sergeant.
You came in here with 6pence and you were given back 6pence when we turned you out. We didn't charge anything for our hospitality, nor for the fact that you were sick all over our nice clean floor. You had that on the rates with our compliments.
What was he in for?
Sleeping rough, drinking meths, and urinating on the gravestones in the churchyard.
These young Conservatives.
I wasn't so drunk I didn't know how much I had. But I had £1 and 6pence. That young copper put it in an envelope, and when he gave it back to me, the quid was gone.
It was never there, Sam. You were full of myths. You didn't know what you had.
I brought the myths up.
All right, Sam. Now, if you had a quid, where'd you get it from? You hadn't been selling your body, I hope.
I found it.
And now you've lost it. Easy come, easy go.
That young copper nicked it.
Right. You've made a very serious allegation about a member of this force. Take it you're going to prefer charges. Name?
Had a lot of good to do me if I did. You'd all lie your heads off.
Then get out.
I'm going, but I'll be back.
Got anywhere to sleep tonight, Sam?
Mind your own business.
What young copper was he talking about?
P.C. Stringer, you know. He's as straight as a die. The search parties are all back in, by the way. No trace of the girl.
If she's in the open, she won't last through the night. It's getting bitter out there.
Yes. Oh, another thing, Jack. County have been on. They're screaming for your crime statistics return. It must go off tonight.
We'll do it now. You any good at figures, son?
Station, Sergeant. Oh, Jack, it's for you. Leffington, please.
Ah, tough. Frost? You have? Well, bless your little cotton socks. No, we'll do it. We're on our way now. They've traced Mrs. Uphill's bearded Sunday regular. He's a school teacher. Come on, son, let's pay him a visit.
Hey, what about the crime statistics?
Bags of time. We'll do them when we get back.
Yes?
Mr. Stanley Farnham?
Yes.
We're police officers, sir. Can we come in?
Police officers?
Show the gentleman your warrant card, son.
Oh, yes. There we are, sir. What's it about?
Something I think you'd prefer was not discussed on your doorstep, sir. May we come in?
In here.
Very nice. Very compact.
I'm sorry it's so untidy. I've just got in from school.
Yes, we heard you were a teacher. Biology, sir?
No, English.
Ah. Is it all right if my colleague takes a look round?
No, it's not all right. What the hell is this about?
Do you know a woman called Joan Uphill, Mr. Farnham?
Uphill? No, I don't recall.
29 Vicarage Terrace, Denton. 10 quid a time and a cup of tea after.
I'm sorry, I don't know her.
She must be lying, then, because she says she knows you. Would you object to taking part in an identity parade?
Wait a minute. Uphill, you say?
Allow me, sir. You're shaking.
All right. I do know her. What has happened to her?
Why should anything have happened to her, sir?
Well, you know, these women, they do get attacked, but she was all right when I left her.
What time was that?
Oh, about 4:30.
Our inquiry is regarding her daughter, Mr. Farnham.
Tracy?
Why so surprised? You must know about it. It was on the news. It's in all the papers.
Isn't this your morning paper on the coffee table, sir?
Yes, but I haven't read it yet. It isn't delivered till after I've left for school.
Oh. There it is, sir.
Police search for missing child.
Oh, good Lord. How terrible. Well, you don't think she's here, do you? Is that why you want to search? Because you think she's here? Well, go ahead, look where you like. I've nothing to hide.
Off you go then, son.
Righto, sir.
And be thorough.
Yes, sir.
So you left Mrs. Uphill's about 4:30 then, sir?
Yes.
That would be about the time Tracy was coming out of Sunday school.
Yes, I know. I saw her.
Where was this?
She was walking away from the Sunday school.
Towards her home?
No, they were walking in the opposite direction.
They?
She was with a woman.
What woman?
I don't know.
Describe her.
I didn't take an awful lot of notice. It was dark, and I was in a hurry. Medium height, wearing a whitish fur coat.
Was she old, young?
I didn't notice.
You see where they went?
No, I soon outpaced them. I didn't particularly want Tracy to see me, and I was in a hurry.
Why were you in a hurry, sir?
Well, I had a train to catch.
What train was that?
Look, I'm a bit confused. I caught the late train. I was hurrying because I had to visit my aunt. I was due there for tea.
Your Sundays are one long round of pleasure, aren't they, sir? Any luck, son?
No, sir.
Now get your notebook out. Mr. Farnham is going to give us the name and address of his aunt.
Yes, you won't go round there, will you? I mean, she's an old lady. Her heart's none too good, and...
Don't worry, sir. I specialise in old ladies with weak hearts. Well, that damn form must be somewhere, son. Are you sure it's not on your desk?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Jack. Heard the news?
They found her?
Not the girl. Inspector Cull. He's had an accident.
Accident? When? Where? What happened?
A lorry smashed into his car.
Is he badly hurt?
Couple of broken ribs, at least. He'll be out of action for a while.
Poor old Cull. I wouldn't even have wished that on Mullet. So who's he going to put in charge of the Tracy Uphill case? Some big head from county, I suppose. Answer that, son, will you?
Sir? Inspector Frost's office? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mullet wants to see you right away, sir.
Me? Oh, no. No, even he couldn't be that stupid.
Mr. Mullet wouldn't be that stupid. Would he, Sergeant?
I take it you haven't got a very high opinion of our Mr. Frost, young Barnum.
Not for me to say, is it, Sergeant?
Oh, come now. I've only known him for 15 years. You've known him for 10 whole hours.
It doesn't take 10 hours to find out that a man's uncouth, untidy, and a mess. You know yourself he's only tolerated here.
Who told you that?
Inspector Cull.
Inspector Cull. That's just the sort of thing he would say. And do you know why Jack Frost is tolerated?
No.
He's tolerated, Barnard, because he's achieved something that Mullet and Cull would give their bloody eye teeth for. Keeps it stuck away in the back here somewhere. Ah. Have a look at that. Go on. Open it.
A medal?
Not just a medal, Barnard. Ever seen a George Cross before? Because that's what it is. The civilian equivalent of the VC. And it's his, Jack Frost's. That mess you mentioned.
Mess? Someone talking about me?
What's that doing out?
I was just showing it to the lad, Jack.
Oh. Give it here, son.
How did you win it, sir?
Oh, it's a long and boring story. Well, one of our local yobbos popped to the eyeballs on drugs, gets himself a gun and tries to pull off the crime of the century at Bennington's Bank. We turned up, and I marched over to get the gun from him. He nearly shot my head off. Not a bad little medal. They prefer you to get killed before they give it to you, but they make an exception if their stocks are building up.
What did he want to see you about, Jack?
As headquarters haven't got any suitable officers to spare, I am now in full charge of the Tracy Uphill investigation.
Congratulations.
Mind you, I've been given my orders. I'm to stay well away from the press, buy a new suit, and report to Mullet every 5 minutes. Apart from that, I've got a completely free hand. Well, come on, son. Stop messing about with those figures. Let's see how my subordinates are managing without us in search control. How's it going, Arthur?
Hello, Jack. I'm told you're our new boss.
Thank God you know. I was afraid I'd have to break the bad news. Oh, have you met Clive Barnard, alias Joseph, and his Technicolor Dreamcoat? Clive, this is Detective Sergeant Arthur Hanlon.
How do you do?
Any news on the woman in the white fur, Arthur?
Nothing. Your bloke Farnham seems to be the only person who saw her. If he did see her.
First thing tomorrow, son, we must check up on Auntie. Don't let me forget.
Right, sir.
A couple of other things, Jack. You know we've been checking up on known child molesters. Foxtrot Tango came up with something interesting.
Oh, what?
Mickey Hoskins didn't turn up for work today.
Did they check his digs?
He hasn't been there since Sunday.
I want him found and brought in, Arthur. Put an all patrols message out.
Right.
Who's Mickey Hoskins, sir?
He's got more form than your suit's got red stripes, son. Indecent exposure, indecent assault, the lot. He's got a special liking for young girls. So he's still with Marbowsy then, Arthur? God, I wouldn't eat a meal she'd cooked or coughed over if you paid me £1 million. Which reminds me, did I ever tell you the joke about the bloke who drank the spittoon for a bet?
Yes. In the canteen over dinner.
Oh, so I did. Do you know it, son? There was this bloke.
I've heard it, sir.
Oh. Anything else then, Arthur?
Oh, usual crank calls. Old Martha Wendell's been on again. She says the spirits have got an important message for us. About her body.
Oh. I'll follow it through, Arthur, the way we've followed all our other spirit messages through. Well, I'm afraid you'll have to try and manage without us for a while, Arthur. We've got the crime statistics to do. Right, son. Bring your chair over to my desk.
Sir?
Shouldn't take us more than a couple of hours. Where's me pen? Hello? You haven't borrowed any of my money, have you, sir?
No, sir.
Well, that's odd. There was about 45 pence in small change here. Frost? Oh, blimey, Arthur, we've only just left you. You'll have to learn to manage on your own, you know. What? No, I'll handle it. I'm on my way now with Flash Harry. Forget the crime statistics, son, we're going out.
Yes, sir.
The headmaster of Tracy's school just phoned. He doesn't know if it's important, but a girl called Audrey Harding, 12 years old, never turned up for school today. And Audrey is a close friend of Tracy Uphill.
It took us 15 minutes to get to the girl's house, and as a schoolgirl was involved, we'd collected a woman police constable on the way. The door was opened by a loin-stirring blockbuster in tight denim jeans and a cotton T-shirt that stretched to bursting point across a mouth-watering, unrestricted, jiggling bosom.
Sorry to bother you, miss. We're police officers.
Who is it? Carol singers? No, police. Police? What is it? What's the matter?
Mrs. Harding,
Yes?
do you have a little girl called Audrey?
I'm Audrey.
You? How old are you?
12, nearly 13. She's big for her age.
Yes. Can we come in?
We were ushered into a tiny hothouse of a kitchen. Frost nodded for the woman police constable to start the questions.
You weren't at school today, Audrey?
She's got a bad chest.
Camphorated oil's very good. About 2 gallons.
They haven't sent the police down just because I kept her away from school, surely?
No, it's about Tracy Uphill. I believe you know her, Audrey.
I know her. Her mother's a tart. Maybe she is, but you shouldn't say so. Not in company. There's some things you don't talk about. My uncle was an undertaker, but we never mentioned it to anyone.
Well, some things are best left unsaid. You don't go to Sunday school, do you, Audrey?
Only to ballet classes and tap dancing. We believe in religion and that sort of thing, but we don't want it rammed down our throat, especially on a Sunday.
Tracy's been missing from her home since 4:30 yesterday afternoon, Mrs. Harding. Didn't you know?
Tracy? Is that the girl they've been talking about on the wireless? Well, I'd never connected her with...
She's a friend of yours, Audrey.
I knew her a bit, but I haven't seen her outside school for a couple of weeks.
Are you sure?
My girl's not a liar.
Can you think of anywhere she might have gone?
No.
Oh, she was seen going off with a woman in a white fur coat. Any idea who that woman might be?
No idea at all.
Do you play bingo, Mrs. Harding?
Twice a week down the old Grand Cinema. Yeah, how did you know?
Well, we had these reports about a beautiful woman seen playing down there. And I happened to notice your bingo card on the mantelpiece.
Oh, aren't you observant? Eyes everywhere. Oh, I've had 1 or 2 very good wins.
I thought I was onto a winner the minute I spotted you. And I bet you'll make a lovely cup of tea.
Would you like one? It won't take a minute.
Lovely.
I'll put the kettle on. It only wants topping up.
There's no rush. Oi. Fanny.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Does your mother know you borrow her coat?
What coat?
A white fur hanging behind the door.
She bought it with her bingo money. She'll murder me if she finds out.
You wore it yesterday, didn't you? When you met Tracy from Sunday school.
Oh, I just wanted to show off the coat. I didn't want her to come with me.
Didn't want her to, but she did.
I said she'd have to go the minute me fella turned up.
Your fella?
My boyfriend. I was meeting him at the gates to the field by Meadow Lane.
What happened when he arrived? Did she go?
Well, she pretended to, but she followed us, hoping for an eyeful, I expect. We ended up in the wood.
Why'd you go there?
To try and shake her off, but she kept following. In the end, we ran and hid behind that big tree, the one by the lake. She went racing past, so me and my boyfriend backtracked to the main road.
You left a kid of 8 to find her own way home from those woods in the pitch dark?
We never asked her to follow us. Anyway, she knew the way back, and she wasn't going home. She said she was going to play in the old vicarish grounds.
So you left her. Where did you go after that?
To me boy's house. His parents were out.
What did you do there?
What do you think? You won't tell me Mum, will you?
Not unless I have to. Ah, the old brown juice.
Now, help yourself.
So we sipped hot, sweet tea and chatted. My eyes were drawn to our policewoman who had slipped off her greatcoat. She was lovely. A sharp dig from Frost's elbow brought me painfully back to earth.
The girl, son. Look at the girl.
12-year-old Audrey was examining the perfection of her right shoulder. She had pulled back the sleeve of her T-shirt, and there it was, a crescent-shaped birthmark. The birthmark we had last seen in black and white on the headless, nude photograph found in Tracy's bedroom. As soon as we were back in the car, Frost radioed through to control for the woods to be searched thoroughly. At the market square, the WPC asked to be dropped off.
You on standby then, Hazel?
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you what, I'll walk to the station from here. Young Clive can run you home in the car. All right, son?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Try and be good.
He's sweet, isn't he?
Is he? Where do you live?
Oh, Martin Road. It's about 5 minutes from here.
You'll have to pass my digs. How about dropping off for a cup of coffee? Coffee's nearly ready.
Good.
Sorry there's only the bed to sit on.
Oh, it's very comfortable. Isn't it hot in here? Mind if I take my tunic off?
No, of course not.
Oh, now I'm cold. Come and warm me.
Oh, there you are, son. Damn! Lucky I spotted your light.
Oh.
They found a scarf in the woods. Could be the girls. Oh, hello, Hazel. Didn't see you under there. You weren't talking about anything important, were you?
We found the scarf here, sir, caught on this bush.
What's down there?
Willow Lake. I reckon that's where we're going to find her.
Perhaps. First light tomorrow, we'll have it dragged. Of course, it might not be her scarf. Come on, son, we'll see if old Mother Uphill can identify it.
You want us to carry on searching, Inspector?
Oh, give it another couple of hours. There's the slimmest chance she's still alive, and a few more hours out in this would finish her off.
An expensive car passed us as we turned into Vicarage Terrace, and the rich smell of cigar smoke in Mrs. Uphill's lounge betrayed a recently departed visitor. Frost murmured something to me about business as usual. Then he showed her the scarf. At first, I thought she was going to faint, but she pulled herself together.
Yes, it's hers.
We found it in the woods, Mrs. Uphill. We'll have men searching there all night. What's up, son?
She shouldn't be on her own. Someone should stay the night with her.
Thinking of volunteering? I'll lend you the 10 quid if you're short.
Where to, sir?
Back to the station. We'll lay on the dragging of the lake tomorrow, and then off home. Your yawning's getting on my nerves.
So, back again to the station, through the lobby doors and the arranging of the dragging of the lake. We were actually leaving when Frost remembered the crime statistics.
Did you get those figures out, sir?
You told me to leave them, sir.
Well, bang goes out early night.
Oh.
Bring a chair over here. We should do it in half an hour.
Even with Frost's hair-raising shortcuts, which grossly abuse the laws of arithmetic, it took us over 90 minutes. But at last, the job was done, and the return chucked into the out tray.
How goes the time, son?
Nearly 1:30 in the morning, sir.
Oh, well, just one more job to do, then we can all go home.
As we passed through the lobby, he called out to the sergeant on duty.
Just going to the woods with the new chap?
The new chap. I felt as if I'd been trotting along behind Frost for 20 years. 20 long years.
Found anything else, lads?
No, sir.
All right, all right. What with him yawning and you coughing. Pack it in. Hello. Did you feel that?
Snow.
All we need. It's going to be a bitch dragging that lake tomorrow. Trust me to get weather like this. Inspector Cowell would have had sunshine and bluebirds. Hello, who the hell's this? Oh, no, not him.
Hello, Inspector. So, this is where you're hiding, eh? Any luck yet?
Son, this is Sandy Lane, chief reporter of the Denton Echo. Sandy, Detective Constable Barnard.
Oh, she ought to be popping up to the surface soon if she's in there, shouldn't she, Jack?
If she's in there?
Oh, she's got to be. Well, if I haven't dragged myself here at the crack of dawn for nothing. I've already written the headlines. Local clairvoyant's prediction fulfilled. Body found in woods.
Yeah, and you could have a photograph of the girl's house with the caption, Santa won't be calling here this year.
You know, that's not bad. Hello. I think they found something. Excuse me.
It's only a log, but let him find out for himself, and I hope he falls in. Yeah. Oi, Constable!
Sir?
What's that hut over there?
The Model Boat Club use it in the summer, sir. It's all locked and empty now.
You sure?
Yes, sir. We got the key from the club's secretary and searched it last night.
Well, let's take another look at it. I've got one of my nasty feelings. This door's been forced.
Only since yesterday, then, sir?
There's something wedged behind it. Give us a hand.
Right, sir. my God.
You found her?
Oh.
Prediction fulfilled. Body found in woods.
But it was the wrong body. It wasn't the child. It was an old man. Sam, the tramp who had marched into the station demanding the return of his pound. He had frozen to death.
He must have broken in last night for somewhere to sleep.
Poor old devil. So what chance does the girl stand? Oh, I wasn't here when you found him, Constable.
Sir?
I've got enough paperwork on my desk to keep me going without filling in forms for him. What's up, Barnard? Never seen a dead un before?
Not like that, sir.
Oh, this one's caviar compared with the first body I saw. He was a tramp, too.
Oh, no, Jack, not that story.
The boy hasn't heard it, Sandy. Years ago, this was, son, when I was new to the force. They'd found the remains of this old tramp in a derelict house in the middle of a glorious heat wave. Well, they scraped him up and delivered him to the morgue. Hello. They finished dragging.
She's not. She's not in the lake, sir.
Then where is she? Come on, son, let's try the Sunday school. Sorry we couldn't oblige, Sandy. Anyone at home?
Rambling sort of place, sir?
Yeah. This used to be the old vicarage years ago, son, but it was miles too big. Now it's just used for Sunday school, scouts, the odd mothers' meeting. There should be a resident caretaker somewhere. Anyone at home?
Who's that?
What do you want?
You, Mr. Barrow, the caretaker?
Yeah?
Police. It's about young Tracy Uphill.
Well, terrible business, terrible.
We want to look around, Mr. Barrow.
Well, she's not here.
How do you know?
Why, no, she was here. Besides, I've looked around myself.
This is a rabbit warren of a place. Too much for one man to do properly.
Look, it's not convenient now. I've got other things to do. Can't you come back later?
No need. You carry on with your work. We'll do it on our own. And don't worry, we won't pinch anything. I've got all the Bibles I can read back home. Come on, son, we'll start at the top. Last one, son. We'll do this, and we'll go home. Somebody's been in here recently. Smell that cigarette smoke. Try the light switch. It's pitch dark.
None of the others have worked, sir.
Wow! Blimey, it's bright.
I think it's a photoflot, sir.
I don't like the look of that, son.
It was an ominously large, battered Edwardian cabin trunk. It was fitted with a new, strong brass padlock.
One of my keys might conceivably fit. No. Yes. Old hymn books. Hardly worth the effort.
And hardly worth such a strong lock either, sir.
Like me, son, you compensate for your lack of dress sense with brains. Let's dig a little deeper.
At the bottom of the trunk, we found a camera and an envelope. The envelope contained gems from Barrow's photographic collection, including black and white enlargements of Mrs. Uphill in full, unretouched nudity, and photographs of an undressed, nubile, 12-year-old Audrey Harding, sitting on this same cabin trunk, sprawling provocatively against the wall. Only this time, the head was not torn off.
So now we know why Barrow didn't want us to search the place. I was afraid of this. I'd heard the odd rumour.
And what do we do now, sir?
Stick everything back, say nothing. None of our business.
None of our business? The girl's underage, sir.
Well, she certainly doesn't look it. I'll tell you something, my son. If she stuck those monsters under my nose, I certainly wouldn't waste time asking to see her birth certificate.
Yeah.
We're looking for a missing child. We're not interested in this muck. This is trivia. I'll have a quiet word with Barrow when I get round to it. He's fairly harmless. Just bung everything back as it was. We haven't seen it. And hurry. We should be back at the station.
The silly bitch!
Do you see that red Mini? Shot straight out in front of us. Women, drivers.
And I thought she could do no wrong in your eyes. Or don't you recognise her with her clothes on?
Eh?
It was your girlfriend, Mrs. Uphill. I wonder why she's in such a hurry. Some poor devil in urgent need of her services, I suppose.
We spotted her again as we drove through the market square. She was leaving Bennington's bank, clutching a large plastic bag.
Stop the car, son. I'm feeling nosy.
He disappeared into the bank, returning a few moments later, grinning from ear to ear.
Guess what, son? She's just drawn out 500 quid in used onces.
£500?
She could be buying Christmas presents for her regulars, of course. But my guess is she's received a ransom demand.
Inspector Frost.
What's the trouble, Bill? It's snowing like mad out there.
It's been pretty stormy in here as well. Mr. Mullet wants you.
Oh? What have I done now?
The briefing meeting.
Oh, God.
You were supposed to be running it in Inspector Cull's absence.
Now you come to mention it, Mullet did tell me last night. I suppose he's upset.
Upset? He's spitting blood. And to make matters worse, the chief constable turned up for a surprise visit. It was a shambles.
Oh, God.
Sergeant Wills? Yes, sir. He's just come in. Yes, sir. Mr. Mullet wonders if he could spare a few moments of your valuable time.
I'll wear me medal. He's too much of a coward to sack a gallant hero.
Now, come on, Mickey. This way.
Hello. What have we here, then?
Mickey Hoskins, our friendly neighbourhood child molester, sir, missing from his dig since Sunday. He's been hiding from us.
What's all this about? I've got nothing to say. You can't hold me here. I know the judge's rules.
You must tell me what they are, Mickey. I always forget them. Interview room, lads. Get the implements seated up.
Sir.
I've just got to go and have a rollicking from the divisional commander, then I'll be right back.
How much longer are you going to keep me?
Inspector will be along in a minute.
About time. I was just going.
Sorry, Mick. I've got so many adventures on the boil at the moment, I forgot all about you. First, I must have a fag. I'd offer you one, Mick, but I've only got 16 left. Now, what did I want to talk to you about? Oh, I know. Tracy Uphill.
Who's she?
Got a photograph somewhere. There. You taking all this down, Sims?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, Mickey?
Well, what? It's a young kid.
A nice-looking young kid. She anything like her photograph?
When am I supposed to have seen her?
How about Sunday afternoon?
No.
Did you ever go at her on Sunday, Mick? Did she like it? Did you like it?
Stop it! I never saw her on Sunday.
You don't have to shout, Mick. You can lie just as well in a quiet voice. Now, come on, tell us what happened. What'd you do to her? Come on, give us a cheap thrill.
I didn't think she'd mind. Some of them don't. They love it. She was sitting all on her own, inviting like, so I moved over and sat next to her.
Where was this?
Century Cinema, next. That's what you're on about, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
She let me get my hand right up her leg before she screamed. If she didn't want it, why didn't she complain earlier?
Perhaps she didn't want to miss a good bit of the film.
Inspector.
Excuse me, Mick. Yeah, what is it?
We've had a report of this incident, sir. Century Cinema man tried to molest this woman about 30. She screamed, so he hit her in the face, breaking her nose. It was a chase, but he got away. He's not talking about Tracy.
Oh. Sorry about that, Mick. He just wanted to know how to spell dirty bastard. But the old dear was pushing 30, Mick. A bit ancient for you, surely.
It was an X program. They don't let kids in.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll send someone else in to take a statement, Mick. I get too excited when I hear about thighs and knickers and things. I can't hold my pencil steady.
Here, wait a minute. I just remembered. Tracy Uphill. That's that missing kid. 8 years old. You didn't think I had anything to do with her, did you?
Of course not, Mick. Had to ask, though. Well, you'd have been offended if I hadn't.
You wanted to see me, Jack?
Yes, Arthur. And shut that flipping door. It's perishing.
We haven't all got your fat to protect us. There's been a development. Young Clive's just got back from Mrs. Uphill. She's had a ransom demand.
What?
Read the note to Arthur, son.
Sir. I have got your daughter, Tracy. If you want to see her alive, get £500 in used ones and wait by phone for instructions. Tell police and I kill her.
Local postmark. Caught the 6:15 collection yesterday evening.
Can she raise that sort of money?
She drew it out of the bank this morning and wasn't going to tell us. You did well, son.
Thank you, sir.
You'd better rush it over to forensic. Not that it'll do us any damn good. Come in. Oh, hello, sir.
I hear through the grapevine that there's been a ransom demand, Inspector.
Quite right, sir. I was just about to bring it in to you. Here.
Better get this over to forensic.
What a good idea. Remember to do that, will you, sir?
Sir? I've brought these files from Inspector Cull's office. This is the electronic calculator theft job I'm anxious to see cleared up.
Oh, thank you, sir. I can't wait to get my teeth into this little dot.
What will you do about the ransom demand?
I doubt if it's genuine, but I'll have her phone tapped just in case. So if you're one of her regulars, sir, I'd lay off phoning for a while.
I don't think that's very funny, Inspector.
I'm sorry, sir.
Now, what do you know about a woman called Martha Wendell?
Cranky old cow. Lives in a broken-down cottage in the woods. Dabbles in the occult and sends us a lot of worthless spirit messages.
But are they worthless? She predicted we'd find a body in the woods, and this morning one of our constables discovered the corpse of a tramp. The chief constable suggests we might see if she can help in locating Tracy Uphill.
You don't believe in that rubbish, do you?
As always, I have an open mind. So let me know how you get on.
Pompous git. What do you think he's running, a psychic research laboratory?
Not in front of the children, Jack.
Eh? Oh, forgive my little outburst, son.
Sir?
I hold all my superiors in the highest possible esteem.
Sir?
Right, Arthur, send somebody over to bug Mrs. Upphill's phone and make certain they haven't got 10 quid on them. I want a quick and thorough job.
OK, Jack.
Come on, son. We'll grab something to eat and then go and visit old Mother Wendell in the witch's cottage. I hate attending seances on an empty stomach. Always like to have something to bring up.
Oh, is it?
Police, Mrs. Wendell. Open up.
Come in. I've been expecting you.
The smell clouted us as soon as we stepped inside. An overpowering, acrid stench that rammed itself up our noses and stuck its filthy fingers right down our throats.
Blimey, Mrs. Wendell. How many cats have you got in here?
There were dozens of them. Dirty, mangy, sore-ridden, incontinent strays. The untouchables of the cat underworld.
All cats are welcome here. Sit down.
Oh, Tom. Get off, you cow, son. Charming.
Cats are my friends, Inspector. Please be more careful.
I will. I expect the spirits have told you why we're here, Mrs. Wendell.
Miss Wendell.
Oh, Miss Wendell. It's about the missing girl.
I haven't seen her. I told your men yesterday.
It's been suggested you might be able to help us. I understand you claim special powers.
You've had proof. You found a tramp.
How did you know we'd found him?
The reporter told me. Yes, but there's more death in the woods. More death. I see an unmarked grave.
Where?
What's up with her? I think she's in a trance, sir.
Miss Wendell.
But don't touch her. It's supposed to be dangerous, sir.
Earth. So cold under the snow. So cold. Bones. Old bones. Buried.
Where is she buried?
The woods. Hollow. Dead. Man's hollow.
What'd she say?
It sounded like Dead Man's Hollow, sir. Is there such a place?
Yeah. I don't know its proper name. We've always called it that. But trance or no trance, Miss Wendell, I hope for your sake we don't find Tracy buried there.
What do you think, sir?
I don't believe in ghosts, son. If we find Tracy buried in Dead Man's Hollow, then she put her there. She's mad enough to kill a kid if she caught one chucking stones at her lousy cat.
But if she killed her, why tell us where she buried her?
To divert suspicion from herself.
Control to Inspector Frost. Control to Inspector Frost. Come in, please.
Control. Frost here.
Can you come in at once, please, Inspector? The kidnapper has phoned Mrs. Uphill.
Denton 2346? Denton 2346?
Mrs. Uphill,
Yes?
did you get my letter?
Where's Tracy?
All in good time. You got the money?
Yes. Exactly as you said.
And you've told no one?
No one. I swear.
Very sensible. Now listen carefully.
Is she all right?
Well, all things considered, yes. But it's up to you that she stays that way.
What do you want me to do?
I want...
Hello? Hello?
That's all there is.
So what happened? Was he cut off or what?
I'll turn the volume up and replay the last few seconds. I think you'll spot it.
Stays that way.
What do you want me to do?
I want...
Hello? Hello?
Did you hear the siren? One of our cars must have passed the kiosk. He thought we were onto him and bolted.
Blasted uniform branch. Always in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, hello, sir.
Hello, Frost.
Did the GPL trace the call?
Yes, Jack. Inspector. The call box on the main Eastern Avenue. Charlie Alpha was in the vicinity, so I've sent them to investigate. No one there, though.
Charlie Alpha. It was probably them that frightened him off in the first place. Are they keeping the kiosk under observation?
For a while. But I can't see him using the same phone box.
Never know your luck. We've had so much vandalism lately, you'll have a job finding another one that works. Oh, I am sorry, sir. I'm neglecting you.
No, not at all. I just wanted to know how you got on with the Wendell woman.
Ah, it was quite interesting, actually. Her cat peed all over us, and then we had a séance. According to her spiritual snouts, Tracy is buried in Dead Man's Hollow.
Dead Man's Hollow? Did you take a look?
Well, we looked at the 4 foot of snow covering it, and it looked pretty much like the snow covering everywhere else. I don't think she's there, sir.
We've got to check. Organise a digging party. I'm going to phone the chief constable.
Stupid twit. All right, Arthur, you heard the man. Organise a digging party, evening dress, spades and gumboots. I'll join them in the car park in 10 minutes. Job for you too, sir.
Yes, sir.
Something we forgot. Farnham, Mrs. Uphill's Sunday regular. We haven't checked his story with his aunt.
Oh, damn.
Now, don't forget she's got a weak heart, so don't show her your suit, and go easy with the rubber hose. I'll be in my office if anyone wants me. Yeah?
Cup of tea, Inspector.
Oh, Tom. Hold on a minute, will you? Push the door shut.
Sir?
Sit down. You smoke?
No, sir.
Stringer, isn't he? Police Constable Derek Stringer?
That's right, sir.
Tell me, son. Well, to within a couple of quid, how much money have you pinched in total?
I don't know what you mean, sir.
Now, look, son, you might think me useless and decrepit, but I'd be a real right twit if I couldn't solve a simple case of somebody nicking money from my own desk drawer. Money that's always missing after you've been in with the tea. And you took that tramp's quid as well, didn't you?
I'm not staying here. I'm reporting this to the Police Federation representative. If you've got anything further to say...
Sit down. You wanted official, son? All right. I'll call the divisional commander in and tell him I want your pockets searched. You see, I marked the money.
What happens now?
Entirely up to you, son. I've got enough on my plate with missing kids, ransom demands, and piddling cats. Come on, Jordan, put a bit of beef into it. If there is a body there, it won't bite you.
I just don't like the idea, sir.
You don't know how lucky you are. My first corpse was nearly liquid. Oh,
Jack? Jack Frost?
Who the hell's there? I can see a torch. Oh, no. Hello, Sandy. What are you doing here?
I hear you're hoping to dig up another body.
Then you hear wrong. This is a police allotment and we're putting in cabbages. Who told you?
I have my sources. By the way, Jack, drop into the office tomorrow. I've got a little seasonal bottle for you, with our compliments.
You'd have better not be too little.
Inspector, signs of recent digging here. There's something buried.
The girl?
No, just some bones.
Show me. Here. Give me that trowel. No, not just bones. I'd say we've got a complete human skeleton. Damn. Just what we needed.
It is a skeleton.
There seems to be something chained to its wrist. If I could pull... Ooh! Ah. It's a metal case of some kind.
A case?
Ah.
Show me. Wait a minute. I thought so. See what it says, Jack?
Just about. Bennington's Bank.
Yes. Ooh, the spirits have come up with a goodie this time. I reckon we have here the mortal remains of Rupert Fawkes.
Who the hell's he, then?
Well, it would have been before your time, Jack. Fawkes was chief cashier at Bennington's Bank. Back in 1951, he was sent to another branch with £25,000 chained to his wrist and was never seen again. We all thought he'd absconded. Ooh, this'll make the London dailies.
1951? If you weren't here, I'd cover it up and swear we never found him. Work this is going to cause. Here. You reckon that money's still in the case?
Oh, it's well rusted, sir. Shall I fetch your axle?
No. Leave everything. It's too complicated for the likes of us. Get control to send a full forensic team down here and a pathologist.
Right.
And tell them there's no great hurry. He's been waiting for us for over 25 years.
So that's the way I've organised it, Jack. They start searching the outlying eastern sections tomorrow.
Good. I must try and remember to turn up at the briefing meeting. Oh, damn, I meant to buy myself a new suit. Mullet's made a couple of pointed remarks about this one, and Ma Wendell's cats haven't improved it either. Unless it's you, Arthur.
Thank you very much.
Ah, here's young Barnard. Heard about my skeleton, son?
Yes, sir.
Everywhere I go, I find bodies. Only I could find one about 19 years old with a big chest.
Yes, sir.
Here, when you get a chance, son, nip up the storeroom and dig out the Bennington's Bank file, 1951.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try and solve that before tea, together with that electronics theft thing that Mullet keeps rabbiting about. So what happened with Auntie?
She hasn't seen Farnham for nearly 3 months.
Ah, he was lying. I knew it. You can never trust randy rascals. Oh, present company accepted, of course, son.
Jack, Mrs. Uphill's phone's ringing.
Switch it through the loudspeaker. Son, get control to ask Charlie Alpha if they can see anyone in the kiosk.
Sir. Control. Charlie Alpha, anyone in the kiosk?
Denton 2346.
Quiet!
Remember me?
Yes. How's Tracy?
Do what you're told and you'll be able to see for yourself.
Charlie Alpha reports kiosk empty, sir.
Damn.
Then tell me what to do.
Put the money in a carrier bag. Walk with it down the Bath Road towards Exham.
I'll go by car.
No. Walk. You understand? You'll walk on the left-hand side. Now, just past the antique shop is a public call box. Wait there. I'll ring you with further instructions.
Hello, search control. Just a minute. GPO engineer, sir. Can't trace the call.
No matter. Get him to monitor all calls from the phone box outside the antique shop.
Sir?
You, Sims.
Sir?
Get Mrs. Uphill on the phone for me.
Sir?
Arthur, tell Control to send Charlie Alpha to the antique shop kiosk. No sirens, no flashing lights. They've just got to wait for Mrs. Uphill to arrive, right?
Mrs. Uphill's not answering, sir.
Don't tell me she's left already. Damn the woman. Keep trying.
Right, sir.
Charlie Alpha's in position, Jack.
Good. There to report the minute Mrs. Uphill comes into sight.
We should have someone following her, sir.
Should we, son? Bath Road's as straight as a die. Anyone following will be spotted a mile off. No, nothing to do now but to wait. How long should it take her, Arthur? 10 minutes? Quarter of an hour?
Yes.
Just a minute. Charlie Alpha, sir.
What?
Nothing to report.
Tell him not to be so efficient. I am not interested in nothing.
Thank you, Control.
Something's gone wrong. She should be there by now.
It's the weather, Jack. She won't be able to walk fast in the snow, not in high heels.
She wouldn't give a damn about high heels. She'd run barefoot to get her kid back. She's had time to walk all the way to Bath and back by now. Are you sure those two bright Herberts are waiting at the right phone box?
Shall I check?
No. They're not that stupid. Phone Mrs. Uphill's house again, Arthur. She might have popped back for something.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes, Bill.
Sorry to butt in, Jack, but you've got Charlie Alpha standing by on the Bath Road, haven't you?
That's right. Why?
Reckon I could borrow them? We've just had a motorist phone in. He's found a woman unconscious at the side of the road. We've sent for an ambulance, but Charlie Alpha could be there in seconds, and I'd like details.
They were just loading the stretcher onto the ambulance as we arrived. It was Joan Uphill. Her face grey and crumpled, her breathing almost non-existent.
Jordan? How is she? What happened?
We don't know what happened, sir. She's not regained consciousness. She's had a nasty crack on the head, but the ambulance man doesn't think the skull is fractured. It's lucky that motorist spotted her. She could have frozen to death.
Yeah. Did she have anything with her?
Only this handbag.
Show me.
Here.
Purse is missing. She should have been carrying a plastic carrier bag.
Well, that's all there was, sir.
Look for it. Held a large sum of money. Give him a hand, son.
Yes, sir.
Is this the gentleman who found her?
Yes, sir.
Well, he's got all my details. Can I go now?
A couple of questions, sir. I'm Detective Inspector Frost, Denton CID. Did you see what happened to her?
Oh, I've already been through all this. I spotted her in my headlights. I thought she'd been knocked down by a hit and run. I didn't expect to have to stand in the cold and answer the same questions twice over. I've got an urgent appointment and I'm late now.
Always the way when you try and help, isn't it, sir? You got the gentleman's particulars, Constable?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, I don't think...
Sir?
Yes, sir?
There's no sign of it, sir.
You didn't spot a plastic carrier bag, sir, by any chance?
I've already told you everything I saw. I can't help you anymore.
You don't mind if we have a look in your boot?
My boot? What the hell is this? I mean, I just stopped to report an accident.
Won't take a second, sir. There's some money missing, you see, and you naturally want us to eliminate you from our inquiries. Seems to be locked, sir. Oh, thank you. Just a formality, you understand. I mean, Well.
Electronic calculators. Hundreds of them.
I think we've just solved one of Inspector Cowell's outstanding cases, son.
Yes, sir.
Now, I believe this to be stolen property, sir. Would you care to explain how it happens to be in your possession?
Oh, what rotten, lousy, stinking luck. I could have driven straight past, left her to die.
I don't think you could, sir. You're not that sort. Escort the gentleman to the station, Jordan.
Sir.
If anyone wants me, I'll be at the hospital.
I can't tell you anything. I heard a sort of rustling in the hedge, then something hit me. Next thing I knew, I was in here.
You're not too badly hurt, Mrs. Uphill. They'll be letting you go home tomorrow.
Tracy? Any news of Tracy?
No, not yet.
That man who phoned. It was a trick, wasn't it?
We think so, but we'll carry on monitoring your phone just in case. By the way, he took your purse. What was in it?
About £20, my house and car keys. They don't matter. I just want Tracy.
This hospital gives me the shudders. My wife was in here, you know. They were very nice. Unrestricted visiting, so there was no excuse for not going. And not a blind thing to talk about. People think I miss her terribly. Between you and me, she made my life a hell. I hated her. But she didn't deserve such a rotten death. No one deserves that. That's better. This con man's only a small-time crook, you know.
Why do you say that, sir?
500 quid. She'd have given him 10 times that much to... Hold on. Here he's got her keys, and the house is empty.
Yes, sir.
Feel like taking a little drive down to Vicarage Terrace, my son?
We caught the man leaving the back of the house, staggering under the weight of 2 large suitcases packed solid with loot. The plastic carrier bag with the £500 in used notes was on the back seat of his car, lying alongside a purse containing around £20.
We'll need more cells if you go on like this, Jack. By the way, did you know young Derek Stringer has resigned?
Has he? I didn't know. Pity. He was a good chap. Could have been another Jack Frost if he'd worked at it. One tramp, 1 skeleton, and 2 crooks. Yeah, not bad. I think we'll call it a day, son.
Oh, yes, please, sir.
Now, don't let me forget the briefing meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow? Blimey. Do you realise it'll be Christmas Eve?
He made the briefing meeting and tried to inject some enthusiasm into the dispirited searchers. No one said anything as they walked out into the snow, but they all knew they were no longer looking for a girl. They were looking for a body.
Inspector Frost.
What the hell does he want? Wait for me in the office, would you, son?
Righto, sir.
You want me, sir?
We'll shut the door.
Sir?
The same suit, I see.
Yes, sir.
The chief constable's breathing down my neck. Do you think we'll find the girl today? It's Christmas tomorrow. I'd like to get it all tied up by then. Our chaps deserve a break. So do I.
We'll do our best for you, sir.
Who's on duty tomorrow?
I am, sir. And Boxing Day.
Oh, well, it ought to be quiet. Give you a chance to catch up on your paperwork.
Where do I file this, sir?
There? Oh, blimey, son, give that here. I've been looking for it everywhere. And what's this you've dumped on my desk?
The Bennington's bank file, sir. You asked for it last night.
Must have been mad. Haven't got time to read that. Frost? Forensic? Hello, how's our skeleton? He was dead, I suppose. What? You sure? Right, I'll be down there as soon as I can. Yeah, well, don't we all want to pack up early for Christmas? Never rains, but it pours. That was forensic, our skeleton. First, there was no 25,000 quid in the metal case, and it hadn't been forced. It had been unlocked with a key.
What?
But here's the best bit, son. When they cleaned up the skull, they found a bullet hole right through the back of its head. So we got a 25-year-old murder mystery.
Oh, God.
I think I'll punish myself and go up to the canteen to have the special Christmas lunch.
We returned from lunch to find Detective Sergeant Hanlon waiting for us.
Well, if it isn't the fat owl of the remove. Clear out, Arthur. There's no tuck for you here.
Cheek. I've missed the Christmas lunch because of you.
You missed nothing. It was diabolical.
You asked me to see that chap Farnham, Jack.
Farnham? In which of my many current cases does he appear?
The schoolmaster.
Oh, Mrs. Uphill's bearded regular. What did he have to say for himself?
He admits he lied about having tea with his aunt. The truth is, on his way back to the railway station, he was accosted by a platinum blonde in a leopard skin coat.
Cynthia Richmond. Don't tell me she's back on the game.
Yes, I've seen her. He was with her until after 6. So there's another suspect we can eliminate from our inquiries.
Are you all right, sir?
I'm all right, son. I've been having a few drinks with Sandy Lane. He's been pumping me about our skeleton and the bullet hole. I met a couple of the search parties coming back. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. She's been missing since Sunday, and what have I achieved? Damn all. I've solved a couple of tuppence halfpenny little crimes on the side, but I've no more hopes of finding her than I have of finding out who killed that skeleton 25 years ago.
Sir?
25 years. Now, how did Martha Wendell know the skeleton was buried there?
She's a clairvoyant.
If it's been buried for 25 years, how come her clairvoyant powers hadn't worked before? We were told about the tramp in 24 hours. No, son. There were signs of recent digging. She had dug and she'd uncovered it, and that is how she knew.
But why should she go digging in Dead Man's Hollow?
To bury a body, son. A child's body.
Dear God.
But the very place she picked because it was hidden and out of the way had already been picked by somebody else. For the very same reason 25 years ago. You know why we're here, Miss Wendell?
Yes. I've been expecting you. She came here on Sunday. She threw stones at my cats. And one of them... She killed one of them.
Go on.
Well, I was so angry, I don't know what I did. I must have banged her head. I don't know. I didn't mean to kill her. Just to punish her. Well, I had to hide the body. I thought a Dead Man's Hollow. But when I dug...
You uncovered an older grave. We know. Then what?
Well, I waited until night, but your men were still in the woods, and next day it snowed. Well, I'd have left footprints.
So what did you do with her?
She's in there.
Son?
Sir.
What will happen to my cat?
I don't know.
Inspector!
What is it? Good God. Get an ambulance, quick.
Sir?
You can thank your lucky stars you did uncover that skeleton, Miss Wendell. Otherwise, you would have buried her alive.
She was alive, but only just. The doctors at the intensive care unit of Denton Hospital were non-committal as to her chances, but we were all keeping our fingers crossed. Back at the station, there were congratulations all round, and Frost's whiskey bottle was much in evidence. I seem to have been given the evening off, so I took my policewoman out for a meal, and later returned with her to my digs. And there was Frost waiting for us.
I'm sure you won't get inside.
Hello, son.
Oh, damn.
Hello, Hazel.
Inspector.
What do you want, sir?
Well, I've been browsing through that Bennington's bank file, son, and I think I know who shot our skeleton. I thought it might be nice to get it all tied up before Christmas. Or, are you busy? Turn left at the top here. I appreciate this, son. You must hate my guts.
Sir?
But since I'm on one of my rare winning streaks, I might as well play it for all it's worth. That's the house.
Who lives here?
Bloke called Powell. Been retired for years, but in 1951 he was Bennington's bank manager. Something of a heavy gambler by all accounts. And he held one of the two keys that would open the money case. Now, if Powell did kill Fawkes, he must be a bag of nerves now he knows we found the skeleton. Big house. Must have cost a packet.
Who is it?
Police!
Go away.
I'm Detective Inspector Frost, Denton CID. Mr. Powell, I'd like to question you about the murder of a Mr. Rupert Fawkes on or about the 25th of August, 1951.
I said go away.
Was that the gun you used? Nip back to the car, son. Radio for help.
Right, sir.
Now, look, sir. This is silly. Put the gun down and we can talk. I just want to talk to you.
I'd just reached the car when the man, appalled at what he had done, stared down in disbelief at Frost, a crumpled heap on the snow, looking untidier than ever.
Barnard.
Hey? Oh, Mr. Mullet.
Any news?
They're operating now.
But they're not holding out much hope.
Not a shocking business. Today of all days.
Yes, sir.
His wife died in this hospital, you know. Devoted couple. Absolutely devoted. You hardly knew him, did you, Barnard?
No, sir. I hardly knew him. 3 days ago, I didn't even know he existed.
Leslie Sands starred as Detective Inspector Frost, with Steve Hodson as Detective Constable Barnard, in 3 Days of Frost by R.D. Wingfield. Superintendent Mullet was Jack May. Detective Inspector Cowell, Walter Hall. Sergeant Wells, Jonathan Scott. Detective Sergeant Hanlon, Cameron Miller. P.C. Stringer, John Gray. P.C. Jordan, Henry Davis. P.C. Sims, Geoffrey Collins. W.P.C. Valerie Murray. Joan Uphill, Shirley Dixon. Old Sam, Godfrey Kenton. Farnham, Leslie Heritage. Mrs. Harding, Anne Rosenfeld. Audrey Harding, Anne Wensack. Sandy Lane, Crawford Logan. Mickey Hoskins, Harold Rees. Martha Wendell, Kathleen Helm. And the driver, Michael Tudor Barnes. 3 Days of Frost was produced and directed by Graham Gold.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel in Challenge for Three. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel, welcoming you to the 13th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Among the many great stars you'll hear in future weeks are Leslie Howard, Rita Johnson, Myrna Loy, James Stewart, and Andrea Leeds. Today, we're proud to present lovely Ida Lupino in the Red Book magazine story Challenge for Three by David Garth, adapted for our Silver Theater by True Boardman. Now, as for me, I'm going to do something I've wanted to do ever since I was first named director of Silver Theater. It's my privilege to appear opposite Miss Lupino in today's play. John Conte, will you raise the curtain for us?
Of course, Conrad. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of Challenge for Three, starring Ida Lupino as Elaine Carsden and Conrad Nagel as Jack Pemberton, with William Farnham as Nathaniel Carsden. A huge transatlantic liner has just docked at her pier in New York's Hudson River. And now down the gangplank of first, second, and third class, there comes a throng of passengers, some of them foreigners, eager for their first steps on the soil of a new land, others American citizens, travel-weary and more than glad to be in their own homeland again. But one and all, they are part of that gaiety and confusion that make a liner's arrival a truly exciting event.
All passengers find their baggage, please. Stay with it till it has been checked by customs inspectors. What's the name, miss?
Carsden. Yes, I know, thank you. My things will be in C Division. I've been through all this once or twice before. In fact,
Oh, Elaine.
Jack! Don't tell me you're chairman of the official Let's Go Down and Greet Elaine when she arrives committee.
Chairman and all the members. I headed the reporters and everyone else off by spreading word you'd missed the boat when it left Cherbourg.
Considerate of you. But where's Two Gun? He's all right, isn't he?
Say, that grandfather of yours will be all right when we're old and gray. But he preferred to welcome his far-roving granddaughter at home.
Well, and what about you? Aren't you going to kiss me?
Aren't I what?
Going to kiss me? Or isn't that being done this year by a dignified college professor?
Well, I seem to remember an old line about this is so sudden, but far be it from me to use it. Lady, you may consider yourself about to be kissed and welcomed.
I'm considering. I would say I had been kissed, and rather well, too, Mr. Pemberton. Maybe I've been wrong about you.
It's just a possibility.
Pardon me, miss, but are you Miss Carsden?
Yes.
The customs officer is waiting to inspect your baggage.
Oh, yes, that boring business. Come on, Jack.
All right.
Well, Inspector, are you satisfied? You've practically torn my luggage to shreds. You're not very gentle matron to search me personally, and still...
And
still we haven't found it, I know.
Well, found what? Why was it necessary to subject Miss Carsden to all this inconvenience, Inspector?
Why? Because Miss Carsden bought the Yuan Jade medallion at the De Lacy Galleries in Paris, that's why.
I, Inspector? Are you sure?
Perfectly, miss. And I'm also sure that you haven't mentioned it here on your declaration.
You couldn't be mistaken about the whole matter, Inspector.
Well, I could be, but I don't think I am, Miss Carsden. I wasn't mistaken last year when you tried to bring in that black opal. As I remember, you paid quite a fine for that oversight of yours.
Oh, did I? I don't recall.
Well, the next time you're caught, it won't be a matter of a fine, even if your grandfather is Nathaniel Carsden.
Are you through now, Inspector? May I take my bag?
Yes, you may, but remember this. It's bad business to fool with the Customs Department.
Well, that's just a matter of opinion, Inspector. Shall we go, Jack?
All right. The car's right out here, Elaine. See, what was that inspector trying to...
Miss Carsden.
Yes?
Very clever. My compliments.
Who are you?
I'm Charles Norroy. We were fellow passengers, don't you remember?
Elaine, is this man a friend of yours?
No.
It's not a bad idea, Miss Carsden. We could be of use to each other. I've never seen a smoother job.
What are you talking about? Wait a minute, Elaine. I'll call an officer.
No, never mind, Jack. Let's just go on.
All right, Miss Carsden. Well, you'll be hearing from me. You can count on that.
Yes, but Elaine, I still can't understand.
Don't do it.
Well, don't do what?
Ask any questions. I mean about all that back at the pier. Because I'd either lie to you or tell you the truth. And in either case, you wouldn't approve.
Yeah, but that man Norroy, he...
Jack. Jack, if I'd asked you to, would you have socked him in the jaw?
What?
No. No, of course you wouldn't. You'd have been content to call a policeman or something and say, Officer, this man is annoying this lady. Oh, if you were only to sock him in the jaw first and then ask questions afterwards type. But you're just not. Of course, I suppose one can't expect too much of a college professor with 5 degrees after his name. Or is it 6? Let's see now. A.B., M.A., L.L.D., Ph.D., D.T.
Never mind my degrees. And as for my not socking your friend in the jaw, of course, I understand your disappointment. It would have made another headline just to sort of round off the trip. Copper heiress tries to swim to Europe. Copper heiress snubs dictator. Copper heiress kisses ambassador. And now Copper heiress's arrival home starts riot. Yes, it would have sort of completed the cycle.
Does it matter to you, Jack Pemberton, that I despise you?
It encourages me.
What would that mean?
Just that you're getting closer to being in love with me. Elementary psychology. Your first step, girl despises man. Next step, girl hates man. Next step, girl loves man.
Loves you? Well, isn't that wonderful? For your information, Professor Jack Pemberton, if and when I ever do fall in love with a man, no, it won't be with someone who calls cops to help a damsel in distress. The man Elaine Carsden marries is going to be a knight in shining armor.
Funny, I always thought they went out with a horse. Somewhat before, in fact. Well, seriously, Elaine, I want to...
Seriously, I'm very anxious to see Two Gun. Do you mind getting me to him?
A pleasure, Miss Carsden, a pleasure.
Oh, Miss Elaine, welcome home.
Hello, Gerald. Where's my grandfather?
In his room, Miss.
Two Gun! Hey!
Oh, no, Miss Elaine, please.
All right, Gerald, if I know Mr. Carsden. You see?
Two Gun!
Oh, but Miss Elaine, you don't understand.
Two Gun, you old... Well, what are you doing in bed? What's the matter with you?
A bunch of crazy doctors. That's all that's the matter with me. Come here, kiss me.
Oh, Two Gun. Darling, are you sure you're all right?
Well, of course I'm all right. Tell us so, Jack.
Oh, I've done that already.
How was the trip?
Oh,
don't answer. You haven't made a move since you left that everybody in America hasn't read about in the papers. Young woman, The name of Carsden is supposed to stand for something in this man's country. You're doing your best to make it a laughingstock. Copper, heiress, scrubs, dictator, humbug.
The word was snubs, two-gun, and he had it coming to him. Besides, a girl has to do something for excitement, doesn't she? From what you tell me, grandmother was no shrinking violet. When she was my age, she'd shot 3 Indians, one of them a chief.
When she was your age, she was married, had 4 children.
Uh-oh, now you've got me. Well, let's drop the subject. Jack was just
telling me... No, we won't drop
me...
the subject. I'm tired of these escapades of yours. Yes, and I know one way to end them. Beginning today, your allowance stops, and it doesn't start again till you prove that you can behave yourself.
Oh, two-gun, that's a blow. Well, I guess we'll just have to start living off the swag.
Swag? What's she talking about, Jack? Have you any idea?
You got me.
The proceeds of our adventures in crime, two-gun. You see, there was a certain jade medallion in Paris, and I bought it. But I didn't feel like paying duty on it. That is, not until I got ready. So with the help of my buddy... Well, between us, we pulled rather a fast one on Uncle Sam's customs offices.
Elaine, are you trying to say that the inspector was right, that you did smuggle in that medallion?
It was only half right, Professor. I brought it over on the boat. But it was you who smuggled it through customs.
Jack, you're crazy.
Am I? Try looking in your left-hand pocket.
Well, Hey!
You see, two-gun, the medallion. That just shows you how wrong you can be about people. Professor Jack Pemberton, pillar of the law and of education. To think that you should stoop so low.
Yes, now I understand the sudden demonstration of affection. Jack, aren't you going to kiss me?
It was as easy as that, two-gun. While Jack was kissing me, I just deposited the medallion safely in his pocket
and... the details. What in tarnation do you mean by breaking the law?
Oh, it's just a gag, two-gun. I don't care about the money. You've got too much anyway. But it's such a thrill to try to get something past those eagle-eyed inspectors. Especially when they know you have it.
Well, it's a thrill you'll do without. I won't have a Carsden turning criminal.
Criminal nothing. I always pay the duty afterwards and the fine, too. But trying to get something through is such a swell gamble. Why should you have a monopoly on all the gambling blood in the family? Say, have you forgotten the time you bet half the Carsden mine on a pair of 7s? Where would you be now if you'd lost?
Better off. My granddaughter wouldn't be rich enough to make a continual fool of herself. In fact...
Two-gun.
There's something wrong, Mr. Carsden?
Yes, there's something wrong, and I'm going to fix it.
Well, darling, can I...
You can stay out of this. Jack, when you stopped practicing law to start that history teaching business, that didn't stop you from being a lawyer, did it?
No, sir.
Good. Elaine, get out of here.
But two-gun...
Don't two-gun me. Do as you're told.
Yes, but... Yes, sir.
Now, Jack, don't just stand there. Get on the phone, get notary publics, get witnesses, get everything you need to make this legal.
Well, what are you going to do, sir?
I'm going to teach this harebrained granddaughter of mine what it means to be a Carsden. Money. Yeah, that's what's wrong with her. She's never known what it meant to be without it. Well, I'll fix that, and right now.
Yes, but Mr. Carsden, if it's only a matter of cutting her allowance...
Allowance? Cutting that allowance is just the start of it. I'm going to change my will.
Before we bring you the second act of Challenge for Three, may I say just a few words about this Christmas Day to which we've all looked forward so eagerly. The day itself is more than half gone, I know. But the happiness and serenity it brought you, the personal joy and delight which you experienced as you opened each gay Christmas package, these, I hope, will remain with you for days to come. We know that Christmas for many of you was made specially thrilling by the gift of beautiful silverware. And whether you received the gleaming loveliness of America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers, or the enduring beauty of solid silver by International Sterling, you can be proud of that gift of silver all your days. For 1847 Rogers Brothers is silver plate created by a distinguished house of more than 90 years' supremacy in silver plate design and craftsmanship. International Sterling Silver is solid silver through and through. Silver of imperishable beauty, created by master craftsmen whose predecessors wrought spoons of solid silver over a century ago. If we of the Silver Theater have had any part, however small, in making it possible for you to have this lasting silver loveliness, we are indeed proud. For fine silverware is truly the gift of gifts for Christmas. Whether you choose solid silver by International Sterling or silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers. Several weeks have passed. Jack has gone back to his history teaching at Breton College. Old Nathaniel Carsden has apparently nearly recovered from his illness, while Elaine has gone about the business of being Elaine Carsden, a somewhat more difficult task since Two Gun has made good his threat to cut off her allowance. But his granddaughter has found other ways to keep going at her usual pace, ways that are known, she believes, only to herself. But as a matter of fact, in an expensive apartment in the upper 70s.
What's behind it all, I don't know. But I've had some of the boys watching her from the day that boat landed, Joe. And Elaine Carsden has been slowly selling everything she owns. Fur coats, bracelets, rings, even her car the other day.
You know, it don't add up. A grandfather with $20 million and she sells her stuff. Why?
There's no concern of ours. The one thing we do care about is that yesterday she unloaded the Yuan medallion. Look.
You got it.
From the dealer she sold it to. Little guy down on 6th Avenue. Didn't know what he bought. It cost me a third what the girl paid for it in Paris.
Well, I knew you'd get it, Noroi. Well, that means the whole business is washed up.
Is it, Joe? I wonder.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Ever hear of the Allardyce necklace?
Well, who hasn't? It's in England. And so hot any customs inspector would spot it 7 miles out.
Maybe not. Not if the right person tried to bring it in.
Huh? Say, what is all this?
Do you know who pulled the smoothest smuggling job I've ever seen? An amateur named Elaine Carsden with this little piece of jade. Well, why couldn't she pull just as smooth a job with the Allardyce necklace? That is, if she had the right incentive.
Oh. And all we got to do is to ask her, and she'll go running over to London and bring it back for us, huh? You're crazy.
Am I? We'll see. Elaine Carsden left 3 hours ago for Brenton, Connecticut. That's where this fellow Pemberton teaches in college.
Pemberton? Oh, he's the one who helped her pull the medallion job.
Yeah, exactly. Well, she's gone up there to see him, but she's due back in town tonight. Have one of our boys on hand to meet her at the station when she arrives.
Yeah? And then what?
Then? Just bring her to me. Unless I'm wrong about a number of things, from then on, it should be easy.
Pardon me if I seem too insistent, but if it's true that you are Professor Pemberton's secretary, will you please tell him that I want to see him?
He's busy, teaching a class. Can't be disturbed.
My dear young woman,
I said Professor Pemberton's busy, and he doesn't want to see you even if he ain't. Isn't.
Oh, he don't, doesn't he? And who said so, may I ask?
I do, Miss Elaine Carsden.
And who are you? And how do you know who I am? I think I've had enough of this. Professor Pemberton's classroom is in there, isn't it?
You keep out of there.
If I were you, I wouldn't try to stop me.
Hey, now, you... Quiet.
Now, this is to be remembered, class. The one individual who has exerted the greatest influence on modern history, both here and abroad, is undoubtedly Elaine. I didn't see you come in. That is, class is dismissed.
Jack, I'm awfully sorry to disturb your class, but I've been waiting there in your office for 2 hours.
I told her, Jack. Professor, I told her you were busy.
Look, Connie, if I'm ever not busy, it's when Miss Carsden wants to see me. Please remember that.
Oh. Okay. I mean, very well, sir.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Is she your secretary or your watchdog?
You mean you don't recognize her?
Recognize her?
Yeah, about a year ago, a girl named Elaine Carsden went on a slumming party to night court. There was a burlesque dancer on trial, couldn't pay her fine. Copper heiress to the rescue. And then with that unfailing sense of humor of yours, you sent the girl up here to me to get her away from some racketeers who were after something equally melodramatic.
You mean that this
Exactly.
girl...
The Sherry Duval that was has become the Constance Dawson that is. From burlesque queen to secretary in 6 not-so-easy lessons. Not so easy for me, that is.
Jack, I can't believe it. It was all just a gag. I never dreamed you'd let the girl stay up here.
No, neither did I. That was her idea. A very determined young woman, Miss Constance Dawson.
And that explains everything, why she didn't want to let me see you. Jack, this is wonderful. The girl's in love with you.
Oh, nonsense. She's merely grateful because I helped her find a job. Oh, but never mind her. It's great to see you, Elaine. How's Two Gun?
Worlds better. In fact, I'm here as his official representative. What's all this about your being appointed to some international commission or other?
That's right. Yeah, I leave for Paris in 6 weeks.
Oh, that's pretty important for you, isn't it?
Well, just about the most important thing that ever happened to me. It's the first step to a diplomatic job.
I'm awfully glad for you, Jack. So's Two Gun. In fact, he wants to stage a celebration dinner for you at the townhouse Saturday night. How about it? Do you think Connie will let you come?
Gee, I'd like to see her stop me. Oh, it isn't a costume party by any chance, is it?
Oh, no, of course not.
Oh, too bad. I was thinking of getting myself a suit of shining armor.
Oh.
Look, Elaine, this new job makes rather a difference about things.
Don't say any more, Jack.
I'm still not quite the type, that it?
Well, maybe that's it, or maybe we've known each other too long. Or maybe I'm just plain crazy. Probably some of all three.
I see. Well, no chance of a lady changing her mind inside of 6 weeks.
I'm afraid not. Goodbye, Jack.
Elaine? Well, I always thought a girl kissed a man just after she said she did love him, not after she said she didn't.
Funny, so did I. Well, I've got to run now. I just have time to make my train. We'll expect you Saturday night. Goodbye, Jack. Oh, and my loves to Connie.
Goodbye, Elaine.
Well, Professor, now that Miss Millions is gone, maybe you can start.
Yes. Speaking. New York City? No, put them on. Hello. Oh, hello, Gerald. No, she just left. What? Good Lord. I'll try to catch her at the station here. Yes, in any case, I'll be right down myself within 2 hours. Goodbye.
Hey, Jack, where you going?
But, Elaine, I've got to catch her.
But, Jack, you got more classes. 3 of them.
You take them, Connie.
Hello. I guess you're Mabel.
Well, you'd better try another guess, because I'm not Mabel.
Huh? Oh, excuse me, miss. You see, I was supposed to meet a girl who was coming in on this train. I guess she missed it or something.
That's very interesting. I'm so sorry for both of you, but I must...
Wait a minute. Wait, don't get me wrong. Say, I wasn't trying to be fresh or anything. You see, this Mabel...
I'm really terribly interested in Mabel, but it happens I have an appointment and
sure. Here, let me call you a taxi.
No, don't bother.
Hey, you over there, taxi.
Well, thank you. And I do hope you find Mabel.
Oh, I'll find her, all right. Driver, take this lady wherever she wants to go. She's a sort of friend of mine.
I get it. Sure. Hop in, lady.
Take me to the Waldorf, will you?
Waldorf? Right.
Driver, you misunderstood me. I don't want to go uptown. I said the Waldorf.
Sorry, lady. My mistake.
Driver, you're still going in the wrong direction.
Oh, you must be wrong, lady.
Let me out of this cab or I'll...
You'll do nothing, but sit where you are, Miss Carsden.
Oh. So it's like that?
Yeah.
Guns and everything. I get the general idea. Ever hear of the kidnapping laws, mister?
I ain't worrying.
Well, where are you taking me? Or isn't the victim supposed to ask that question?
You'll find out, and soon enough.
Oh, Miss Carsden. Come in. We were expecting you. That'll do, Al.
Right, Chief.
Won't you sit down? Oh, pardon me. My associate, Mr. Turgott, Miss Elaine Carsden.
Howdy, miss.
Would you care for a drink?
Well, this is the most formal kidnapping I was ever invited to.
Oh, but it isn't a kidnapping.
Perhaps I'm wrong.
You are. Don't you remember me?
No, why should I?
We were fellow passengers coming back from Europe last month. If you recall, I spoke to you just as you came through the customs barrier.
Oh, I see. Well, would you mind coming to the point of all this?
I'll say we wouldn't. You're going to start working for us.
Joe, please.
Huh?
Leave this to me.
Oh, yeah.
Miss Carsden, it so happens that we have proof that you smuggled the Yuan medallion into this country. I myself and 2 of my friends can testify that we saw you do it.
Interesting. But as I recall, the customs officers have some strange ideas about that medallion, too. And somehow they couldn't find it. As a matter of fact, it isn't even in this country.
No? Then what would you call this?
Well, I was wrong. Someone else must have brought it in. You yourself, perhaps, Mr...
No, Roy. Yeah, but I didn't.
I'll say you didn't. You sold that medallion yesterday to a dealer on 6th Avenue. We got a record of the sale.
And?
And we thought perhaps you might like this medallion back, Miss Carsden. And you're welcome to it. On one very small condition.
Well?
You are, as I said before, the smoothest operator I've ever seen. Now, it so happens there's a certain necklace in England that Mr. Turgott and I would like to get into the States without its being discovered by customs.
The answer is no.
Oh, but I haven't explained...
You've explained enough. I won't do it. I brought in the medallion, yes. That was to see if I could. It was fun for me. But I'm not going into the business.
No? Well, maybe we got other ideas. What's to stop us from turning that medallion over to customs and telling them how it got into this country?
Go ahead.
As I remember, you were fined for a similar offense once before, Miss Carsden.
this would probably mean a jail sentence.
I don't care. Go ahead. Tell them. Tell them anything you want to. But I'm still not smuggling any necklaces from England.
All right. It's apt to be a little rough on him, that's all.
On who? What are you talking...
That friend of yours, Jack Pemberton.
Now, wait a minute. Jack didn't have anything to do with this.
No. My witnesses and I think differently.
Yeah, and we can only testify to what we saw.
Listen, Mr. Norrie. You can't involve Jack Pemberton in this. He's been...
I know. He was just appointed to some government commission. And a smuggling charge might make a difference.
All right. How much?
How much?
Of course you're not serious about my smuggling that necklace. You want money. How much?
Oh, you're wrong. I'm perfectly serious about the necklace job. But on the other hand, we don't want to be unreasonable. If your conscience is bothering you, we could probably forget the whole thing for just what our profit would be if you worked with us. Say, $50,000.
I haven't got that much.
No, but that grandfather of yours has.
But I can't ask him for it. You don't understand.
It's one thing or the other, Miss Cousin. That's just the way it is.
And if I do get the money from my grandfather, how do I know that that's the end of this?
You'll have the medallion, Miss Cousin. That will automatically end it. Well?
How long will you give me?
Suppose we say 24 hours.
I'll get it. Two Gun won't let me down.
What's that?
Miss Cousin was just saying that she'll get the money, Joe. And somehow I have an idea she will.
Miss Elaine.
Gerald, I have to see my grandfather right away.
Miss Elaine, don't you know?
Know what?
We've been trying to find you every place. Mr. Pemberton just...
Elaine, where have you been?
Jack, it's Two Gun.
Yes. Gerald phoned just after you left up there. It's his heart again.
Well, he's all right, isn't he?
No, Elaine, this time he's not all right. I talked with Dr. Parsons, and apparently all that's kept your grandfather alive this long was his determination to see you.
Oh, Jack, but I have to ask him for...
Yes?
Nothing that matters. Can I go right into him?
Of course.
Two Gun. Jack, he's...
No, wait. Mr. Carsden?
Hey? Oh. Elaine. Got here, did you? About time.
Oh, Two Gun. Darling, I didn't know...
Crying. No nonsense. When it's time, it's time. Guess I know that. Got something to tell you. Then I'm ready.
Don't talk, Two Gun. You need your strength.
Shut up. And listen. My will, Elaine. I changed it. Jack, tell her.
Now, sir?
Now.
But, Two Gun, I don't care about your will.
Shut up. Go on, Jack.
Well, your grandfather changed his will, Elaine, the day you came back from Europe. You're still principal heir to the Carsden estates, but you're not to receive them for 10 years. In the meantime, you'll have to live on an income of $100 a month. If you try to borrow ahead, you'll lose everything. I'm to administer the estate and see that the provisions of the will are carried out.
Well, what do you think of it?
It's up to you, Two Gun.
Want you to know why. Crazy for men to leave things in the will and not tell why. Jack.
Yes, sir?
Get out of here.
All right, Two Gun. And good night.
Good night, nothing. So long.
So long, sir.
Elaine.
Yes, Two Gun.
10 years ought to do it. Make a real Carsden out of you. My fault. I loved you too much. Should have licked you. That's what this is. Kind of a licking. Get it?
Yes, I get it.
Pretty good name, Carsden, youngster. Want you to learn that. Think you can?
I know I can.
That's all. Better go on now.
But Two Gun...
Asleep. And alone. That's the way I want it. Go on.
All right. Good night, darling.
Good night. Elaine,
Yes, Dugan.
I'm betting on you. Remember that. I'm betting on you.
I'll remember.
Elaine.
Oh, Jack. Jack, it can't be this way. I should be in there with him.
No, this is the way he wants it, Elaine.
I'm betting on you. Remember that.
Oh, Dugan.
I'm betting on you.
Dugan. Jack, he's... Jack.
Be with us again next Sunday for the thrilling conclusion of Challenge for Three, when Ida Lupino as Elaine Carsden and Conrad Nagel as Jack Pemberton are forced to choose between the penalties of federal law and the vengeance of organized crime. There will be more original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. And now, the sponsors of Silver Theater, our director, Conrad Nagel, the whole cast, and I hope sincerely that this has been a grand Christmas day for each and every one of you. That the packages under your Christmas tree brought you exactly what you wanted, and that the few remaining hours will be full of real Christmas joy and happiness. And remember, if you were given 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate this Christmas, you were given America's finest silver plate. If you received international sterling silver, you received world-famous solid silver, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All the characters and events in today's drama were purely fictional. Ida Lupino has just completed an important Columbia picture, which will be announced soon. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel in Challenge for Three. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the 14th of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. Next week, you'll hear Leslie Howard and Rita Johnson. And in future weeks, Myrna Lloyd, James Stewart, Andrea Leeds, and others. Today, we're proud to again present lovely Ida Lupino in the concluding episode of the Red Book magazine story Challenge for Three by David Garth, adapted for our Silver Theater by True Boardman. Again, it's my privilege to play Jack Pemberton opposite Miss Lupino's Elaine Carsden. John Conte, will you raise the curtain for us?
Of course, Conrad. And now lights are being dimmed, and the silver curtain is rising on today's concluding chapter of Challenge for Three. Several weeks have passed since the death of Nathaniel Carsden, pioneer copper magnate. And in the library of the Carsden home, Elaine, his granddaughter, sits, surrounded by relatives and trusted servants, listening as Jack Pemberton, young attorney and college professor, finishes reading old Nathaniel's will.
Keeper of the country estate, the sum of $3,000. To Arthur Gerald, my personal valet and butler, the sum of $10,000. And to any and all servants not herein mentioned who have served me for a period exceeding 6 months, the sum of $1,000 each. That's all perfectly clear to everyone?
Perfectly, Mr. Pemberton, perfectly. I'm sure that we all agree that dear Nathaniel provided handsomely, not only for those of us related to him by blood, but for those who have served him faithfully as well.
That's right, Mr. Pemberton.
And I know I speak for all the servants when I say we're grateful.
Elaine, there's nothing you wish to question? I mean it's all perfectly satisfactory to you so far?
Of course, Jack. Go ahead.
Right. All of the above bequests having been made, the...
Miss Elaine, forgive me, miss, but it's most urgent.
Yes, Gerald?
It's that Mr. Norroy again. I told him I couldn't disturb you now, but he said to tell you that he wouldn't come again. That you would know what that means, miss.
But All right, Gerald, ask him to wait. I'll see him when this is over.
Very good, miss.
Elaine, there's nothing wrong?
No, of course not. I'm so sorry, Jack. Please go ahead.
All right. All of the above bequests having been made, the remainder of my holdings are to be converted into cash and held in trust for my beloved granddaughter, Elaine Natalie Carsden. She is not, however, to inherit the bulk of said fund for 10 years from the day of my death, nor may she in any way borrow against said fund. And in the meantime, she shall receive only the sum of exactly $100 per month from my estate.
Why, Elaine, that's absurd. $100 a month. Please, Aunt Elvia, let Mr. Pemberton finish. Go on, Jack.
Well, Elaine, perhaps you'd better read the rest of it yourself.
Why? All right, Jack. Furthermore, this provision has not been made without due and careful thought. It was the will of a higher power than ours that mine should be the duty of raising my granddaughter to womanhood. And I see now as I make this my last testament that I have partly failed in my duty. I failed in that I loved her so much, I never gave her a chance to achieve a true and deep understanding of life. Thus, this provision in my will, the only thing I can leave to Elaine that should, if she's a true Carsden, bring her the happiness I desire for her. And I'm betting on it. I want her to remember that. Well, that's all of it. Well, I say it's absurd.
Now, Elvia.
Don't interrupt me. I say it's absurd. What is this 10-year nonsense, Mr. Pemberton? Nathaniel never mentioned it to me.
Well, that's quite understandable. He just decided on that clause a short time before his death, Miss Carsden.
I say Elaine should fight it, and all the rest of us should back her up. Well, I won't. I won't contest a word of that will. I knew that Two-Gun had put this in the will. He told me so. And he also told me why. Now, would you mind going now, all of you? Oh, now, Elaine, you're just upset and not thinking clearly. After all, there are times when I haven't exactly approved of your carryings on myself. Carrying all over the place, getting your name in the papers. But when it comes to letting $10 million sit in the bank while you live on $100 a month... well...
Now, please, Aunt Elvira, it's all right. You see, Two-Gun was convinced that I wasn't a real Carsden. He thought this might make me one. Perhaps he was right. Anyway, I'm going to try and find out.
Well, all I can say is that you insist on being foolish and sentimental. I suppose it's your own funeral. Come, Marvin.
Yeah? Oh, yes, dear. I'm sorry, Elaine.
It's all right, Uncle Marvin. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Elaine,
Yes, Jack.
you were pretty swell about all this.
Was I?
I'm proud of you.
I'm glad.
Elaine, what's wrong? Why not tell me? These last few weeks, of course, I know you've been upset about Two-Gun, but there's been more than that. Something I can't quite figure out. What is it, Elaine? You know I'd like to help you.
That commission or whatever it is, Jack, for the government. Leaves soon now, doesn't it? For Paris, I mean.
Yes, the end of the week, but
It's going to be so swell for you, I'm sure of it.
Elaine, why don't you answer my question?
Your pardon, Miss Elaine, but Mr. Norroy, you haven't forgotten.
No, of course not, Gerald. Jack, would you mind going along now? I have an appointment.
Norroy. I've heard that name before. Who is he?
You don't know him. Go on, Jack, please.
This fellow has something to do with whatever it is that's been upsetting you, hasn't he?
Now, please, Jack, you've got to keep out of this. Take my word for
But,
it.
Elaine,
You're executor of the Carsden estate, but you're not running my personal affairs, and I want to see Mr. Norroy alone.
All right. Of course. Goodbye, Elaine.
Goodbye, Jack. Gerald, tell the gentleman I'll see him now. Come in.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad you finally decided to see me, Miss Carsden.
Didn't leave me very much choice. Well?
Well, first of all, about your grandfather, naturally,
Look, would you be good enough to leave Mr. Carsden out of this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I only wanted you to understand that even in my business we have sensibilities. We were more than willing to drop the matter of the medallion for a while
Until now. Yes, I understand. And now you've come to remind me that you can prove I smuggled the Yuan medallion into this country. And that to keep you from telling the Customs Department about it, I must either help you smuggle the Allardyce necklace in from England or pay you $50,000.
Well, you seem to have all the facts pretty well marshaled. It's good of you to make it so easy for me.
I'll make it still easier. I'm not going to do either one, Mr. Norroy.
Oh, I see. Well, it's too bad.
What you really want from me is money. Well, it so happens I haven't any. $100 a month for 10 years. That's my entire income, according to the terms of my grandfather's will. And I can't borrow against the estate in advance.
Really? Well, it would seem now that you no longer have an alternative.
If you mean by that I'm going to work with you and your friend Mr. Turgot, help you to smuggle in that necklace, you're wrong.
That's exactly what I mean.
Well, I'm not. I smuggled things into this country, yes. That Yuan medallion, for instance. But I did it for fun to see if I could get away with it.
Really? Well, my witnesses don't look at it that way. They think that what they saw was the working out of a definite plan. A plan between you and your friend Jack Pemberton.
You know that's not true.
No? Heiress returns from Europe. Young college professor meets her on dock before she's undergone customs inspection. She slips a valuable medallion into his pocket. And he doesn't know? I'm afraid it makes me laugh, Miss Cousin. Just as it would make a jury laugh.
Yes, but don't you see, if you involve Jack in this,
They'd probably ask him to resign from that international commission he's been appointed to. I know. That would be unfortunate.
Mr. Norroy, please. Find someone else to help you on this necklace job. I can't do it. There's a lot of reasons I wouldn't expect you to understand. Please.
I'm sorry, Miss Cousin. I'd like to be agreeable, but there's no one else we could find with either your intelligence or your social connections. And in a case like this, both are invaluable. I'll run along now, but about 4 tomorrow afternoon, I'll be calling on the chief customs inspector with an interesting story about the Yuan medallion. That is, unless in the meantime you make up your mind to stop me. Goodbye, Miss Cousin. I hope it isn't too long before I see you again. You know where to reach me.
Well, Grandfather, you seem to have managed to leave a girl pretty much on the spot. So you were betting on me. That's swell. That's wonderful.
Elaine.
Jack, you didn't go.
With that fellow here and you feeling about him as I know you do, of course I didn't go. Elaine, will you listen to me?
Jack, don't ask me any questions, but do you really want to help me?
Do you have to ask that?
Is your car here?
Of course, outside.
Let's get in it and ride. I don't care where. It's just that I've got to think something through. Now, remember, Two Guns said once he could always think at least twice as clear with the wind in his face. So I'm going to find out if he was right.
Mind if we stop here a moment?
What? Oh, no, of course not.
You know, I've always been pretty sold on this view from up here. Especially this time of year.
Mm-hmm, it's lovely.
Well? How about it? Was Two Gun right? Is whatever it was all cleared up now?
Oh, I don't know, Jack.
Because if it isn't, I think I know a pretty good solution.
Do you?
Elaine, darling, I know it's pretty soon to speak of this, but somehow I don't think Two Gun would mind. And, well, as I told you once before, this commission appointment of mine rather makes a difference. I do wish you'd marry me and come to Paris with me, Elaine. Well, you need more wind in your face to think of an answer to that one?
Oh, Jack, I don't know. Haven't been thinking about us somehow.
Of course, I haven't forgotten what you said about wanting the man you marry to be a knight in shining armor, but, well, I had an idea that maybe my turning diplomat might make me eligible.
Maybe it will later on. You know, you've been the Rock of Gibraltar these last few weeks.
But not now, eh?
Not now?
Now when there's something really worrying you. You won't let me help.
Well, it's just that there's nothing you can do, Jack.
I could do a swell job of trying.
But, well, look. Do you remember what Two Guns said about wanting me to be a real Carsden?
Yes.
Well, a real Carsden, what he meant by one, couldn't become a criminal, could she? I mean, just go out and intentionally break the law.
Of course not.
But on the other hand, that same real Carsden wouldn't mess up somebody else's life. Somebody that was fond of them. In love with them even, would she?
No, I don't suppose she'd do that either.
So you see, that's it. That's why you can't help, Jack.
Elaine, please, will you stop talking in circles and tell me what this is all about? What has that fellow Norroy to do with it? Why is it a case of honesty against loyalty? Loyalty to whom?
That's it, Jack. Honesty against loyalty. That's what I have to decide. And I think I have decided.
Elaine.
You can start that now. I think I know what I'm going to do. It still comes a long ways from being Two Guns' idea of a Carsden. I'll bet if he'd ever been on the same kind of a spot, he'd have made the same decision. Anyway, Two Gun, I hope I'm right.
Before we bring you the concluding act of Challenge for Three, starring Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel, may I suggest an easy way for many of you to turn a Christmas gift into a New Year's resolution. A week ago, many of you I know became proud owners of your first sterling silver. You received International Sterling's stunning Me to You set. And having seen with your own eyes the rich, lustrous beauty of this exquisite solid silver, now more than ever, you long for a complete service of solid silver. So why not, this New Year's Day, resolve that you'll get that complete service, that little by little, during 1939, you'll add extra matching pieces to that Christmas Me to You set. Resolve, for example, to get another Me to You set every month. It only costs $16.75, and by getting one set a month, you'll have a solid silver service adequate for simple entertaining in practically no time. Or perhaps you can afford more pieces at once. Then go to your silverware dealer and talk with him. He'll be delighted to help you make your selection and to tell you about International Sterling's convenient budget payment plan, whereby you too can easily achieve your heart's desire. A complete service of solid silver by International Sterling. Once again, the lights are being dimmed, and the silver curtain is rising on the concluding act of Challenge for Three, starring Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel. It is early the following morning at the Carsden home. Gerald, the butler, is in a heated argument with Connie Dawson, formerly a burlesque dancer, but more recently Jack Pemberton's secretary. At the moment, Connie is decidedly vehement.
I don't care if it is 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm here to see Elaine Carsden, and I'm going to see her. Now.
But my dear young lady.
And I'm not your dear young lady. Look,
But Miss Carsden is asleep.
I tell you that doesn't matter. This is important enough to...
What's wrong out here? Oh, Miss Dawson.
Asleep, is she? I'll say she ain't. Isn't. And I'll bet she ain't been asleep all night any more than Jack's been.
What are you talking about? Where is Jack?
I don't know. But the last I saw of him last night, he was just about that. Worrying about you. That's why I'm here.
You may go, Gerald.
Yes, miss.
After he left you last night, Jack came to the office. He's got a lot of important work he's supposed to do. But does he do it? He does not. He goes on for hours about you being in some kind of trouble. And all I can get out of him is junk about honesty versus loyalty and being a true Carsden, whatever that means.
Connie, look, I appreciate you being interested,
Now,
but
listen. That time I was up in night court because the show I was in got pinched, and I couldn't pay my fine. You helped me out, didn't you? You got me off and then sent me up to Jack's place and told him to take care of me. You thought it was funny for a college professor in a small town to have a burlesque dancer on his hands. But gag or not to you, it worked out okay for little me, see? You helped me out, so now I'm paying off by helping you.
That's more than generous of you, Connie, but there's nothing you can do.
Listen fair. What's Norroy got to do with this?
Norroy? Well, how did you know he was...
That's the one thing Jack said last night that made any sense. That he thought a guy named Norroy was mixed up in what's worrying you. Well, is he?
I suppose he is, Connie.
Listen, in case you don't remember, my name used to be Sherry DeVault. 8 years I worked in burlesque joints and nightclubs. I know a bunch of people and places that are another world to you. And one of the people I know was Norroy. Now come clean with me. Man to man.
All right, Connie. But Jack mustn't know this.
Okay. I'm a walking plan.
Shoot. Well, when I came back from Europe last month, I brought a jade medallion with me. And I smuggled it through customs by slipping it into Jack's pocket when he met me at the dock.
Yeah, for smart. Go on.
Well, this man Norroy and some friends of his saw me do it. Now they threatened to turn the case over to customs.
Yeah, let 'em. They can't prove it.
But they can. You see, I sold the medallion because I was short of money. Norroy bought it.
God. But why keep all this from Jack?
Well, because this new appointment of his means everything to him. I don't want him to lose it.
Lose it? But I don't...
Remember, I put the medallion in Jack's pocket. Norroy and his friends say they'll testify that Jack and I were working together.
I get it. You see, you did fix up a pretty mess of fish. Well, what are you going to do?
Well, there's only one thing I can do. Norroy wants me to work for him, to bring in a certain necklace from England, the Allardyce it's called. He swears that if I do that, he'll give me back the jade medallion and forget the whole business. I'm going to do it.
Are you crazy? You mean you believe that guy, Norroy?
Well, what else can I do and keep Jack out of it?
Hey, wait a minute. You're awful concerned about Jack all of a sudden.
Well, maybe I am.
So it's like that, huh? Well, I guess the laugh's on me.
What do you mean, Connie?
Nothing. Just making sounds. Oh, but let's figure this out. You know where Norroy lives?
Yes.
Well, there's probably about 6 warrants out for the guy under about 8 different aliases. But tipping off the law to him still wouldn't get you in the clear. As long as he has that medallion... Wait a minute.
What?
That medallion. That's all they got on you. I mean, without that, they couldn't prove nothing. Anything.
But the point is they do have
Here's the answer.
What?
How much nerve have you got?
Well, I guess I've got my share.
That's what it'll take. Now, look, here's the thing for you to do. Listen, you go with these guys, see? And tell them it's okay. Tell them you decided to work with them just as they want. But all the time you're just waiting for a chance to get your hands on that medallion. It might take a day or it might take a month. But if you play your cards right, sooner or later the chance will come. And once you've got the medallion away from them, you're in the clear. And Jack, too. They can't do a thing.
Now, don't try to lie to me, Connie. I talked to the butler on the phone, and he said that you'd come there at 7 o'clock this morning and insisted on seeing Elaine.
Well, what if I did? She did me a favor once. Why shouldn't I help her out?
You help her out?
Yes, me. This is once where my kind of education is better than yours, Professor.
Now, look, Connie Dawson, you're going to tell me the truth. Have you any idea what it means to be in love with somebody?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I've got an idea.
Well, in case it's news to you, I'm in love with Elaine Carsden. And if she's in some kind of trouble, I'm going to be the one to get her out of it.
Yeah, but... Well, listen. Which is more important to you? Her or that new job of yours?
That's a crazy question. Elaine, of course.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay, Jackie boy. I'll tell you where she is and why. And then keep my fingers crossed when it all comes out straight. Anyway, it'll give you your chance to be that guy in shining armor. Worse luck.
Connie, will you please tell me what you...
Okay, it's like this. Elaine is going this morning to the place up on 73rd Street where this fellow Norroy and his partner Turgot have their headquarters. You see, Norroy and Turgot...
Oh? What did you say?
That Carsden gal, she's been waiting inside for about an hour. Said she was sure you and Norroy was expecting her.
Yeah? Swell. Norroy knows she's here?
No, he ain't been around yet.
Okay.
Mr. Turgot, begun to wonder if you weren't coming.
Sure. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. So you decided to see things our way, did you?
Well, you see, my grandfather cut me off with an income of $100 a month.
No. Well, if that ain't a raw deal.
That's exactly the way I feel. Which is one reason I was more than ready to work with you and Mr. Norroy. He said something about a three-way split.
Yeah? Well, him and me hadn't talked about that part of it.
You know, when I first realized you and Mr. Norroy knew about that Jade medallion job I tried to do, I was pretty upset about it. Now I'm glad things worked out just the way they have.
Yeah, this little piece of green stuff has come in handy for all of us.
Oh, you have it here? Well, then maybe it won't be necessary to wait for Mr. Norroy.
Wait for him?
Surely he phoned you about it. You see, when we agreed to work together, I told him about some friends of mine that I thought might buy that medallion. At a good price, too.
Who are they?
Some people named Kendall.
Yeah?
Only they're leaving for South America tonight. But I thought you knew. Oh, of course we can wait for Mr. Norroy if you prefer, but it would be smarter for me to take the medallion and go right over there. Then one of you could meet me afterwards and I
Now,
could...
look. You don't really think I'm going to give you this trinket and just let you walk out of here with it, do you?
Why not? Oh, surely. Surely you don't think I'd have come here alone unless I really intended to work with you. But of course I can understand your suspicions. Suppose we both go then. My only concern is that we see the Kendalls before they leave.
Well, okay. We do it that way then, but I keep the medallion till we get there.
Of course. You can wait in the car while I take it into them. Let's be on our way.
Sure. I'll just grab my coat and we'll be... Oh, Nora, you got here just in time.
Well, Miss Carsden, I'm delighted.
I'll wait downstairs.
What's the rush?
I can wait in the car.
Wait for who?
Let me pass.
It's okay, Nora, it's okay. Miss Carsden and me was just going to ride over to see these friends of hers she told you about, you know, on the medallion deal.
What friends? And what deal?
What do you mean? What, she told you... Oh. So that's what the score is.
Better sit down, Miss Carsden.
No, thanks.
Some friends that buy the medallion, and you take it to them and meet one of us afterwards,
Let me handle it, Turner.
No, you've been handling it long enough. I'll start taking over now. Listen, Miss Elaine Carsden.
Let go of my arm.
You can't get that medallion alone, so you're going to take me along with it. Where? What was the rest of it?
Well, I hadn't figured that far ahead.
I'll say you hadn't, and there's some other things you hadn't figured on.
Take it easy, Turner.
Shut up, Nora. I'm going to...
Watch it. Well?
Well, pardon me, but is this... Hello, Elaine.
The professor.
Come in. Come in, Mr. Pemberton.
Jack, you shouldn't have come here.
How'd you get inside? Well, there was no one to stop me, so I just walked in. Huh? Where's that?
Hold it, Turkett. Who came with you, Mr. Pemberton?
With me? Why, naturally, under the circumstances, I came alone.
Eh? Well, I don't like the look of this. We're getting out of here now, and we're taking you two along with us.
Getting out of here? But didn't Elaine tell you what we decided?
Jack.
What you decided?
Yes, you see, Elaine and I talked this over last night, and... Well, we found the one sensible solution to the whole business.
Jack, listen to
Never
me.
mind. Let him finish.
It's really quite an ingenious plan. Of course, I can understand Elaine's trying to back out of the whole thing. She's objected from the first to involving me any deeper in all this. But you see, I've tried to tell her...
Whatever your
that my
point is,
position...
Pemberton, get down to it. This isn't a classroom, you know.
Jack, why didn't you stay out of this?
Hey,
forget all this. Let's get out of here.
But wait, Mr. Turget.
Huh?
You want that necklace. What is it? The Allardyce. But let me ask you, who would have a better chance of bringing it in than a member of an international commission?
Jack.
Huh? And why should you bring it in? Why? Well, I'll be frank. I happen to be very fond of Miss Carsden, and I'd like to get her out of this. So if you give us your word that you'll turn the Yuan medallion over to her in return for the Allardyce necklace, I'll bring it back from England. Is it a bargain?
A very smooth one, Pemberton. And how can we know you'll follow through on it?
Well, what choice have I? As long as you have the medallion, it's a threat to Miss Carsden and to myself.
Hey, listen, Nora, are we going to...
Now, wait a minute. You both have to admit that I'm the only one here who isn't already under suspicion. And I seem to remember an old legal quotation which goes, semper fidelis caveat emptor.
Huh? Hey, never mind the fancy talk, Professor. We can do with less of that than...
Turkett, listen. So there was no one to stop you outside, huh? Al! Hey, Clark.
Yeah? So you have to talk slow, do you, Professor? Yeah, but not now.
Noroy! Hey, Noroy! Help me, will you?
That door.
Close it. Oh, no, you don't. Get back there. Now, Turkett, get away from me, you fool, so I can make a shot at him. Hey, Nora, look out, the girl. She got...
Oh, Jack, quick, grab the gun.
All right, now, you two. Get back against that wall. Come on. Open the outside door, Elaine.
Jack!
All right, break this up in here. Well, I guess it is broken up.
Jack, are you all right?
Yes, Connie. Except I'm about talked to death. 5 minutes more and I'd have run out of lecture. I thought you'd never get him here.
These are the men, are they, Mr. Pemberton?
Yes, and that other one out there in the hall.
All right, take them out, Thompson. You heard him, you two.
I suppose you think the sense the matter, Miss Cosby? She knows it does, Norroy. Or she will when I tell her. You see, the customs inspector knows all about the Yuan medallion. But he's sure his department can afford to be lenient with the people who helped the authorities find you and Mr. Turgett. We'll pay the duty on it, and that will be the end of the matter.
All right, come on, move along. The inspector said you and the lady would be down to headquarters to straighten this out.
Yes, that's right. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I would say the Marines had landed and had the situation well in hand.
The Army, Navy, and Marines.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's time for the Marines to be moving along and leaving the Army and Navy to fight it out.
Thanks, Connie. I'd never have found you, Elaine, if it hadn't been for her.
Yes, Connie, it was awfully swell of you. Swell? Oh, it was dumb. But I always had a weakness that way. So long, you two.
So long, Connie.
What'd you call me?
Connie?
Nick. Cherie. Cherie DeVault. Connie Dawson did a fade-out when you stopped needing a secretary, and she is... pardon me. She ain't coming back. Oh, Jack.
Yeah.
Jack, you're...
Elaine, you were crazy to come here. Do you know that?
What about you?
Well, isn't there an old saying about fools rushing in where angels don't fear to tread?
That's all backwards. So's the whole business. You, darling, in that fight you weren't a conservative college professor. You were... Jack, you were that knight in shining armor.
Well, anyway, that was the idea.
In a few minutes, Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel will come back for a personal word with you. But before they do, would you permit me to make a friendly suggestion to every woman who received a check for Christmas? Make that check last a lifetime. Take it to your nearest silverware dealer and exchange it for the lasting loveliness of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. For this is the silver plate that bears the design prestige of the most famous craftsmen in America. And right now you can get this finest of silver plate at substantial savings. For example, take 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Theater set. This beautiful 62-piece service in handsome rosewood finish cabinet is priced specially at $59.75, a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. And it comes in many different patterns, among them the popular and thrillingly new pattern First Love. First Love, you know, is 1847 Rogers Brothers' greatest achievement in silver plate design. A pattern whose floral ornament is richly raised and deeply etched in a type of craftsmanship never before available, save in sterling silver. Learn from your silverware dealer how easily and on what convenient terms this stunning silver plate can be yours. And resolve for 1939 to own America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers. And now back to our director, Conrad Nagel, who's escorting Ida Lupino out in front of the silver curtain to meet you in person.
Thank you, John Conte. Well, Ida, after being behind the scenes all these weeks, I can't begin to tell you how grand it's been working with you in a dramatic role. You know, you were swell.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Conrad. I have a TL for you, too. I got a big thrill out of being Elaine Carsden to your Jack Pemberton these last 2 weeks.
Well, thanks. I
Oh, but that isn't all. I not only like to play and like working with you, but I've become so enamored with Silver Theatre's products, First Love and International Sterling, that I'm going to put one of my Christmas checks to work getting some of each for my home.
Good. Well, that really is a TL. Now, tell us about that new picture you've been so busy on, Ada.
Oh, yes. Well, as a matter of fact, I've just completed 2 pretzels and Mrs. Porter stuff at Columbia. It was awfully nice.
Well, I hear that's quite a picture.
Yes, I must admit that Forrest Narrow stuff looks pretty good in the rushes, Conrad.
Well, that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Ida Lupino will soon be seen in the Columbia picture.
First thing on the last note from the Snurg of the same name.
Well, I give up. What's the double talk for, Ida?
Tell you the truth, Conrad, the title hasn't been decided on yet.
Oh.
So I'm afraid you'll just have to say that I'll soon be seen in a new Columbia picture.
Well, thank you, Ida Lupino. We'll be looking for it. And I hope you'll be back with us soon on the Silver Theater.
I hope so, too.
Tune in next week for another Silver Theater performance starring Leslie Howard with Rita Johnson in an original story by True Boardman, A Study in Triangles. There'll be the music of Felix Mills, of course, and Conrad Nagel will direct. And now, before we leave you, on behalf of our sponsors, International Sterling Silver and 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, we'd like to wish all of our friends, both old and new, a happy and prosperous 1939. This is John Conte speaking.
Oh, Mr. Conte.
Yes?
Would you mind if I started 1939 by doing something on the radio that I've never done before?
Well, I guess not. What is it, Miss Lupino?
I'd like to be the one to say, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape! Escape, designed to free you from the 4 walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a lonely lighthouse off the steaming jungle coast of French Guiana and a nightmare world of terror and violence as we bring you again, in response to hundreds of requests, 3 Skeleton Key, starring Vincent Price.
Picture this place. A gray tapering cylinder welded by iron rods and concrete to the key itself. A bare black rock, 150 feet long, maybe 40 wide. That's at low tide. At high tide, just the lighthouse, rising 110 feet straight up out of the ocean. And all about it, the churning water, gray-green, scum-dappled, warm as soup, and swarming with gigantic bat-like devilfish, great violet schools of Portuguese man-o'-war, and yes, sharks, the big ones, the 15-footers. And as if this weren't enough, there was a hot, dank, rotten-smelling wind that came at us day and night off the jungle swamps of the mainland. A wind that smelled like death. A wind that had smelled the slow and frightful death that came one night to this bare black rock. Set in the base of the light was a watertight bronze door, and in you went. And up. Yes, up and round and round, past the tanks of oil and the coils of rope, casks of wicks, racks of lanterns, sacks of spuds and cartons and cans, and up, round and round. Over the light storeroom was the food storeroom, and over the food storeroom was the bunk room where the 3 of us slept. And over the bunk room was the living and cooking room, and over the living and cooking room was the light. She was a beauty, big steel and bronze baby with the sun gleaming through the glass walls all about, bouncing blinding little beams off the big shining reflectors, glittering and refracting through her lenses, the whole gigantic bulk of her balanced like a ballerina on the glistening steel axle of her rotary mechanism. She was a sweetheart of a light. And at night, she'd lie there on the stone deck of the gallery with her revolving smoothly and quietly over your head, easing her bright white eye 360 degrees around the horizon. You'd lie there watching to see that the feeders kept working, that everything ran right. And it wouldn't be bad, the other two fellows snoring in their sacks 2 levels down. You'd smoke your pipe to kill the stink of the wind, and it wouldn't be bad. About those other two, Louis and Auguste. What a pair. Louis, he was head man, was a big fellow from the Basque country, black beard, little hard black eyes, and a pair of arms that I tell you, those arms were as big around as my legs. Yes, head man he was, and what word he let go was law. A silent fellow, and although I spent my first 2 weeks trying to strike up a real conversation, the most I could ever get out of him was...
Jean, I took up this profession because I don't like people. They want to talk too much. It's quiet work, light tending. Let's keep it that way. You're getting to be as bad as Auguste. I thought maybe for once they'd send me somebody who
That
could keep
was
his
Louis.
mouth shut.
When he accused me of becoming like Auguste, I quieted down, because Auguste was the talkingest man I'd ever met. The talkingest and the ugliest. He was hunchbacked, stood 4 feet high, had red hair and big blue eyes. It seems he'd been an actor in Paris.
Yes, indeed. Played in over 200 different productions, dear boy, at the Grand Guignol. Oh, but it was monstrous horrible, the way we used to scare the audiences. I was hated. Yes, they used to throw things and hiss and bare their teeth at me. Finally, it got too bad. I couldn't stand it any longer. I gave up the theater. My nerves, you understand. Yes, gave it up completely. I really did. Couldn't stand it any longer.
It all started one morning at 2:30. I was on watch, lying on the cool stone deck, pulling on my pipe, staring out at the blackness, the phosphorescent combers, and the big yellow stars, when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something show up for a second. Something the light had touched, far off. I waited for her to come around again, and when she did, there it was. Three-master, a big one, about a half-mile off, and coming down out of the north-northwest, coming straight for us. You must understand, our light was where it was for a very good reason. Dangerous submerged reefs surrounded us, and ships kept clear. But this one, this sailing vessel, was coming straight on. I went over to the gallery door and yelled, "Louis! Louis!" Couldn't understand it. I waited for the light to come around again.
What is it? Ship headed for the reef. Hurry right up.
I had the glasses out now. I couldn't read her name, but I could see her quite plainly. All sails set, the foam creaming away under her bow, her beautiful lines. A Dutch ship, I guessed her. But why didn't she turn? Every time it passed, our light hit her with the glare of day.
Ship? Where?
Northwest. The light will touch her in a moment.
Can't they see?
Look at her. She just keeps coming on.
Yeah, the squarehead.
What is it? What is it?
Watch northwest.
I know what it is.
Huh? What?
The Dutchman, the Flying Dutchman. We did a play about her once. Oh, what a performance. You ghastly galleon, hag-ridden, curse-driven, must on...
Shut up, will you? She's luffing.
Yes.
Sloppy way to come about. She's derelict, that's it.
Derelict?
Abandoned. The crew left her for some reason or other. But instead of sinking, she's gone on, running before every wind.
She'll not run long. Not with these reefs to break her up.
A beautiful ship. Now, why would men leave a beautiful ship like that?
She didn't ram us, although we all expected it. But as we waited for the crash, she luffed again, caught some odd gust, and went about. We watched her the rest of those black hours, heeling and rocking, pushed and pulled by every stray wind, every freak current. Watched her until the dawn came, till the sea turned from black to a pearly gray. And on she came again, heading for us. We all had our glasses trained on her now.
August,
You can kill the light.
Right, Chief?
She doesn't look so good by daylight. Think she'll ground this time? What? I say, do you think she'll ground this time? Huh?
This is impossible. Absolutely impossible.
What?
Here, take my glasses. They're better than yours.
All right. And what is it you're... I had to focus, and then my breath froze in my throat. The decks were swarming with a dark brown carpet that looked like a gigantic fungus, but undulating. And on the masts and yards, the guys and all were hundreds, no thousands, I don't know, an endless number of enormous rats.
See them?
Yes, I see them.
Now we know why she's derelict.
Yes, now we know.
What are you two doing? Here, give me a look.
Yes, give him the glasses. Take a good look, chatterbox. Give you something to talk about.
She's still heading for us.
Yes.
She's going to turn. She better turn soon.
Suppose she doesn't.
You mean suppose she piles up on the quay?
It's low tide.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Where's all the conversation, August, huh? Here, want the glasses again? Want another look?
No.
She's still coming on.
Go away! Go away!
Turn! Will you turn, I say? I pray you, turn!
She's climbing up. The rats. Look, on the water. Like a carpet.
They're swimming.
Sure, they're swimming. Those are ship's rats.
But they're swimming for the rocks.
The door below. It's open.
Come on. Down we went, racing down the stone stairs, taking them 3 and 4 at a time. Scared? You bet we were scared.
August, you get the windows. Maybe they can climb. We don't know.
Right, Chief. But hurry.
Look. See them?
No. Oh, yes, I do. Up at the other end of the rock.
Look at them.
Millions.
They smell us. Here they come. Close the door.
Can't.
Here. Let me.
Oh, move. You move.
Heave.
Made it.
Holy. That was close.
One got in. Look, there.
Get him!
Watch it. He's kicking. He was as big as a tomcat, bigger. And his eyes were wild and red, his teeth long and sharp and yellow. He went for us, starving, ravenous, and we fought him, fought that one rat all over the room. It was, oh, believe me, I do not exaggerate, it was like fighting a panther.
Got him.
We better get aloft. As we ran up the winding staircase, we passed the tiny windows of the various levels, and at every one was a thick, wriggling, screaming curtain of brown fur. I was ahead of Louis, and I dreaded each successive level. Suppose they had found a way in.
Look at them. Will you look at them?
It's a nightmare.
Will you look at them?
The air of the gallery was thick and fetid with the stink of them. The light was dim, brown, filtered through the crawling mass that swarmed over the glass all about us. I could not see the sky. Nothing but them. Their red eyes, their claws, their wriggling, hairy snouts, and their teeth. The rats. They screamed and howled and threw themselves against the glass. They were starving. And we three, we stood very quietly. Oh, very quietly in the center of the classroom under our beautiful light. And we waited.
What can we do? What can we do?
Take it easy, old man. Take it easy.
I just can't.
It won't do any good to stand here and shake.
That's right. Anybody want a cigarette?
Yes, I have one, thank you.
Good boy. We've got to keep calm about this thing. Here's a light.
They don't light the fire, do they?
Guess not.
Give me another match. You don't like that much, do you?
Don't rile them, August.
Give me some more matches. I'll strike them and strike them and strike them until they get scared and go away.
They won't go away. Not until...
Finish it, Chief. Not until what?
Not until they've been fed.
take just so much horror, and then you get used to it. And they were interesting to watch, you know. They couldn't understand the glass. They could see us and they could rush at us, but that thin, invisible barrier held them off, stopped them. From time to time, we caught a glimpse of the rocks below. More rats down there, swarming brown velvet in the bright tropical sunlight. And then the tide began to rise. If only it had drowned some of them.
Ship's rats don't drown. No, sir, you cannot drown one of them. They're all climbing up the tower.
This bunch around us is getting thicker.
Say, what's the time?
6:15.
You've got first watch, John.
Right.
Wake me at 10.
I will.
Come along, Avarice.
It was getting dark. One side of the room was lit a soft, filtered red. Sunset through the rats. Oh, very pretty. I set the wicks, checked my fuel, and then lit the lamp. It caught them, lit them in their gigantic wriggling web of pale, hairless bellies, twitching red tails, bright eyes. Then I started the rotary motor. The light drove them mad as she swung slowly and smoothly about. She blinded them in the fierce stabbing bar of light, moving continually about of a turning, of a touching, of a moving around and around, and they twitching and shuddering, eyes flaming when they were struck by the light. The bright light moving, and behind on the dark side of the room, so close, I dared not turn my back, but you cannot help turning your back when you're in a room made of glass. On the dark side of the room, you could not see them, but only their eyes. Thousands of points of blank red light, blinking and twinkling like the stars of hell. Louis relieved me at 10, but I didn't get much sleep that night, and when I came up into the gallery early next morning, there stood August, his back to me. He was bowing to the rats, waving his arms and making a speech.
I am going to play once again that magnificent role which made me the toast of the Paris theatre. Prelotte, the evil genius of the medieval underworld. I am he who did guide the dark soul of the Maréchal into the nether paths. Do not be frightened, little children. I will not hurt you.
I stood staring at him, horror-struck, but he didn't notice me. The man had gone mad. He kept turning, telling his stories to all the rats, leaving no one out. August!
Ah, another one. A latecomer. Take a seat on the aisle, dear patron.
August,
move over there.
Stop it.
Let the gentleman be
But
seated.
he didn't stop.
Come.
He went on, bowing and scraping to the rats, his big blue eyes rolling and winking, his wild red hair waving about him. I grabbed him by the arms, slapped his face. He looked at me like a child. And then his face screwed up. He looked as though he were about to cry. Go below, go on.
Oh, very well, then. Later, my dear audience, later. Matinee today.
Sure, he was crazy. But I guess we all were. A few hours later, he came back up and caught Louis and me teasing the rats. Yes, sounds horrible. It was fun. We could get right up against the glass and make faces at them. It drove them crazy. They would scratch away trying to get at our eyes. Louis was even cuter about it. He'd pull a piece of bread out of his pocket and press it against the glass. The rats would scramble into a solid ball, biting each other, clustering like grapes. From time to time, a whole knot of them would slip and fall 110 feet to the surf below.
Look at the sharks.
They're eating them.
The sharks are our friends. Here. I'll get another bunch together. Here, my beauties. That's it. Pile up. Kill each other. There they go.
Auguste joined in, too. Oh, very ingenious Auguste. He learned that if he spread-eagled himself against the glass, they'd bunch and bundle against his figure. Then he'd leap back.
Look! My portrait in rats.
went on all day. And then I was lying in bed. It was about midnight. I was very tired, and I was just beginning to fall off to sleep when I became conscious of a new sound. Couldn't figure it at first. I got up, lit the lamp, and went to the window. Even as I looked at it, I saw one of the panes begin to sag in. They had eaten the wood away. Louis, come quick.
What is it?
They found a way in. I held the glass with my hand. Now they were all going crazy, and assured of the success of this maneuver, were all nibbling away at the wood. Louis ran below and then returned with a large sheet of tin. We spread it against the window and hammered it into place. Even as we did so, we felt the heavy bodies thudding against the other side as the window gave way.
That ought to hold. If it doesn't, we're done for.
Rats can't eat tin.
No, they can't. What was that?
I don't know.
It came from below.
The storeroom window.
They're in. They're swarming up the stairs.
Drop the trap.
Right.
Two of them got in.
Let's go after them.
We didn't have to go after them. They came at us. I leaped to one side and grabbed a marlin spike, swung, and smashed one in midair.
No!
I whirled to see Louis with the other. It had ripped his hand open, and the blood was pouring all over the place. He held his hand aloft and kicked at the snarling rat. I stepped and swung and got him.
My hand! He got my hand!
That's both of them, Louis. I'll get you something to tie that up.
Blood! Look at it! My blood! I'm bleeding!
Now, don't worry about it, Louis. Here, look. I'll wind this kerchief around it. It'll be okay.
Blood!
There, now. It's not bad, just the flesh. Then I became conscious of another new sound. They were gnawing their way through the wooden trap door. I watched the wood fascinated. Even as I did, it began to give way, and a bristling, whiskery nose showed through. Louis, we've got to go up. Next level was the living quarters and kitchen. I slammed the trap door there, too, but it, too, was wood.
My blood. What are we going to do?
I don't know. We'll be through this one in a moment.
The gallery. The trap door in the gallery is metal.
Good. Come on. We made it. We lay across the trapdoor exhausted. While below us, the rats took over the entire tower. I could hear them howling and fighting over our food supply, our water, our leather. And all about us, the others screamed and glared in at us, swayed in a tangled mass, hypnotized by the ever-turning light. By morning, the air in the little room was horrible. Until now, we'd been getting air from the tower below. Now that was sealed off. And so was all our food and water. We lay exhausted, panting, waiting. The hours crawled on. I was almost dozing from fatigue when I saw a sight that brought me too fast.
Would you like to come in, my beauty? Would you? I hold the powers of life and death, and I can let you in, you know.
August was standing by the glass, and in one hand he held a wrench. He was tapping the glass gently, not quite hard enough to break it. I eased myself to my feet and slowly, very slowly, tiptoed toward him.
All I have to do is tap just a little harder.
I found a coil of wire in the toolkit, and I trussed him up, fastened him to a stanchion in the center of the room. Louis was of no help. He lay on his side, looking at his bloody hand, weak and sick as a baby. So there I was, a lunatic and a coward for company, and all about watching our little drama, the rats. The day dragged by. The supply boat wasn't due for another 12 days. I don't know what they could have done if they had come. We had only one way of summoning them, and that was to shoot off distress rockets, but the rockets were 4 floors below. And even if they'd been right there in the gallery, I couldn't have opened a window to fire them. That night, I tended the light, but its flame was devouring our oxygen. The following day we lay, thirst-tormented, starving, waiting, and the following night I again tended the light, but the small supply of spare wicking we kept in the gallery had become exhausted, and quite suddenly, about midnight, the light went out. There's nothing I could do. Wicks were stored 3 levels below. Nothing I could do. Nothing. From time to time, I'd strike a match to see the clock. When I did, it lit up the million red eyes about us. All about us. Watching. Waiting. Below, it had grown quiet. They'd cleaned us out, and now they, too, were waiting. All waiting. And then the rats, quite suddenly, were silent. And then I heard it. And then I saw the sky and the stars. The rats were gone. I went to the glass. Out there on the water, a small freighter, a banana boat, showing a few lights, came softly and innocently at us. The light was out. They didn't know. I wanted to open the windows to call out to them, to warn them somehow, but I was afraid. What if the rats were hiding from me, tricking me? So I waited. She grounded very softly on a reef not 200 yards from the quay. Grounded so gently that the man playing the cornet, was he a passenger or crewman off watch, didn't even stop playing. They tried washing her back off. I could have told them to save their fuel. The tide was rising, would have floated her free. And I waited. That's all. That's the story. The sun came up and there wasn't a rat on the whole quay. Every last one of that terrible army had left us, gone back to sea on their new ship. Auguste, insane asylum, he never recovered. And Louis, they took him into Cayenne where he died of blood poisoning from his bite. Oh, yes. Well, that's the whole of it. And if you'll excuse me now, I must go set my traps. No mouse traps. No rats in this lighthouse, I should say not. Life in the lights isn't bad, but sometimes when I see a strange vessel approaching, I get a little nervous, sure. Somewhere on the seas, there's a little banana boat without a crew. That is, without a human crew.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Three Skeleton Key by George Toulouse, adapted for radio by James Poe and starring Vincent Price as Jean. Supporting Mr. Price were Harry Bartell as August and Jeff Corey as Louis. Sound effects on Three Skeleton Key, created by Cliff Thorsness and executed today by Mr. Thorsness, Gus Bays, and Jack Sixsmith, have been awarded the Best of the Year by Radio and Television Life magazine. Harry Essman was at the control panel, and special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are swimming for your life in the dangerous waters off the Florida Gulf Coast, about to be smashed by a launch carrying a vicious criminal who must kill you or die himself. And on shore, 500 yards away, the police are waiting to arrest you for murder. And there can be no escape.
Next week, We escape with an exciting tale of temptation and death on the Gulf Coast of Florida, as John and Gwen Bagney tell it in Danger at Matagumba. Goodbye, then, until the same time next week when once again we offer you Escape. A patch of weeds, a boxer's biography, and a mild, lukewarm bath. They're all clues that lead the police of Jackson, Michigan to a killer in the gangbuster story on CBS this Saturday night. It's the case of the double push, to be heard on most of these same CBS stations this Saturday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
$14,185 Dallas Parkway. Call us at 233-0313 when you're ready to talk Mercedes-Benz.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Won't you join me once again for an adventure in mystery and suspense, where space is as boundless and as unlimited as your imagination, and time is measured by the beat of your heart. Most of us know who we are, but how many of us know why we are? Rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief. Is each man's lot ordained from the beginning and fated to be, or not to be? Or is it all a random throw of the dice, a casual flip of a coin? Do we tamper with fate at our peril?
Who is it?
Police.
How do I know?
You got a chain lock, lady. Just open the door a couple inches. You can see my badge.
Oh, my goodness. What a relief. Please, come in. I saw this man. He was prowling around in the dark, outside in the back. I was so frightened.
Can you describe him?
Well, he was tall.
How tall?
Tall, about like you are.
What else?
And he had broad shoulders, like you have. Why are you looking at me like that? Please, don't look at me like... No! No, don't come any closer. Why would you want to hurt me? No! No! Please!
Our mystery drama, 3 Times Dead, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars William Redfield. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
And now another story of the ball and chain as Kellogg's Special K presents Veronica and Jeff.
Oh, Jeffrey, isn't this romantic? Out in a quiet lake at night with you rowing the boat.
Yes, Veronica, it's really neat.
Jeffrey, what was that?
Frogs.
Frogs that go bonk?
They're pretty weird frogs.
Oh, Jeffrey, you're such a card. You have a ball and chain, like the ones they use in those Special K commercials.
Yes, Veronica. It symbolizes my few pounds of extra weight. But I'm going to get rid of it.
How?
By exercising. You know, like rowing this boat and eating smart at every meal, starting with a Special K breakfast.
You mean a 1 ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, orange juice, and coffee?
Precisely. It's less than 240 calories, and it tastes delicious. It'll help me get rid of this ball and chain.
I'll help too, Jeff. After all, we're all in the same boat.
You have a ball and chain, too.
Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's.
do you do? Can I help you?
Yeah, I just want a can of Rust-Oleum. What do you mean, I got some patio furniture that's getting rusty. And I know Rust-Oleum comes in lots of colors and will stop that rust, and I want some of it. Look, this is a retail store, right?
Right.
You sell people like me the things we want, right?
Right.
And I want some Rust-Oleum, right?
Right.
So you're going to sell me some, right? And why not?
Well, we think people should use Rust-Oleum only on weekends. Today's only Tuesday. If you took some Rust-Oleum home today, you'd want to try it right away. Once you saw how easy it is to use Rust-Oleum and how good it looks, why, you'd want to touch up everything that needs touching up, and that might take you through Thursday, and your boss will be calling to find out how come you missed work for 2 days. Now, do you think we want a thing like that in our conscience? That's why we sell Rust-Oleum only on weekends.
But I'm on vacation.
When the weekends come, use Rust-Oleum. Rust-Oleum.
Consider Napoleon. Historians agree that his doom at Waterloo had been ordained some 3 years before in his costly victory at Borodino, a tiny village on the road to Moscow. They say that at Borodino, he lost the flower of his army. And why did he lose so many of his best soldiers? Because he was unable to think clearly. The reason? He was suffering from a severe cold. Why? Well, we know that his orderly had gotten drunk the day before and thus neglected to have a pair of dry boots ready for the great general. And so, in a very real sense, this unnamed, unknown, obscure military servant changed the course of history. Those are the facts. We may ask, why was the orderly drunk? Did it just happen? Or was it all part of a plan? Is every single action on the part of every living thing prescribed, ordained, decreed? We don't know. We're just asking, as will some of the people you're about to meet.
All Area 4 units proceed to 160 South Benton. Reported holdup in progress. Repeat. All cars to 160 South Benton. It's an antique shop. Suspected holdup in progress.
But I tell you, I have nothing.
Easy. If you hit him any harder, you'll kill him. Listen, Grandpa. Be smart, huh?
Take my money. He's in the drawer. Take my money.
We don't want your money, Grandpa. All we want is that little statue. And you got it here somewhere. Get it.
Please don't.
You hand it over, Grandpa. Hand it over.
Hold it right there. Drop those guns.
Sure, officer. Sure thing.
You okay, sir?
I think so. There's 2 men.
I know. Take it easy.
Greenway, what happened?
I guess they're dead.
Hey, Red, get on the radio and get us an ambulance, huh?
Sergeant, they both had guns. One was pistol whipping this old man.
Sir, we'd better get you to a doctor.
I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble.
They started to shoot as soon as they saw me. I guess I was luckier than both of them.
Yeah, you did a good job. Hey, Greenway, what is it?
I've been a cop for 8 years. It was the first time I ever had to draw the gun out of the holster.
Can you drive?
Drive? Oh, sure.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'll get Smitty to take your car. You come back with me. Write up your report.
Now?
Sure, right now, while it's fresh.
Don?
Yeah, it's me.
I heard about it. It was on the radio.
Yeah, it's going to be on the TV news, too. Before we could even get out of the place, everybody was there. Microphones, cameras. 2 men are dead, and
what?
Well, nobody seems to realize that...
Don, everybody knows they're dead.
Look, honey, I can't explain it. These 2 men, they're dead. Their lives are finished, see? I ended the world for them. They don't exist anymore. That's what being dead is.
Don, you had no choice.
I know.
It's part of your job.
I know. I guess I never looked at that part of the job. I always had the idea I was a cop because I wanted to help people.
You helped that poor old man today. You saved his life.
I understand, honey. I know all the arguments.
And what is it?
I just never thought I'd have to go for the gun.
Don.
I feel as if some part of me is gone.
What?
I don't know. When I saw those two men dead on the floor, I felt that some part of me simply disappeared. Something in my mind.
Something like what?
I don't know, but it's something that I felt was very special and important to me, and now it's gone. It's disappeared.
What you did was absolutely necessary.
I agree, but it doesn't change the basic fact, which is I killed. Listen, how about dinner?
I didn't know how you feel, so it's wide open.
Okay, let's go out.
Sure.
Dress up. I'll take you to Ferretti's.
Oh, we're going to make this an occasion.
Well, it is an occasion, I guess. Maybe it marks my coming of age.
4816 South Torrance Drive. Report a man is beating up his wife. Oh, talking about wives. 21, Greenway. You with us this afternoon, Don?
Yes, Sergeant.
Your wife wants you to call her on your coffee break.
Something wrong, Sarge?
Why don't you take your break right now?
He said he wants to entertain both of us this evening at his home.
Are you sure?
He said his name was Mr. Sanchez, the one whose life you saved.
Oh, I thought it was something important.
It is important. Well, that is, he made it seem like a matter of life and death. Look, I already promised him we'd be there.
May I pour you some more wine?
It's delicious.
My dear friend, I am so sorry I could not thank you earlier.
Look, it's not necessary to thank me. I did my job, nothing more.
Unfortunately, I have been in the hospital for the past week, so I have been unable to show my appreciation. And tomorrow my business takes me abroad for an indefinite period, and so it must be tonight or never.
Well, what do you mean?
Consider this tiny statue.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Hardly 6 inches tall and is pure gold.
It's exquisitely made.
See? The figure of a woman, and twined around her, a serpent. Now, why do I show you this? Because this is the object those two thugs were after.
Oh. But why? I mean, what did they know about it?
Probably nothing. Perhaps someone had paid them to get it.
Who?
It could be anyone. That is, anyone who might be aware of the legend that surrounds this statue.
A legend? Oh, Don.
It is said that whoever owns this statue will be granted 3 wishes.
Well, oh, no.
Oh, don't mind him, Mr. Sanchez. He's always skeptical about everything.
Now, do you know what year this is, Mr. Sanchez? All that went out with the Arabian Nights.
Son, can't we have a little romance?
You say that the statue will grant you 3 wishes, so why didn't you use it to save yourself when those hoods were beating you up?
I did.
What do you mean you did?
I wished to be saved, and you arrived.
Mr. Sanchez, I arrived because I got a call on the police radio.
But you arrived, and it was their 2 guns against your 1. And they fired first, yet you killed them both. How?
What are you getting at, Mr. Sanchez?
Everything or nothing. Now, I wish to make you a gift.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Of this statue.
Don!
No, please, that's out of the question. Besides, why would you want to give it away since you seem to be convinced that it works?
Because when I asked to be saved, that was my 3rd wish.
Mr. Sanchez, I appreciate what you want to do, but it's illegal for me to accept payment for performance in the line of duty.
This is not payment. It is a token, a gift. Look, I am leaving the country for an indefinite period. I am an old man. I cannot make any long-range plans. I may never see you again.
There is no way to slice this to make it come out differently, Mr. Sanchez.
Are you saying that there is no way I can show you my appreciation?
No way beyond a thank you, and I've already received that. Ella, look, it's getting late.
But, Don, Mr. Sanchez is very sincere.
I know he is. It's still getting late.
Before you go, consider. In the ordinary way, I should be dead. That was the obvious way. Fate was working. However, by means of this statue, I changed it. In doing so, I also changed your life. You're a different man because of me.
I'm the same man I always was.
You don't realize it yet. So, take this statue.
Look, I'm very sorry, sir, but
You may need it. You may even now be headed for a fate that you may wish to change.
Mr. Sanchez, thank you for an excellent dinner and a very pleasant evening. Ella, tomorrow's an early day for me.
Then there is nothing I can say to you?
I'm afraid not. Wow, honey, this is a spread.
I thought you'd be hungry tonight.
Look at that steak. Oh, you even baked a pie.
Yes, I did.
Look, I'm going to have to start losing weight soon.
Don, I have to tell you something.
Sure, what?
Well, at first I thought maybe I could keep it a secret, but...
Hey, what is it?
Look up there. On the shelf.
On the statue.
Before you say another word, it's mine.
Yours?
Listen, Don. He stopped off here this afternoon on the way to the airport. He asked me to accept the statue.
Couldn't you tell him that I can't?
I told him. I even told him I couldn't accept it as a gift either.
Well, so how does it happen that it's sitting
Well, he said, let me sell it to you.
Sell it?
Let me sell it to you, he said, for $50.
$50? It's worth at least $1,000.
Don, he convinced me we might need this statue one day.
Honey, for what?
Who knows? Anyhow, it's my statue. I have the bill of sale made out to me. Here it is. Now, what would you like me to wish for?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing. And Ella, I want your word of honor that you will never use that statue to wish for anything.
But, Don...
I want your promise.
But you can't be serious.
Look, I'll tell you how serious I am. If you ever make a wish on that statue, I will break up our marriage. Now, can I have your promise?
Why is Don so upset? Is it such a bad thing to have a wish come true? Well, it is, according to both Aesop and James Russell Lowell, because both of them said, granting our wish is one of fate's saddest jokes. Even so, and with all due respect to those two great men, wouldn't most people jump at the chance to get a wish gratified? The proposition will be tested when I return in a few moments with Act 2.
You don't see many people putting salt in their beer nowadays. Not that there's anything wrong with salt on radishes or French fries, but man, not in the king of beers. Truth is, the only thing salt can do for Budweiser is make it salty. An unwise thing to do to the only beer in America that's Beechwood aged. Unsalted Budweiser has become the most popular beer in the world. That's because in brewing Bud, the Budweiser brewmaster goes all the way for a taste, a smoothness, a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. And something else you can take without a grain of salt. The fact that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I never thought I'd admit it. I'm Susan X, and I used to be a deodorant switcher. I kept switching from one underarm spray to another, looking for one that gives me everything I want. And I found it. It's called Body Oil. Body Oil is different. It says so right on the label. Its deodorant is micro-encapsulated, so I get a fresh surge of deodorant every time I perspire. Now that I switched to body oil, I promise I'll never switch again.
This is Al Wisk. Southern Methodist University and the Southwest Conference will be our topics Tuesday night on Sports Central Dallas. My guest will be SMU's athletic director, Dick Davis. We'll talk about the Mustangs and the expansion of soccer in SMU's athletic program. We'll look at what's brewing in the Southwest Conference, like the postseason basketball tournament. SMU athletic director Dick Davis, our guest, Tuesday night, 6:15 to 7 p.m., right here on KRLD, the sports voice of the great Southwest.
It's a tiny statue, perhaps 6 inches high, made of the purest gold and the finest workmanship. It's the figure of a beautiful woman with a serpent coiled about her waist. It is said to have the power to grant its owner 3 wishes. And would you believe that it's the source of a violent argument between Don and Ella Greenway in this day and age of electronics and jets?
Don, wouldn't it be something, though?
Wouldn't what be something?
If it were all really true. If we could get 3 wishes out of it.
Now, Ella, I meant what I said before. No wishing on that statue.
Don, do you mean you believe the old man? Well, do you?
What's the difference?
But, Don, how could...
Ella, remember what he said last night about how I happened to be there?
Yes, but...
When I pulled up in the squad car and jumped out, I couldn't see inside that shop. Do you know what I mean?
No.
There's a window display. It blocks your view. The door was closed, and it's a heavy wooden door.
What are you trying to tell me?
Listen. The call came in, you see? It was relayed to Sergeant Carter. The assumption was some passerby had seen the holdup.
Well, it has to be what happened.
How? How could anyone on the street have seen anything inside the shop?
Maybe someone passing by heard the old man scream.
Oh, no. See, I was there at the height of it. I didn't hear a thing. I didn't see a thing. Until I threw that door open.
Well,
but what? I got there first because mine was the nearest car to the scene. Each of them got off a shot at me before I could even fire.
Don. Please, I don't even like to think about it.
Ella, I didn't even want to shoot. Would you believe it? I had to force myself to pull the trigger. Still, when the smoke clears, there they are. They're dead. I'm alive. Could there have been, fate or whatever you call it involved there?
On the other hand, it could just be the way things happen sometimes.
That's right. So, let's let things determine themselves, right? For better or for worse.
How would it be if I wished you made sergeant?
I'm going to make sergeant anyhow.
That's true. How about money?
No, Ella, I want you to listen. Forget that statue.
I won't wish for $1 million. Look,
Ella, I'm telling you.
All this is extremely practical and justified. Look, we owe $12,000 on the mortgage.
Ella.
$1,500 on the car.
I don't want to go into all this again.
That's $13,500. We owe $400 for the new roof, and you'll have to have that dental work done. That's another $600. And we've been promising ourselves an air conditioner for the bedroom.
Honey.
And our washing machine is 10 years old. Comes to, say, $15,000.
I don't want to hear any more, Ella.
Don, it's my statue.
Please, Ella,
What is it, Don?
All right. Right, I'll admit it. I'm scared.
Of what?
I don't know. Ever since that shootout, I've had all kinds of crazy ideas.
Crazy ideas?
Well, not crazy so much as mixed up. And I don't even know if they're ideas. They're more like feelings.
Can you...
No, I can't describe them. Honey, just please, listen, don't do anything right now to upset me, okay?
You need a vacation.
I'm all right. Let's just let everything sit for a while. Hey, what time did it get to be? I have to sign in at 5. Goodbye, honey.
Bye, darling.
Ella, just humor me, will you? I mean, promise.
I promise.
I promised. And I probably would have kept that promise. But I was loading the dishwasher. I turned the knob, and nothing happened. I kept clicking the knob, and nothing happened. I was so angry, so frustrated, I finally kicked it. And nothing happened. All we wanted was to live nicely, comfortably. It would take $15,000 to put us ahead of the game. Would that upset fate? I looked at the statue. I remembered the words that Mr. Sanchez had spoken when he left here.
You look at the statue. You say to the statue, I wish for... I wish for $15,000. Go to 45 Stuyvesant. Lady complaining about a streaker. 86 Heatherton. Some drunk is annoying people. Cancel. Area 4, stand by. Checked in 86, 39, 14, 21.
21. I'm at Collins and Walker.
It's a holdup. Merchants Federal, North Main. Perpetrators escaping in blue station wagon headed toward Interstate Highway. At 21.
21.
Head south to Washington and cut them off. All cars toward Washington and Interstate Highway. 21.
21.
You turn east on Washington. Blue wagon headed toward Collins intersection.
21. If alleyway's open past Jefferson, I can shortcut through there. 21. I'm in the alley, coming out on Washington. 21. They just went by me. 21, they turned left into Turnbull. I'm following.
All units west on Turnbull. West on Turnbull.
21, he's trying to swing around. He's crazy.
21, come in,
21. Mrs. Greenway.
Sergeant Carter. Where is he?
Oh, they just brought him down from the operating room.
Just tell me. Don't try to break it slowly. I have to know.
Well, as of right now, he's still alive.
Oh, thank God.
We had him trapped. They tried to turn around and get by him. It was a head-on crash.
I want to see him.
Sure. Come inside with me.
Come in. I'm Dr. Morris.
Doctor.
He's still unconscious.
But wait.
We're doing everything we can. He's surrounded with intensive care.
But really...
Mrs. Greenway, there are different methods of handling a thing like this. I could build up your hopes, or
you can tell me the truth.
I can tell you what appears to be the truth. To us, at this time.
He's not going to make it.
The outlook is not good.
Why is the outlook not good?
There's been an unbelievable shock to his system.
Yes.
There's been some, not very much, but a little brain damage. Nurse, maintain the indicated levels of fluids and oxygen and report even the slightest changes immediately.
May I stay here for a while? I promise not to get in anybody's way.
Of course. Excuse me.
Mrs. Greenway, if there's anything any of us can do...
Thank you, Sergeant.
It's guys like him. Yeah, what's the use? It's usually guys like him who get it. You know, it's funny. He might have had a premonition about it.
What are you saying, Sergeant?
Oh, I don't know. I was just thinking aloud.
No, tell me. Tell me what you mean by a premonition.
Well, it's just how things work out, you know. A couple of months ago, we got this new Benevolent League special insurance. And Don never paid any attention to it. But this morning, before going on duty, he said to me, "Hey, Sarge, hand me a form. I'll sign up."
He signed up for special insurance this morning.
Yeah.
How much insurance?
How much? Well, let's see if I can remember. Oh, sure. It was the same as mine. $15,000.
This morning, Ella Greenway stood before a tiny gold statue and wished for $15,000. Taken by itself, we could call it an act of superstition. Now, 14 hours later, her husband is dying, and we find he has just insured his life for, you guessed it, $15,000. Rarely is superstition so scientifically supported by mathematics. We'll have another set of numbers when I return shortly with Act 3.
Hello, Ms. Goldilocks here, and welcome to my professional taste testing laboratory. Oh, Papa Bear, could you bring that case of sugar-free Diet 7-Up over here?
Another case? Miss Goldilocks, you're drinking this sugar-free Diet 7-Up like there's no tomorrow. You can't still be taste testing it.
Oh, no, Papa Bear. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up has already earned my seal of approval. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. I drink it because I love its taste. Now hurry up.
Okay, here.
This sugar-free Diet 7-Up really tastes delicious. Ladies, if you're tired of switching from one diet drink to another, take some advice from Ms. Goldilocks. Try sugar-free Diet 7-Up and you'll say, yes, this one's just right.
I'll bear witness to that, Goldie.
You know, if we didn't have the name The Gentle Sound, I honestly don't know what we'd call the music. We try to create an environment, sort of an environment for living, you know. And naturally, we want it to be comfortable.
You are the words I am, the tune playing.
And not so oddly, I guess, we've ended up with a unique sound. The music, the little comments we add, the news.
I can't take all the madness the world has to give, but I won't last a day without you.
And I mean that about environment, because that's really what it is. A great place to live. You know what KRLD does, but if you don't listen daily, you probably don't know how well. KRLD is the most listened to station in Dallas. The Gentle Sound is one reason.
If you could have 3 wishes, would you take them? Ella Greenway was warned. Stay with what fate has planned. Accept destiny. Don't improvise. But all she wished for was a modest sum of money to keep up with the cost of living. However, it turns out the price she must pay for the money is her husband's life. 1 wish down. 2 to go.
I don't want the money. I don't want that.
Mrs. Greenway.
Huh?
Mrs. Greenway?
What? Oh, where am I?
Are you all right? Are you all right now?
Oh, I had a dream. I dreamed I was called to the hospital because Don had been killed. And no, it wasn't. It isn't a dream. Don is dying, and I'm here in the hospital. Doctor.
You fainted, and I can understand why. It's been a terrible shock. Dr. Morris? Oh? Very well, I'll be right up there.
Doctor, that was about Don, wasn't it?
Yes.
I can tell by the tone in your voice. It's not good.
I never told you it was good, Mrs. Greenway.
But now it's worse. He's getting worse. He's sinking quickly. It could be a matter of minutes.
Well,
Please tell me.
Yes. He could die at any time.
Sergeant Carter, take me home.
But don't you want to
Take me home. Take me home as quickly as you can. Take me home. I wish for Don to live. I wish for Don to live.
Mrs. Greenway? Oh, Mrs. Greenway.
Oh. Yes. Yes.
I just had to make sure you were okay.
I'm all right.
You had me worried the way you were.
Yeah, I'm fine.
And about Don, well, maybe the doctors don't know everything, you know? Maybe there will be something to...
Don will be all right.
Just remember, if there's anything at all... Well, Mrs. Greenway, aren't you going to answer it?
Answer?
The phone. Okay, don't bother. I will. Hello.
Is that you, Sergeant?
Yeah.
Could you bring Mrs. Greenway back here right away?
We never saw or even heard of such a remarkable turnabout. You could almost say it's a miracle.
Well, why not say it? There was one thing for sure, Mrs. Greenway never gave up hope, never lost faith. Look at that man. He's got his color back.
Respiration, pressure, heartbeat, everything. Everything is perfectly normal. I still can't believe it.
Don.
Ella? Ella, is it you?
It's Ella.
Where are you?
I'm here, Don. You're going to be all right. You're going to be all right.
Hi, honey.
Don! Tell me, how was it?
Well, I'd been away for a while, you know. I was kind of nervous that first day back.
But how did it go?
Oh, it just went.
I was worried about your going back so soon.
Well, it's been more than a month, honey. Besides, the doc wouldn't have held still for it unless I checked out 100%.
Don, did you tell the doctors about
The headaches? Well,
Did you?
Honey, everybody gets headaches, and these just come and go.
But yours can get very severe.
If they don't stop, I'll talk about it next time I see it. Listen, what would you like to do tonight? How about a movie?
Sure. Don, what's that on your blouse?
Where?
All over your sleeve. Was it blood?
Blood? What? How would blood get on my sleeve?
Well, it looks like blood.
I can't imagine. Maybe it's paint or some kind of stain or something. You know, I might have brushed up against something.
I better send it to the cleaners first thing. How could it have...
If you haven't started on dinner yet, let's eat out, huh?
All right.
Hey, you know what you forgot to do when I walked in just before?
What?
You forgot to give your old man a kiss.
Oh, Don.
Yeah, that's better. Well, you've got to shape up around here. Can't let you get into bad habits.
Don, you still have a headache?
Headache? No, it's gone. Completely gone. Maybe it'll never come back.
All right, we got some new little goodies for you boys in blue out there. Be alert for stolen Gold Arrow convertible. License plate 1232N, as in nobody. Brand new Toro sedan, shell pink, yes indeedy. Plate number 5498.
21 calling in. 21 calling in.
Yes, 21.
Sarge, I think I should come in.
Something wrong, Don?
Oh, I think I'm starting to get a headache.
Where are you?
3100 block on North Sheridan.
Well, this is on your way. Just check it out. A woman, apartment 3A, 560 Cheyenne. That's 2 blocks west of you. Woman reports prowler in the vicinity. She must be a nut. She calls an average of 3 times a week, but take down her story. It makes her feel better. Then come in.
Okay.
What am I going to do with this headache? Oh, let me see. 3A. Yeah.
3A. In here, officer. In here. Oh, come in. Come in. You took your sweet time getting here. I could have been murdered.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, now just tell me.
You ride around in your cars and you think you do a day's work.
Please, madam, just tell me.
I pay my rent. I pay my taxes.
Just tell me what... Oh, my head. Will you just tell me what you saw?
Don't you yell at me. You're a public servant. My servant. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you looking at me? No! Don't, please!
My head. What a relief. I never want to have another one of... Wait a minute. What am I supposed to be doing? Yeah, I go to apartment 3A. 560 Cheyenne. Woman saw a prowler. I'm here. What the... Lady, are you... calling in. 21 calling in.
You heading in, John?
No, you better be headed out. The prowler was there, all right. She's dead.
What is it, Doc?
Won't know till the autopsy. He hit her a few heavy blows, and that was enough to kill her.
She was lying there. I could see she was dead or close to it, so then I called in.
Then what did you do?
I had a look around the back.
Anything?
Nothing.
From what I can see here, she tried to put up a little bit of a fight anyhow. See?
Yeah.
Slight trace of blood under this fingernail. She might have scratched him.
Well, Don, write it up.
Okay.
Then you can go home.
Home?
Yeah. Didn't you ask to come in because you had a headache?
Oh, yeah, but I don't have one now. I feel great. Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry I was so late for dinner.
I heard about the murder on the news.
Yeah, I know. Oh, she wasn't a pretty sight to see.
Why? Why was she killed?
We don't know.
Well, did you get a chance to see anything?
No, I got the call to go to the address because she'd complained about a prowler. The next thing I knew, I was in the apartment. She was dead on the floor.
Don, what do you mean? The next thing you knew?
Well, because that's the next thing that happened. You know, that's how you write your report. You go from one fact to the next. Listen, honey, let's not talk about it, please. I never wanted to be a guy who brings his job home.
Don, what did you do to your face?
Huh? Where?
Well, it looks like a scratch. Just below your right ear.
I don't know.
Well, how did you...
You sure there's a scratch there?
Well, it looks like one.
Well, I might have gotten it from shaving this morning.
But you don't shave there.
All right, look, it doesn't bother me.
But how
And if we worry about every tiny little scratch... Honey, what are you looking so serious for? I can't even feel it. All right, if it makes you feel better, I'll put some antiseptic on it. Ella? Ella, what's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I'm just tired. I feel so worn out. Taxi! Taxi! Take me to the 500 block on Cheyenne. 554, 556, 558, 560. Outside entrance. Inside door, and it's locked. Locked.
Why, hello, Ella.
Sergeant Carter.
Oh, what are you doing in this neighborhood?
Oh, just shopping. There's some very fine shops.
Ella.
Yes, Sergeant.
Tell me, since Don's been home from the hospital, has he... Well, have you noticed anything unusual about him?
Unusual? In what way?
Oh, I don't know. He has complained of headaches.
Headaches?
He may have come back to duty just a little bit too soon. Although I must say it hasn't interfered with his performance of duty. He's a great cop. Well, see you around.
Ella, hey, where have you been? I've been home for about 2 hours.
Oh, I was out.
It's okay. I made supper. Chili. What do you think? Pull up a chair and enjoy a treat. Huh?
Don, how do you feel?
Right now, I feel fantastic. I've never been in better shape in all my life.
I look at you and I don't know how to begin.
Begin what?
Don, the cleaner said you had blood on your sleeve. That was the other day. And the other day, there was a knifing. Some old tramp had been...
Wait a minute. What are you saying?
And yesterday, you went to the scene of another killing. You had a scratch, as if someone...
Ella, is this your idea of a joke?
Hear it all first. You went to this lady's apartment. Now, if she was already dead when you got there, how did you get in there? The door to the hallway is locked. You have to ring the bell. Donald, how did you get in there?
How did I get in there? What? How do you think I got in there? I rang the bell.
No.
Listen.
No.
What are you making it so complicated for? I rang the bell. She sounded the buzzer. She let me in.
She let you in?
Well, who else would have let me in? She lives all alone, doesn't she?
But Don. Oh, Don.
Look, I got this headache again.
Don, listen to me.
I have to lie down.
Something's terribly wrong.
When I get this headache, I can go crazy.
It really wasn't murder. You didn't know.
I knew. When I feel this way, I can kill.
Sergeant Carter. He was there again today for the same reason I was. He suspects.
Will you shut up?
You need help. Don, oh, darling, don't. Don't, please. Don't look at me that way. Don, don't look at me that way. No, it isn't even human. That look. Keep away. Don, it's me. Don't. I wish him dead. I wish him dead.
Ella? Oh, Ella, everything hurts so much. I just want to sleep. Never wake up. I just want to sleep.
Don. Oh, Don.
3 times dead. And you can have the story any way you like. The supernatural powers of the little golden statue, or the sudden rallies and collapses that still defy the best thinking of medical science. random accident, or predestined fate. We always have something for everybody. As usual, I'll have something for you when I return shortly.
I'd like to describe a car to you. See what you think of it. First of all, it's small. Second, it's got a 6-cylinder engine, a pretty handy asset these days. Third, it's a Buick. Now, in spite of the fact that it's small, this car can seat 6 easily. It's got a 21-gallon fuel tank, which gives it great range. And it weighs several hundred pounds more than most imports, which in a small car is good. Now, what does it look like? Well, that's pretty tough to handle on radio. I'd hesitate to call it glamorous, and it sure isn't homely. I think handsome would be fair, and it offers some pretty attractive styling and trim options. The interior is definitely its strong suit. Now, if that sounds like a little more than your average small car, then I've described it properly. Because remember, this small car is a Buick. The car is called Apollo, Buick Apollo, and it's about as much small car as you'll find on the road today. See for yourself at your Buick Opel dealer.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. Sinoff, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin, plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
Signoff.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
I wish I could tell you what happened to the little statue, but I can't. Ella Greenway's house was robbed a few years ago, and the little statue was part of the loot. It may have been stolen by someone who knew its powers. On the other hand, it may be kicking around some antique or gift shop. Remember, if you see it, it's a beautiful lady with a snake twined about her waist. And if you should see it, would you buy it? Our cast included William Redfield, Suzanne Grossman, Sam Gray, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, new sugar-free diet 7-Up, and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the man of mystery who strikes terror in the very souls of sharpsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Friends, there's no longer any need for you to rely on guesswork when it comes to buying fuel. Now you can get the best fuel for home use, and know it at a glance, too. For Blue Coal, the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal, is colored a harmless blue at the mines for your protection. so that you can identify it instantly. To be sure that the fuel you buy is the safe, healthy, economical fuel, get America's finest anthracite. Ask for Blue Coal by name. Order your supply tomorrow.
Arthur, don't,
7,
please.
8, 9. This is the hour, my dear.
I can't stand it, I tell you. Always at 9 o'clock it comes. But if I hear that horrible thing again, I'll go crazy. Oh, this awful house.
But it's quiet, my dear. Way out in the country like this, I can install my laboratory here as soon as I get around to it. As for these strange sounds, well, haunted houses have always fascinated me. I've always wanted to meet a ghost, shake hands with him, invite him to tea.
Stop talking like that. It's serious. Oh, I've tried to stand it for your sake, Arthur, but I don't know how much longer. My heart isn't strong, and I... Hear it?
But that's only the wind, isn't it?
No. It always starts like that. You know it does.
Don't move. Listen.
Arthur, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
A ghost, eh? Well, we'll see. I'll meet him this time. I'll meet him halfway, too.
Stop! Stop!
Come. We'll both meet him. Give me your hand.
No!
Carolyn. Carolyn, it stopped. Can't you hear me? Goodness me. Has the shock killed her? No, her heart still beats. She's only fainted again. Just pass out here.
Turn the next corner, Lamont. It's that big house set on the hill.
May I ask, Margot, the reason for this late call on Carolyn Sneed?
Well, I'd like to know what's the matter with the poor woman. I got an awful shock when I saw her in town last week. She looks positively haggard. I never saw such a change come over a person.
Married life may not agree with her. She was a spinster for close to 40 years, wasn't she?
I know, but I think she was foolish. Carolyn has nearly $1 million in her own name. She didn't have to marry.
Yes, but right now I'm not the shadow. Remember, I'm just your patient chauffeur, darling. Lamont Cranston, in need of a rest from my famous mystery man role. That last adventure took a lot out of me, you know. Well, a marriage problem is hardly as...
Seriously, though. Nobody knows anything about this man she married. He came into town 6 months ago, met Carolyn in some accidental manner at the county fair, and proceeded to rush her off her feet. I've met him only once, but I don't like his looks.
Something sinister, I gather. Hence the shadow idea. Well, who is he anyway?
Professor Arthur Sneed, I believe he calls himself. He has a small office in town where he's supposed to be working on inventions or something. Well, here we are.
Well, usually pretty level-headed, Margot, but don't let your aversion for this man we're seeing be too apparent. Dreary place, isn't it?
I don't see any bell. I guess you're supposed to use the knocker. Here he comes.
Well, who is... Oh, it's you, Miss Lane.
Yes. Good evening, Professor Sneed. I hope we aren't too late.
Too late? Too late for what?
Why, I phoned Carolyn that we'd drop in just to say hello.
Well, she didn't tell me. Carolyn isn't feeling well at the moment. I'm sorry. Good night.
Oh, but please, I only want to see her for a moment. That is, unless it's something really serious.
Well, it isn't as serious as she pretends to think it is, but... well, come in.
Thank you. This is my friend Lamont Cranston.
Come in. I'm Very happy to see Mr. Cranston. I've heard a lot about him.
How do you do?
You say Carolyn is ill? She didn't mention it when I...
It came on suddenly. She's been in a nervous condition lately, but it's mostly imaginary. I made her go to bed.
Well, would it be all right if I saw her?
I suppose so. Go on up if you like.
Well, thanks. I'll only be a few minutes, Lamont.
What seems to be the trouble with your wife, Professor Sneed?
Oh, she's run down, I guess. Frightfully nervous. She has some absurd notion that this place is, haunted.
Haunted?
It's only the wind, of course, and the creaking of an old house. Ghosts. She keeps talking about ghosts. And I can't persuade her that there are no such things.
Of course, old houses have a habit of getting themselves haunted, Professor. As for myself, I'm not so sure there aren't such things as ghosts.
But surely, Mr. Cranston...
Oh, not the conventional sort, perhaps, but... I mean people's spirits. Souls, whatever you want to call them. Haunting the places where they've been unhappy.
Very interesting, I'm sure. But a lot of tosh. I put no stock in it.
No? I'm just noticing that rather rare book on the table, Professor. Neuroses of Death.
What?
If you're interested in that, I'm sure you must be interested in ghosts. I understand its morbid analysis of the factors of violent death are quite interesting.
What do you know about it?
Oh, I read all sorts of things, Professor.
Professor Sneed.
Oh, yes, Miss Lane?
Carolyn wants her sedative.
Oh, yes. I'll go up and give it to her. Did you find her comfortable, Miss Lane?
Well, I think Carolyn is seriously ill.
Yes, but more nerves than anything. Excuse me just a moment, won't you?
Lamont, there's something wrong here. I was afraid there was. I don't know what it is, but it's something terrible.
What's the matter with Carolyn?
Well, she hardly recognized me, and she talks like one in a trance, as though she were in the grip of some deadly fear. When I suggested sending the doctor over, she shook her head, but I'm going to just the same. I can't help feeling it's that man, her husband.
Yes, he isn't very pleasant, is he? His skin has an odd pallor. You see it on men who spent some time in prison. There are many little traits of his behavior that interest me as a psychologist. A remarkable man.
But you don't mean...
I don't know. But I think we'll investigate this more or less formally, Margot. I'll visit the professor tomorrow at his office in town. If there are ghosts involved here, perhaps the shadow can bring them to light.
Hello? Yes, Carolyn. Well, don't worry, my dear. I'll leave the office here at 5, and I'll be home before 6. Yes, I understand. Goodbye, dear. Well, who is it? Is that you, Miss White? Who's opening that door?
Don't get up, Professor. I'll close it after me.
What?
I thought I might find you in.
Who said that? Who are you?
Your conscience speaking, Professor. Or have you a conscience?
I'll show you what I've got.
Don't excite yourself. I'm only a voice. A voice they call... Professor, have you ever heard of the shadow?
The shadow?
Yes. You seem to have heard of me.
What do you want?
I've come to warn you, Sneed.
Warn me? Warn me about what?
I know what you're doing.
What?
And I know how it's going to end. The end is death.
Death?
I have something here I'll toss in your lap. There. Do you hear it?
Why, you... Get out of here, I tell you.
See it? Look. It's half of a playing card. The ace of spades. When you find the other half, That will be the end.
Get out and leave me alone.
All right, Sneed, I'll go, but don't forget. The shadow knows.
Trying to frighten me with his tricks. Oh, coming back, are you? Oh, it's you, Miss White.
There are two gentlemen here to see you, Professor Sneed.
Two gentlemen? Well, I'm not expecting...
I guess you may remember us, Professor Sneed.
Spike.
Your old friends, Spike Collins and Mr. Wilson here.
Yes, of course. Please take those circulars on your desk, Miss White, and mail them at the post office right away.
Yes, sir.
Lock that door, right?
Okay.
And what are you staring at, Sneed? We ain't ghosts.
I thought you two were doing a stretch at Leavenworth.
Yeah, we were. But we framed a getaway.
And now we come to see an old pal.
Well, now listen, Spike. I'd help you if I could.
Nuts. But... We've been watching you, and we know your game. We ain't got no time to stall. This old dame you married has got plenty of...
I don't know what you're driving at.
Well, you'll know if we squawk about that dame you married out in Idaho that croaked without anybody knowing what was the matter with her.
Cards on the table, Sneed. Is this one signed our money over to you?
Yes. She fixed her will in my favor.
Well, what are you doing to get her?
Well, she has a weak heart and...
I know. Playing ghost and scaring her to death, eh? Well, that's too slow, Sneed. I got a better scheme. We break into the house, stage a burglary, see? In a scuffle, the old dame gets shot, dead. It's quick.
No, you can't do that.
No, you'll see.
Spike Collins. Spike Collins. Wake up. Spike Collins.
What? Who's that?
Just a voice, Collins. The voice of your own thoughts, coming to warn you. No one but you can hear me. Your friend Sneed is going to double-cross you tonight. Sneed is going to double-cross you. It's your move. Be there to prevent him. Be there in time. 6 o'clock. Be there.
The Shadow will return in just a few moments. While we're waiting, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you about the ever-increasing popularity of Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite. Blue Coal is winning new friends every day among New England housewives. They not only like the superior heat of Blue Coal, but they find that it simplifies housekeeping. This is because Blue Coal is so clean. It burns completely and does not send any particles of unburned carbon through the house to be deposited on furniture or woodwork. The drudgery of daily cleaning is reduced to a minimum with this clean fuel. Blue Coal is the largest single brand of solid fuel prepared especially for home use. Each car is laboratory tested at the mines for purity and size before shipment. Blue Coal is Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. So that you can personally identify this excellent fuel, it is actually colored blue at the mines. Order it by name. You will find the name of your nearest Blue Coal dealer listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Are you comfortable in that chair, Carolyn?
Yes, thank you, Margot, dear. And I do appreciate your coming out here and staying with me.
I'm glad to do it. But it's 6 o'clock. Your husband ought to be coming home pretty soon, shouldn't he?
He phoned just before you got here and said he was starting. He seemed very agitated. Oh, he's a strange, unaccountable man sometimes. There are things about him I don't seem to understand.
Yes, I know, dear. He has the car, I suppose?
Yes, he's driving. He's probably on his way now.
I've got to think. I've got to think of something. I know. We leave town.
You're driving rather recklessly, Sneed.
You again.
I'm going to haunt you. Try to forget that I'm here in the rear seat, if it annoys you. No, don't look under the seat.
If I could only see you, get my hands on you, I'd show you how much it annoys me. Shut up.
I'm the voice of your conscience, Sneed. Perhaps you have a conscience. After all,
I could choke that voice down your throat without any trouble to my conscience.
if you only had the power of second sight, you could see me. That's an invaluable gift, Sneed, being able to see things that other men can't. Some people call it mental telepathy, some by other names. Remember, I can see the pictures you make in your mind. I told you about that.
You can warn all you like. That's not evidence, not in court. A lot of wild guesses that don't mean anything.
Well, doesn't it frighten you a little, Sneed? I simply will you not to see me, and you don't. Careful. There's a truck coming down the road. Better sound your horn.
Good Lord, the fool's taking up the whole road.
It's going to hit you. Look out.
It's gone. There wasn't any truck there.
No. I willed you to see it. And you saw it.
No truck at all. Just hypnotism. Gosh, I'm having hallucinations.
But that's the way to dispel hallucinations. Drive straight through them. Be careful. We're near your house. And this old mill road is tricky.
What about it?
Look, Sneed. There's a man in the road ahead of you.
There is, eh? Really?
Why, it looks like one of your two pals that called on you today. I knew he would be here, Sneed.
Really?
You're going to hit him if you don't watch out.
More of your hallucinations. You think that I'll believe you again, don't you? Well, I won't.
Look out.
I hit him.
This time, it was no hallucination, Sneed. He was in front of you.
Morning papers! Ex-convict Spike Collins found dead last night on the old mill road. Spike Collins, wanted by the police, found dead.
Here, son. I'll take one.
Here, sir.
What's it all about, Lamont? Found dead on Old Mill Road. But that's out of the Saints' place.
Yes, I believe it is. Notorious criminal struck by automobile and killed. He was certainly struck by an automobile.
I wonder if Sneed knew anything about it. He acted very strange when he got home last night.
Strange? What way?
Well, he was pale and shaky, and he hardly seemed to know I was there. He told Carolyn that he'd had a message from out of town, and they'd have to pack and leave.
Well, did he say when?
Well, they thought they could get their trunks and things ready by this afternoon sometime. You're not going to let Carolyn go with him, Lamont?
Not if I can help it. Let's see. A little after 9. I imagine Commissioner Weston is rather startled by the morning's news. I think I'll have a word with Commissioner Weston.
Commissioner Weston, they're sending Collins' body into the morgue.
You went out there this morning and checked all details, Captain?
Yes, sir, I did. And whoever hit him certainly smashed him up good. His face was all out of shape and couldn't recognize him. But we found these in his pocket.
Now, let's see. Letter from his girl out west, looks like. Insurance policy. Library card of Leavenworth Penitentiary.
And this ring, sir, that Collins always wore, with the figure 8 on it.
Oh, yes. Well, it's a good job done, whoever did it. Tag that stuff and file it.
Yes, sir.
Let me know when the wagon gets here.
Yes, sir.
Police Department, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Good morning, Commissioner. This is your good friend, the Shadow.
Oh, yeah? Well, what the blazes do you want?
To be of a little assistance, as usual.
Yes, I see. I'm getting tired of this rigmarole, though heaven knows things happen when you phone. And what's the assistance today?
Why didn't you investigate the ghost that haunts Sneed House, Commissioner, on the old mill road?
Well, you missed up on that one, Mr. Shadow. I don't put much stock in ghosts, but we went out there and checked up. Searched the house. There's no evidence.
No. Go again today, Commissioner. And this time, I think you'll get your evidence.
Is that the last trunk, Arthur?
Yes. The expressman won't be here until 4. Another hour yet. Why don't you go up and lie down a while, Caroline,
Yes, I will. I'll try to sleep a little now that it's daylight.
You told the milkman we wanted to pay him.
He's coming back before we leave.
Good. Well, that must be him now at the back door. Get back. Get back.
What's the matter, Sneed? Think you're seeing a ghost?
Stop. Don't come near me.
Nuts. Snap out of it, will you? This is me, Spike Collins.
You? Alive?
It wasn't me you hit with your car last night on that back road. Well, I guess you wish it had been, huh?
Who was it then?
It was Rat Wilson. Fool got half pickled trying to get up his nerve for the job. Staggered out on the road before I could stop him, and wham! It was all over.
Wilson, eh?
So there was my chance, see? Him and me about the same size, his face and hands all smashed flat. I put my stuff in his pockets, my ring on what was left of his finger. There I was, dead. And all that time you was giving me the double cross. And maybe I am a ghost, but I can still deal with you, Sneed.
Who is it, Arthur?
Just a minute, Carolyn. Now listen, Spike. There's only one way to see this thing through. You and I have got to stick together. The Shadow is after us both. We've got to get out together, away from this Shadow.
Don't kid me anymore about the Shadow. You see this cat? I'm here on business and I'm going through with it. Put the old lady out of her misery.
Good Lord.
What's the matter?
There. On the table.
Nothing but a torn playing card. The ace of spades, or half of it.
You've got to stop it, Spike. You've got to stop.
Arthur, what's the matter? Who's this man?
Carolyn. This is a friend of mine.
A friend?
Sure, a friend.
But I don't understand. The pistol,
Yeah, that's my way of doing business, lady. Your husband does it different. He's been scaring you to death, ain't he? Making you think the place was haunted. You know how he always does it?
Stop it, Spike.
He used to be an electrician, see? He rigs up a sort of electric sound box with a remote control switch. He usually puts the switch over here by the door. Yeah, here it is.
What's it all about, Arthur?
The ace of spades. The end. Death.
When he turns the switch, you hear the ghost dance. All you have to do is turn this knob. That's the way it works, lady.
But I hear it. Arthur, I hear it.
Turn that thing off, you idiot. What? I haven't turned it on. You haven't. Then what's making those sounds?
I am.
What's that? It's him. He's come. A shadow.
I am coming up these cellar stairs. I will enter and stand beside you.
Where is he? Stand back or I'll shoot.
When I enter, I will touch one of you on the shoulder.
Stop him. Stop him.
And that one will die.
It's the cops. Come here, Steve. It's a plant. You called in the cops. No, don't shoot, Spike. The jig is up. You can have the bullet I was going to give your wife, you double-crossing skunk.
Oh, you killed him.
Come on, here we are. Go through that side room, boys. Okay. Stick him up.
I got him.
I got him. Now stand still around. Break your arm. Now, hand over that gat.
All right. I'm through. You win.
Spike Collins.
Spike
Collins? I thought he was... I thought you... Say, what is this? Who was that guy that got killed over here last night? Come clean, Collins.
Whoever it was, I didn't do it.
Who's that? Where are you?
Don't be alarmed. I am here behind you, in the shadow.
Oh. So you're here, Shadow, eh? Maybe you know who got killed here last night.
The man killed last night, Commissioner, is a ghost.
Oh, yeah?
There are now 2 ghosts in this little adventure. Mr. Collins will probably make the 3rd. You really should believe in ghosts now, Commissioner. And in shadows.
And now, before today's adventure with the Shadow comes to a close, John Barclay, Blue Coal's own heating expert, is here to give us another of his practical talks on automatic heating. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Good evening, friends. In former Sunday night talks of mine, I've shown you the importance of having the temperature of the home properly controlled with a Blue Coal automatic heat regulator. That is, in terms of health and convenience. Now, tonight, I'm going to give a 3rd important reason for automatic heating: economy. Most authorities will tell you that the proper degree of heat in the home is 70 degrees. Naturally, you can't by hand keep your fire from giving off more than 70 degrees of heat, but the Blue Coal automatic heat regulator can and does. But here's how that saves you actual fuel dollars. Heating engineers have discovered that for every degree you raise the temperature above the desired 70 degrees, your fuel goes up in cost 1.5%. So you see, friends, by automatically shutting off that heat, that extra, wasteful, unhealthy heat regulator automatically saves on fuel costs. Why not investigate this Blue Coal heat regulator further? Ask your local Blue Coal dealer to give you a demonstration. The cost is only $18.95 plus a small charge for installation. You'll find it well worth every cent of that and more. Moreover, if you have any heating problems, discuss these also with your Blue Coal dealer. He is the best informed heating authority in your community, and assisted by his John Barclay trained serviceman, can, I'm sure, help you save money and have a more comfortable home this winter. This service is free. It costs you nothing. Thank you.
The Shadow adventure you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters in this story are entirely fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Extra! Shadow's latest adventure. Extra! Extra!
Your announcer, Arthur Whiteside.
Campana's Italian Bomb presents the First Nighter program, a copyrighted feature, Coast to Coast. Theater Time, Broadway. Once again, you're invited to attend the opening night performance of a new play in the Little Theater off Times Square. All Theaterland thrills to those magic words, opening night. It's a supreme moment for the producer. It's the acid test for the author and the actors. They're all wagering their time and talent on their ability to please the public taste for entertainment. Will they succeed tonight? Will this new play be the sensation of the season? Well, there's one thing we do know. We don't want to miss any of the excitement, so let's get underway. Here's my cab. Won't you step in and we'll start for the theater? Off Broadway, across 42nd Street, beating to the rhythm of commerce in the daytime and to the gaiety of nightlife after sundown, and on just a short distance to the Little Theater off Times Square. Well, here we are.
Have your tickets ready, please. Have your tickets ready, please.
Look, is that Mr. Worsdorf going in the door? Hey, that looks like so cool.
Good evening, Mr. First Nighter. The usher will show you the about.
Thank you. We'll go right in. Here we are, all settled in our box with a minute or two before the play begins. I see that the title of tonight's play is Three Who Face Death, another original by Addison Simmons. The play is pure fiction, of course, and does not refer to real people or to actual events. In the star parts are Barbara Luddy and Les Tremaine. Mr. Tremaine is cast as Paul, a young professor of psychology. Miss Luddy is to play the role of Mary, a young lady whose life is endangered by an unexpected set of circumstances. As usual, there's an all-star cast. And now, here is Eric Segerquist with his famous orchestra before first curtain. Lights are out, and here's the play. Hello?
Hello, Matt.
Yeah. Go ahead, Whitey.
Matt, I got the dame.
Yeah? Where?
Up in Lupino.
Well, what did you do?
I didn't do nothing. I'll put the finger on him for you, but that's all I'll do, and you know it.
Okay. I'll take care of her myself. Where do I find her?
Boss, there's something happened to her.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Well, I think she's gone out of her head. She pulls up the car right down on the main street. When she gets out, she walks right by me, looking kind of dazed-like, see? She looks straight at me, but she don't recognize me. And she ain't forgetting me that quick, unless something's wrong with her brain.
Sure. That's amnesia.
What's that?
That's what you get when you're scared stiff. Where is she now?
She's parked in front of our house, just on the outside of town. I'm phoning from a drugstore. I can see her from here.
Yeah? What's the address?
Corner Smith and Dean.
Right. I'll catch a plane. I'll be up there in half an hour.
Okay, but when you get here, I'm beating it.
Okay. Goodbye.
Son, I'm glad you made me get out and take a walk.
We both need it, Dad. Psychology books and psychology classes. If I didn't have my walk every night, I'd need to be looked at by a psychologist myself.
I must join you more often, son.
Dad, there's a car in front of the house. A roadster.
Who's in it?
Dad, that's Mary.
No.
It is, Dad. Come on. Mary. Mary, honey.
It is Mary.
Mary, you've come back home.
Madden.
Mary, come on. Get out of the car.
Madden.
Oh, there's something wrong.
Mary, what's the matter?
Madden.
Bring her inside.
Yes. Come on, dear. Come in the house.
I'm afraid.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Come on, dear. Open the door, Dad.
Come in, Mary.
I'm afraid.
But there's nothing to be afraid of. You're home, Mary.
In the living room, Paul.
Yes.
I've got to get away.
Sit down there, dear. That's it.
I've got to get away.
What's the matter, Mary?
Mary?
Son, this is amnesia.
Mary, listen to me. Do you know who I am?
Don't know.
Dear, listen. You've had some trouble and you've come home. Everything's going to be all right now.
Yes, dear. Paul and I will see that everything's all right.
Paul?
Son, I think she'd better get some rest first. She looks worn out.
All right, Dan. Come along, Mary. You're going to get some sleep.
Wait. I'm afraid.
Well, if you could only tell us what you're afraid of, Mary. Come on, try.
I don't know.
Who would that be? You stay with her, Dad. I'll go.
All right, son. Now, don't cry, Mary.
Good evening. Come in.
Yeah.
Who are you? What do you want?
I want my wife.
Your wife? Mary?
Yeah, Mary. Where is she? What is it, Paul? Something wrong?
Dan, this man says he's Mary's husband.
That's what I said. Just a minute. Who are you? I said I'm Mary's husband. Isn't that good enough?
Dad, I know who this man is.
Oh, yeah?
Dad, take a good look at him. He's that gangster. You've seen his picture in the paper any number of times.
Why?
Yes. Madden.
That's right. Now, where's my wife?
Madden, I don't believe Mary's your wife. And you're not going to see her.
I tell you, she is my wife, and I want to see her right now.
Mr. Madden, let me tell you something about Mary. She was born and raised in this town. She was an orphan, and I raised her here in this house, a member of my own family.
So what?
Mr. Madden, Mary loved my son. His is my son. She went away to the city for a singing career. When she had enough of it, she was coming home to marry my son.
Oh, don't bother to tell him that.
Just a minute, Paul. Madden, Mary didn't go to the city to mingle with such as you, let alone marry you.
Listen, White Whiskers. In my day, I smacked down plenty of guys for talking back to me.
Yes, and we know just how you smacked them down. With a gun.
Better look out how you talk. Nobody ever proved I used a gun on anybody.
We know all about that, too. You've been tried for murder 3 times, but you shake off a murder charge like a duck shakes off water.
You know all about me, don't you?
All I want to know. Dad, phone for the police. I'll see that he stays where he is.
Well, now, ain't he the brave boy, though? Listen, White Whiskers. Before I came in here, I cut your telephone wires. So don't bother trying to telephone.
Madden, this will get you exactly nothing. Mary, get back in here.
I'm afraid alone.
Yeah, well, you don't have to be afraid anymore, Mary. I've come to take you back home.
Home? Who are you?
Now, Mary, don't tell me you don't know your little Danny. Mary.
Mary?
You see, poor kid. She's sick talking like that.
She's sick, all right. And unless I'm mistaken, you know what she's sick about.
Yeah? What does that crack mean?
Suppose you tell me.
All right, smart guy. Maybe I will tell you.
I thought you could. Mary, please go back in there and close the door.
Yes.
Okay, gents. You wanted it, so you'll get it. Mary's got a good reason for being like she is. You know why?
Why?
Because she croaked a guy, that's why. And she got this way from the shock of it.
I don't believe it. Nor do I.
No, of course you don't. But I'm a guy that knows.
Madden, none of these lies will get you anything. Mary is not leaving here.
Is that so? Well, okay. And I'm not leaving either, see? She's my wife, and if she stays, I stay. Get it?
The curtain comes down in the first act. Tonight's play in the Little Theater off Times Square.
Smoking in the outer lobby or downstairs, please.
Let me ask this question. Would you be surprised to know that Campana has spent over $600,000 exclusive of advertising in the last 5 or 6 years for the sole purpose of educating women on how to use Italian Balm correctly? Perhaps you'll say, well, that sounds silly. All you do is put Italian Balm on your face and hands, just like any other lotion. Well, the truth is you don't use Italian Balm just like any other lotion. Italian Balm is rich, full body, and just a little goes a long, long way. Too much for application does not give satisfactory results. That's why Campana invented the dispenser idea, now in use in over 3 million homes, because the Italian Balm dispenser gives you just 1 drop at a time. That's why each Italian Balm carton says, use sparingly. This product spreads widely. And let me say this to you. We know that Italian Balm is a definitely superior preparation. It contains the costliest ingredients to be found in any of the largest selling brands. Yet its cost to use is so small because it goes so far that you can't find any greater economy in any lotion. Right now you can get the famous Italian Balm dispenser at your drug or department store in a special package containing a 60-cent bottle of Italian Balm and the dispenser. Here is the ideal and convenient way to use this soothing skin softener. It lets down exactly the right amount for an application to both hands. And the 60-cent bottle contains nearly 500 dispenser applications. Save money. Ask for the dispenser package tomorrow. And here's the second act of Three Who Face Death.
Come in, Dad. Where's Madden?
In the living room. How's Mary? Asleep?
No, just lying there with her eyes closed. She speaks now and then. Mumbles.
Son, what are we going to do? What if Madden is married to her? You don't believe that, Dad. After all, we don't know. It's so many months since Mary wrote to us.
Dad, she couldn't marry a man like that. She wouldn't.
She wouldn't want to. A man like that gets what he wants with threats. Paul, shouldn't one of us try to get out of the house and drive down for the police?
No. This isn't a job for the police yet, Dad.
Why not, sir?
Because I want to know first the real cause of Mary's amnesia.
What can we do, Paul? Can we just sit and wait?
No, we won't just sit and wait. Dad, you remember the Longendorf treatise on hypnotism?
Possibly, yes. Why?
You remember he tried hypnotism to cure amnesia?
Oh, yes.
I'm going to try it, Dad.
Of course, Paul.
It may work.
It's worth trying. Yes, Tom, you must try it. Lock the door. All right, Paul. Go ahead. Yes. Mary. Mary, are you awake?
Mary.
Mary. Come, dear. Get up.
Get up?
Yes, that's it. I want you to sit right here.
Sit here?
Just sit there and relax. Dad, light one of those candles. Yes, Paul. Put it on the mantel and turn off the other lights. Now, Mary, look here.
Mary.
I'm going to help you. I want you to trust me, dear. I want you to do exactly as I say. I want you to sit there and relax and fix your eyes on the flame of that candle.
Candle.
That's it. Keep looking. Looking.
Looking.
Mary, in that candlelight, in that yellow flame, is peace. Sleep.
Sleep.
You're going to sleep, Mary. A sweet, deep sleep. You're going to rest.
Rest.
You will go to sleep. Sleep. And when you wake up, all your troubles will be gone. Now sleep. No more amnesia. You remember everything. Your name, everything. You'll do all this because I tell you, Mary. Because it's good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're going to wake up. You're going to wake up. All right. Wake up. Wake up. She's awake. Mary.
Oh.
Dad, the light.
Oh. Father, what am I doing here?
Mary, how do you feel?
Oh, how did I get here?
You've been a victim of amnesia.
What?
You came here because you knew we'd help you. Now you tell us what the trouble is. You tell us about Madden.
Madden? How do you know about Madden?
Madden's here in this house, Mary.
Here?
He followed you here.
Where is he?
In the living room. He wants to take you away.
Oh, no.
He said you were his wife.
That's not true. I don't even know him. It's not true.
You knew it wasn't true, Mary.
Paul, Madden came here to kill me.
To kill you?
Yes. I saw him shoot a man. I saw him commit murder.
Murder? You saw it?
Yes, in the street. I walked around the corner just as he did it.
Did Madden see you?
Yes. There was another man, too. He hollered out, Madden, the girl saw you. And then I ran back and got into my car, and Madden shouted, get her. Oh, I was terrified. I drove away as fast as I could. I saw the other man get into a car and come after me. I remember driving the 2 blocks, terrified, and then I don't remember anymore.
That's when amnesia struck you, dear. You drove home instinctively.
This Madden's here. He'll kill me, Paul.
Paul, we've got to have him arrested. Other people have tried that, and they're dead.
Hey, open that door. What's the idea? Open the door.
Mary, listen. That's Madden.
Oh.
You've got to pretend amnesia. You're bewildered. You echo words. You're stunned. Can you do it?
Yes.
Come on, open it up.
Just a minute. Careful now, Mary.
What's the idea of locking the door?
In my own home, Madden, I intend to lock any door I please.
Yes? You're a pretty tough customer, ain't you? Oh. Hello, Mary. How you feeling? Come on. Look up here. What are you afraid of?
Afraid?
Ah, there's nothing to be scared of. I'll take care of you. Nobody's going to hurt you. Come on now. Get your hat and coat on. I'm taking you out of here right now.
You're not taking her out of here?
Oh, yes, I am. What's more, I got a couple of little jobs to do right here before we go.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you and your old man, Mr. Smart Guy. Just where do you think I was when you were pulling that hypnotism act? Yeah, Mary. You ain't so full of amnesia now, are you? I was outside that door listening to the whole thing. So you told what you knew, didn't you?
I didn't mean it, Madden. Listen, Madden, you can take me out of here. You can do what you want with me, but please let them alone.
Mary, just a minute. He's not going to take you out of here.
No? I suppose you're going to stop me.
Yes, I'll stop you.
Madden, put away that gun.
Yeah? Listen, my friend. There are 3 people who know that I bumped off Al Malone. Now, if you don't think I'm going to do something about those 3 people, you've got another guess coming.
And the curtain comes down on the second act of tonight's play in the Little Theater off Times Square.
Smoking downstairs or in the outer lobby, please.
Now then, let's talk over something important. I'm authorized by Campana to make a startling offer tonight to every woman in this coast-to-coast audience. Listen carefully, please, for here's the sensational news. Campana wants to give you, absolutely free, a full 20-cent jar of their amazing facial cleansing pads, Dress Skin Coolies. You get this jar without 1 penny of cost. It's a gift. This is Campana's way of allowing you to judge for yourself how convenient Coolies are. Why so many women call Coolies the greatest advance in face cleansing methods in years. Coolies, you know, are soft, round discs of cloth saturated with dress skin. They're quick, convenient, and sanitary. Each pad gives you a complete 60-second facial, removing dirt, shiny oil, makeup, leaving your skin perfectly prepared for fresh makeup. Coolies are ideal for use on the go, traveling, shopping, dancing. And for home use, to remove makeup before going to bed, you'll find them a real blessing. To get your free 20-cent jar of Coolies, ask tomorrow at your drug or department store for the 35-cent Italian Balm Coolies combination package. You get the 35-cent bottle of Italian Balm at no increase in price, plus the free 20-cent jar of Coolies. Both products for the price of the Italian Balm alone. Get this bargain now while it's available. Last act, and there goes the curtain. All right, Madden. The 3 of us know about your latest murder. What are you going to do about it?
What am I going to do about it? What would you do if you were in my spot?
Paul would never be in your spot.
A coward, hiding behind a gun. So I'm a coward, am I?
Certainly you're a coward. Your kind is always brave with a loaded gun. Without a gun, you're the yellowest form of humanity.
That's what you say.
Madden, I've met your kind before. I've studied your type. Every line of your face spells cowardice from the weak mouth to the shifty, watery eyes. Your kind has got to have a gun to behave like a man.
Yeah? What are you trying to do? Get me to put up this gun and handle you with my bare hands?
Oh, no. A yellow rat doesn't give up his only source of security.
You're pretty smart, ain't you? All you got to do is make me ashamed of myself for a coward. I put up the gun and we go at it with fists. And then somebody clips me on the head from behind and it's all over. Ain't that a smart trick now?
It's certainly something a coward wouldn't risk.
Yeah? You know what, smart guy? I think I'm going to give you your wish. I think maybe it'd be fun bashing in that face of yours.
The fun's waiting for you if you want it.
Sure, I want it. But it ain't going to work out the way you think. Now, listen, all 3 of you. Once there was some people that turned me into the cops and figured they'd be witnesses in a nice little murder trial for me. You know, it's a funny thing, but something happened to them before they could get down to the courthouse to testify.
I thought you understood we knew all about that.
I just wanted to make sure, that's all. Well, you still looking for a fight?
I think so.
Okay, but I'm warning you, all 3 of you. My gun goes in my pocket, see? And as long as it's fair fighting, it stays there. But if anybody tries any funny business, so help me, I'll plug you.
Don't worry. It'll be a fair fight.
Okay. The gun's in my pocket. Come on, fight.
Oh, don't, please.
Mary, stay back. Keep her back, Dad.
Well, I'm waiting.
Yes, and you'll get what you're waiting for. You.
Oh, please, look out, Senor.
Stay back. Stay back.
Oh.
All right. Get up, if you can do it.
Oh, get up, Paul.
Yeah, Get out of the way. Madden, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, but come on and do it.
Oh, he's down. He's down. Quick, get his gun. I'll get it.
Paul, he doesn't move. I think he's dead.
No, he isn't dead. He's just out cold. What do we do with him, Paul? I don't know. Yes, I do. I know what we'll do with him. What? We'll finish Mr. Madden.
Paul, you can't kill him.
I'm not going to kill him. He's going to do it all himself. Give me a hand with him, Dad. I want to sit him up in this armchair. What is it, son? What are you going to do? I'm going to manufacture a little justice. Lift him. Come on, help him. That's it. Now, sit there, Mr. Madden, and make yourself comfortable.
What are you going to do?
You'll see. Mary, turn off the lights.
Yes, Paul.
Now, we'll just swing the chair around so that Mr. Madden faces the candlelight. There, that's better.
Son, you can't hypnotize this man.
You'll see.
But Paul, you know you can't hypnotize an unwilling subject.
I can if I catch him in a moment when his will is dulled.
But how?
When he begins to come to, that's the chance. If I can put him under quickly, he'll have no will to resist.
He's coming out of it, Paul.
Quiet now. Don't speak a word. I've got to work fast. Madden. Madden. Open your eyes, Madden. That's it. Don't move. Stay just as you are. Madden, there's a light straight ahead of you. Candlelight. That's it. Look at it. Keep looking. Keep looking. Madden, you're going back to sleep. You're going back to sleep at once. The light. The candlelight, Madden. Keep looking. Keep looking. Sleep, Madden. Close your eyes. You're going to sleep. Sleep. Sleep, Madden.
He's out, Paul.
Yes. Madden, now open your eyes. That's it. Now look at me. That's it. Now listen. Listen to every word. Madden, I'm going to send you away from this house. It won't be your own will that takes you away. It will be my will. Because you're going to do what I say. Exactly what I say. You're going to leave this house with only one purpose ahead of you. From now on, you're going to tell the truth. You're going to speak the truth and nothing but the truth. Do you hear, Madden? You're going back to the city where you came from. And you're taking only one thing with you. Truth. For you, the deadly truth. There's a grand jury sitting, Madden. You'll go to them. You'll confess to the murder of Hal Malone. You'll confess to your other crimes, and you'll stick to your story. You'll stick to the truth until the truth makes a finish of you. You hear me? Answer me. You hear me?
Yes.
The truth, you understand?
Yes.
All right. Get up. Madden, the door to the street is open. It's the door into the night. The blackest night you ever stepped into. Blackest because you carry your own doom in your own hands. I might have killed you, Madden, but I don't want even your evil blood on my conscience. I might have turned you over to the police in the regular way, but you're too slick for the regular way. And so I send you this way, to bring yourself to justice.
Yes.
But before you go, I want you to tell me what you're going to tell those who ask you. Speak. What are you going to tell?
I killed Hal Malone. I killed Red Adams. I killed my own brother. My own brother.
Madden, take that story and the rest of it to those who want to know. Down there at the next corner, you'll meet a policeman. Tell it to him. He'll help you on your way. Now, good night, Madden. And may God have mercy on you.
Oh, Paul.
Mary, dear. Mary, don't. Let her cry, Father. It'll do her good. Come here, Mary. Come, dear.
And the curtain falls on another first night of success, the 419th performance in the Little Theater off Times Square. This is
6:30 are in front of the footlights. And now, before we move on to a smart party at an uptown supper club, remember that daylight saving time becomes effective day after tomorrow. Therefore, next Friday, if your community does not have daylight time, tune in first nighter 1 hour earlier than tonight. If your community does observe daylight savings, then tune in at the usual hour. And now we move out of the theater and into the street. Here's your cab, Mr. First Nighter. Thank you. Good night.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 27. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your director, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren. Friends, it is always a pleasure, even an honor, to welcome Jan Miner and John Larkin to Radio City Playhouse. It is a pleasure because they are fine people and an honor because they are very talented artists indeed. Their joint appearance invariably results in an exciting broadcast, as all of you know who are regular listeners, and we feel that our play tonight is no exception. Also with us this evening, Mr. Stephen Schnabel, whom we welcome to the Playhouse most heartily. Here, then, our two favorite performers, Jan Miner and John Larkin, with Stephen Schnabel in 1 from 3 Leaves 2, Attraction 27 on Radio City Playhouse.
It is September in the Swiss Alps. A party of 12 has set out to climb the Matterhorn, one of the most exciting and romantic mountains in the world. There are 12 in the party, but our story concerns only the leading 3 people in the winding, straggling line. By 4 o'clock of the first day out, the group had arrived at the hut shelter which overlooks the sea of glaciers around Mount Rosa. At 5 the next morning, they were again on the climb. The air is clear, but the wind chips needle points of ice from the mountainside and hurls them against the upward struggling faces. 13,000 feet, and still up, 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 up. Slowly, painfully, gaspingly, for the air has thinned. Suddenly, one of the party stumbles and grabs at a large rock which loosens from its bed. The rock rolls, and the climber screams. Suddenly, there is consternation. The third man from the front of the line steps against the wall of the mountain and twists his rope 3 times around a jutting crag of stone, hangs on, and prays. But the rolling rock becomes 2, the 2 become 4, and the 4 become 1,000. The dread call is heard. The roar was deafening. The avalanche gained in momentum. Millions of tons of rock and ice and snow flowed like a gigantic wave of water down, 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 down. Until, at last, there was silence. Except for the wind. Less than 30 feet above the 3 survivors is the last hut shelter before the summit. In silent, shaking terror, the 3 finally reach the hut and stumble in. The first is a woman, Stella Wainwright.
I can't stand stand it. I can't stand it.
The second is Dr. John Greville.
Oh, stop it, for goodness sakes. Crying won't get us anywhere.
The third is the guide, a young man known simply as Rudolph.
Will you please stop crying?
I can't. All of them gone. Swept away like...
Please don't.
I think I'm going to be sick.
No, you're not. Here, take a swig of this. Well, that's better. Please try to control yourself. Here, Rudolph, you want a drink?
Thanks, Dr. Greville.
Yes, I'm sick. I'm so cold.
Sit down. That's it. Now try to hang on to yourself. Are you all right, Rudolph?
Yes, Dr. Greville. I'm all right.
I'm so sorry.
For heaven's sakes, control yourself.
Just let me alone for a minute.
All right. Well, Rudolph, what do we do first?
First, Dr. Greville, we make a fire.
To my life story. At 38, I feel like an old man. Ever since medical school, I've been chasing this cancer thing. You work for a year, then scrap it. Start all over again. I haven't had a holiday for 10 years. That's why I came
Will
out
you stop playing with those keys? Well, it makes me nervous, jingling them all the time.
You were rather easily made nervous, aren't you?
I'm sorry. Please go on. Do you really think you can cure cancer?
Not cure it, but stop it irrevocably if it's caught early enough.
It must be very rewarding. Clinic and everything. Helping people like that.
Yes, it is.
I wish I could stop thinking about
Please.
the Hendricksons and Mrs. Beaubien, all of them just swept away like that, dead.
Oh, there's no use crying, Mrs. Wainwright. Please,
Well, you're a doctor. You're used to seeing people die. I've never seen anyone die. What's Rudolph doing?
He said he would try to find a way down.
Well, he's been gone almost half an hour.
He'll be back.
Well, I don't relish being left up here alone.
Rudolph will be back.
It's getting cold again. Can't you do something with that stove?
Well, I think we should conserve the wood.
Why?
Well,
Don't you think we'll get back down?
Of course we'll get back down.
Then why are you saving the wood?
I think it's only sensible to be careful.
You're afraid, aren't you? You're just as afraid as I am, but you don't dare show it.
We'll get back down.
How long will the wood last? Well, how long will it last? You don't think we'll get back down, do you? We're going to have to stay here, aren't we? We're going to have to stay here and wait for someone to come after us, maybe for days. Aren't we?
Please, Mrs. Wainwright, for goodness sakes, control yourself and stop thinking about the mountain, about getting down. Now, tell me about yourself. I've told you my life story. Let's have yours.
All right. I was a thing called a New York debutante. Highly decorative but very useless type of female that dances well, plays bridge well, rides, shoots, skis, climbs mountains, and finally marries somebody from Wall Street.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
And then what?
Then I couldn't take the ordinary responsibilities of marriage, and I divorced him.
I see.
Don't you approve?
Am I supposed to?
Not necessarily.
Go on.
I am also considered one of the 10 best-dressed women in the world. I have quite a lot of money and very good teeth. I weigh 120 pounds. I almost got a BA, but didn't quite make it. I almost had a baby and didn't quite make that either. I joined the wax because I thought it was the thing to do, and was discharged as emotionally unstable. I was rather ashamed of that because if Rudolph just went out to reconnoiter, why isn't he back?
Now go on with your story.
Oh, there's no story, Dr. Greville. I've never given anything of myself to anything. I'm selfish and I'm spoiled and... Am I embarrassing you?
Just a little.
Why?
Because I want to like you. And the way you talk makes it very difficult.
Well, that's certainly an honest comment.
You're a very beautiful girl.
Thank you, sir.
If you'd relax.
This is hardly the place to quarrel.
It might be a place for you to grow up.
Have we any cigarettes left?
Yes, we have 3.
Then I'll have one.
Oh, Madame has spoken.
Well, you said there were 3.
Yes, and I can see you giving myself mine after you've had your share.
I think I'll be able to manage.
You'll probably smoke all 3.
Why have you suddenly become patronizing and rude?
I'm sorry, here.
Never mind.
Go on, take it.
I don't want
Well, make up your mind.
Please, Dr. Greville, let's not snap at each other.
Oh, Rudolph, we'd almost given you up.
Dr. Greville, we are in a very dangerous position.
I think we realize that, Rudolph.
But perhaps not how dangerous, Dr. Greville. Will you both come to the window, please?
We looked before, but we couldn't see anything.
Fog has cleared now.
How unbelievably beautiful.
Yes, isn't it?
Not to me.
Well, you're used to it, Rudolph.
Over there is Mont Blanc. To the north is the Jungfrau. Italy is there, to the south.
What's that one?
Monte Rosa. The avalanche has swept away all the formation between the hut here and the hangover.
You mean where the shoulder sticks out over the rest of the mountain?
Yes.
I don't quite understand.
If you will look straight down, Mrs. Wainwright. The hut is perched on the edge of a 6,000-foot drop. I am of the opinion it is not safe to stay here.
You mean we're liable to topple over?
At least jar would dislodge us.
Well, then, why don't we start down?
That's just it.
What is it, Rudolph?
It is a very difficult descent. Very difficult. I've been climbing mountains since I was a child. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, we'll just have to be extra careful.
I will go out now and try to cut steps in the ice to the first hangover. If I go beyond that, I cannot get back. From where the steps will stop, there will be 300 feet that...
Come on, Rudolph, what are you trying to say?
It is a very difficult situation.
Well, being coy about it won't help.
It is a question of the rope.
Rope?
Yes, there is not enough for free.
What do you mean?
I mean that there is not enough rope for free people to get down.
Well, then one of us will have to get along without rope.
Have you ever climbed a mountain before, Mrs. Wainwright?
Once in Banff in Canada.
There is not enough rope for free people.
But that's ridiculous. I don't see why if there's enough rope for one...
Wait a minute, Mrs. Wainwright. Just what do you mean, Rudolph?
I mean that only two of us can make the descent.
Well, you're the experienced one. You know this mountain backwards.
Mrs. Wainwright, without me, you and Dr. Greville would not progress 30 feet beyond the point where the steps would stop.
Nonsense.
No, Mrs. Wainwright. It's better for one to stay behind and for you and Dr. Greville both to die.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. We managed to get up, and surely we can manage
Rudolph. Are you sure about this?
Yes, Dr. Greville, I'm sure. I will be glad to give you and Mrs. Wainwright the rope, but you're inexperienced climbers. I would not let my worst enemy attempt this descent without me. There is nothing left to the overhang. Is as smooth as glass. The avalanche has removed every foothold. The only way we can get down is for one of you to be tied to me. I'm sorry. There is no other way.
Well, then one of us can stay here.
Yes, Mrs. Wainwright. One of us can stay here.
Why do you say it like that?
One of us can stay here, Mrs. Wainwright, but not inside this hut. I told you that. Every moment it is liable to go over the edge. Even a strong wind would dislodge it.
Well, nobody can stay outside in this weather. It's impossible.
That is very true, Mrs. Wainwright.
When do you and Mrs. Wainwright propose to start, Rudolph?
Well, I will not leave Dr. Greville here by himself. We'll have to stay and wait for a rescue party. He'll never be able to
Mrs. Wainwright, I would suggest that you do as you're told and talk as little as possible.
Oh, you would you? Why, you impudent, ill-mannered...
That'll do, Mrs. Wainwright.
Who does he think he is, ordering me what to do and when to talk? The minute we get back, I'll have him discharged. I never...
Thank you, Mrs. Wainwright. I see the idea has occurred to you. However, I shall repeat it. Without me, you will never get back at all. You will die of cold and exposure. I shall go out now and cut steps in the ice to the first shoulder. We must start in half an hour. Will you be ready, please, when I get back, Mrs. Wainwright?
Yes, Rudolph, I'll be ready. And I'm sorry if I was rude.
I'll be as quick as I can.
Can we have one of those cigarettes now?
Why not?
Thanks. I've a cigarette lighter somewhere. Oh, here.
Ah, that's some gadget.
It works.
Are those diamonds real?
All 85 of them. Thanks.
You're welcome.
So cold. Horrible, stinking mountain.
I'll fix the fire.
Oh, don't. Please don't.
Why not? You're cold, aren't you?
But you'll need the wood.
I always say there's nothing like a good fire to keep the party going. Keep everybody warm and comfortable. I'm sure you'll be warmer soon.
Why do you treat me like this?
No, I thought I was doing the right thing, keeping you warm, comfortable, protected. Never let it be said that John Greville didn't take care.
Look, Dr. Greville, let's not get hammy. I may be a little thoughtless, but I'm not entirely callous.
Aren't you?
No, I'm not.
I'll be all right.
You won't be all right.
The hut will stand.
The hut won't stand. It's shaking now.
I'll be the only one that's inconvenient.
We can't leave you. We simply can't leave you. We'll all have to try to make it together.
That means none of us will make it.
Well, then we'll take that chance.
Rudolph won't.
Rudolph will do as he's told.
Why don't you grow up, Mrs.
But
Wainwright?
we can't leave you here. We just can't leave you here to freeze.
Look, which is it to be? 3 of us for sure, or me taking my chances? Rudolph has to go. He knows the way. He's experienced. He's a professional climber. We're not. We're frightened and green. There's only enough rope for 2. Now, will you shut up and relax? I appreciate your concern, but there's no use having an emotional binge about it.
You can't do it.
Can't do what?
Lose that clinic.
Oh.
But you've just raised the money.
Let's not talk about it.
I want to talk about it. If you stay up here, it means you'll die. Almost without any doubt, you'll be dead in a couple of days. Even if the hut does stand, there's nothing much to eat. A few crackers, a couple of cans
If you
of
don't
soup.
mind, I'd rather not talk about it.
Well, if you don't mind, I would.
Since it's me that's staying behind, I think I deserve some consideration.
John. May I call you John?
Yes, if you wish.
Well, I wish you'd just keep very still and listen to me for a moment.
I
Please
have...
don't interrupt. I know that the way you've been brought up, the way you've been taught to act, makes it, well, in fact, compels you to insist that I go with Rudolph.
Mrs.
Now,
Wayne...
please, you promise not to interrupt.
I know what
You promise not to interrupt. You see, John, I haven't been a very happy woman. And I haven't been worthwhile. I'm trying not to make this sound melodramatic. I don't mean it to be, but...
Well, then stop. It is melodramatic.
Why can't you keep quiet a moment?
Because I know what you're going to say, and it's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? Dear God in heaven, why do men think that no woman can ever mean anything? Don't you suppose that I envy you? Don't you suppose that I'd like to be doing what you're doing? Do you think I'm happy the way I'm living? Do you think I enjoy going around with the dancing boys? Don't you think that I'm so bored most of the time I could throw up?
I'm not interested in whether you're bored or not.
Can't you possibly believe that I want to stay? That I honestly believe your life means more to the world than mine does? Can't you treat me as if I were a fellow human being instead of a...
Instead of a what?
What do you think I am?
And what do I think you are? Come on, let's hear you say it.
Forgive me, Dr. Greville. I apparently thought you were more of a man than you are.
You know, if by any strange chance you've meant all this, then I'm sorry. You see, I don't have much to do with women like you. Most of my patients aren't anywhere near the 10 best-dressed women in the world, and I'm afraid I don't think it's a very worthwhile distinction. I'm sorry if I've been rude. I don't want to stay here. I don't think your life is as valuable as mine. In fact, I don't think your life is valuable at all. I'm quite aware that looking at our plight philosophically, I'm perhaps doing the wrong thing by letting you go and staying here. Unfortunately, I just can't imagine doing anything else.
Well, I guess that's settled.
And it isn't because of what people would say. Nobody in New York would know that I just left you here. And even if they did, I don't know that I care. I think that my work is more important than my reputation. If people want to say I'm the kind of man who leaves women to fend for themselves on top of a mountain, so what? No, it isn't any of the reasons you think, Mrs. Wainwright. It's just that all my life, I've worked to try to save lives. I can't get out of the habit.
This isn't happening. It's...
The first time you face reality, it's a good thing.
Do you want me to face it all out?
Yes, if you like.
I wonder if knowing all about a person makes you like that person more or less.
I don't intend to have a mutual confession period, if that's what you're driving
Why
at.
can't you treat me as if I were adult?
Because I don't think you
Well,
are.
I would be if you give me the chance. Maybe I don't deserve it. Maybe I have been pretty giddy up to now, but I'm not exactly no good all the way through.
Oh, I know you're not.
Sometimes I've had moments when I was really quite proud of myself.
What were they?
At Cannes once, I pulled a kid out of the Mediterranean. Scrawny little French kid that looked like he'd never had enough to eat. His mother saw it all happen. When I finally got him back to the beach, she put her arms around me, kissed me. I could taste the tears. She didn't say anything, just kissed me. And then started in to give the kid the wailing of his life. But I never forgot the feeling at that moment. You think I'm being corny, don't you?
No. No, I don't think you're being corny.
Well, it's the only time I ever felt really good. Really good inside.
I know.
You've had many of those moments, haven't you?
I've had a few.
Can't we be very honest with each other, please?
All right.
I'd like you to kiss me. And I'd like you to call me Stella.
All right. Stella.
You're very different from the men I've known.
Probably a lot poorer.
No, well, maybe that, but that isn't what I meant.
How am I different?
If I knew exactly, maybe I could be more like you.
It's a very nice thing to say. I don't deserve it.
John, can't you feel this? Or is it just this stinking, rotten mountain? Is it just that maybe you're going to have a hard time getting down and that... What is it? You can feel it, too? Can't you?
Yes, I can feel it.
The way I feel it.
I think maybe the way you feel it, yes.
But why? Why should it be this way?
I don't know.
Can we split that last cigarette?
I don't see why not. Here.
Thanks.
Ah, yes. The lighter again. Complete with 85 diamonds.
And it works.
Thank you.
What do you really think your chances are?
Oh, I don't know.
But what do you think?
I've been in some pretty tight places before.
Well, do you think that... Oh, John, I'll get every rescue party in the country. I'll hire an airplane and drop your food. You get off.
Sure, I'll get off.
When you do, can we see something of each other?
Oh, yes.
A lot?
Yes, a lot.
What isn't the mountain, is it? It isn't the snow and danger and the cold.
No, it isn't the mountain.
Well, then what is it?
I think we've done what you said a while back. We've gotten to know all about each other in a matter of a few moments.
And what do you know about me?
I know that you're not what you seem. That you're very different from the other 9 best-dressed women. In fact, I know that you don't belong here at all. All you need is a chance to give.
And then?
And then you'd become a very wonderful person.
Will you help me?
I'll try.
I'm going to get very silly in a minute.
Not now, Stella. Let's save that for later.
All right. If that's the way you want it.
That's the way I want it.
Would you kiss me once more? Rudolph will be back in a moment.
I think we should save that for later, too.
All right.
Isn't it silly the way every time I look at that lighter, I hate the rich?
I don't think it's silly. Not at all.
Do you remember how much it cost?
Yes. But I'd rather not say.
No, I'm curious. Tell me.
Well, something over $1,600.
To light cigarettes.
Yes. To light cigarettes.
And here's Rudolph.
John, I love you. I've got to say it. I love you. Please tell me.
Shh, not now. All ready, Rudolph?
Yes, Dr. Greville.
Got your jacket on, Stella?
Yes.
Here, I'll help you.
I love you.
There we are. I'll see you safely off. Oh, what did I do with those mitts?
On the floor.
Oh, yes, good. All right, let's start, shall we?
I'd like to speak to you, Dr. Greville.
Oh? What is it, Rudolph?
If Mrs. Wainwright wouldn't mind waiting outside.
Well, Mrs. Wainwright minds very much.
I haven't time to argue, Mrs. Wainwright. Will you please step outside, or do I have to...
I don't think that would be a good idea at all, Rudolph. What do you want to say to Dr. Greville?
Probably that Americans are crazy.
I would prefer to speak to you alone, Dr. Greville.
Would you mind, Stella?
I most certainly would. I think we established the fact earlier that I was not a child. What do you want to say, Rudolph?
Dr. Greville, I will leave you my overjacket and parka. I have very heavy underclothes. I will be warm enough so long as I keep moving. I think it is dangerous to sleep in this hut all night. I examined it before I came in. It can't possibly stand much longer.
But he can't possibly sleep outside. He'd freeze stiff. Well, can't we fix this thing so it'll be safer?
Mrs. Wainwright, you're a very nice woman, but you're not intelligent at all. There is very little chance that Dr. Greville will get out of this alive. The hut will not stand all night. He cannot get down off the mountain. It is 21 degrees below zero. I am sorry to upset your delicate, sensitive mind, but Dr. Greville is probably going to die within a few hours, whether he stays in the hut or not. Now, if that's quite clear, I suggest that we get started. There is my jacket and parka, Dr. Greville. And now, Mrs. Wainwright, if you don't mind...
I'm not going. I'm not going, I tell you.
Stella.
Well, I'm not going. I'm not going to leave you here to certain death, and there's no use you're saying anything about it because I'm not going...
Rudolph!
I am sorry to do that to Mrs. Wainwright. I think you understand, Dr. Greville. I do not make a habit of striking women. But I do not make a habit either of arguing with hysterical American tourists on the top of the most dangerous mountain in the Alps. How shall we start?
He's right, Stella. Now, just go quietly.
All right.
We will tie the rope now. Excuse me, Mrs. Wainwright.
Go ahead.
Is that too tight?
No. That's all right.
Test the knot every once in a while. The rope gets hard when it's frozen. If the knot gets loose, call me. I'll tighten it.
All right.
Are you sure it's not too tight?
No, that's fine.
Dr. Greville, I am very sorry. I am very sorry about this whole afternoon. Goodbye.
Come with us as far as the steps go.
I am. The wind has gone down a little.
It always does before sunset.
We should make the lower shelter in a couple of hours.
Dr. Greville, if you and Mrs. Wainwright want the rope, I will be glad to give it to you.
No, Rudolph. I think we've been through that.
Then will you please go back to the cabin? I do not like this. It's goodbye.
There's enough rope that you don't have to stand beside me. Walk on ahead a little.
We'll do the best we can with the rescue party. Goodbye, Dr. Greville.
Can't you say it? Even once.
Oh, what's the use? Let's save it for later.
Please.
I'll get down all right, Stella. These people are used to mountains. They'll get up for me.
They won't.
No, they won't.
Wait a minute, Rudolph. Just 1 second, please.
Well, hurry, Mrs. Wainwright. Hurry.
I love you, John Greville. I love you, John Greville. And you love me. Don't you?
Stella, what's the use of trying to...
Don't you?
Please, Stella, let's not.
Don't you?
Rudolph is waiting.
Say it!
Yes. Yes, I love you. Oh, so help me, I love you.
Then kiss me goodbye.
Oh, Stella.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, Stella. Stella! Stella, what are you... Stella! Rudolph! Stop her! Stop her!
Mrs. Wainwright! Don't, Mrs. Wainwright!
She undid the rope! She undid the rope! I felt her, Rudolph, when I was kissing her. I felt her hands move. I didn't...
Be careful, Dr. Greville. Nothing near the edge.
Well, can you see? Can't we do something?
It is nearly a mile down
The
there.
fool! A crazy, mad little fool. Should have known it. Oh, God! It's my fault. They and my talk about...
Dr. Greville, please. That was a very brave thing she did. She is not what I thought. That woman.
No. She's not what I thought either.
Take the rope, Dr. Greville. Must get started.
The rope.
One from three, Dr. Greville. Leaves two.
Have just heard Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 27, One from Three Leaves Two, as directed by Harry W. Junkin and written by Carrie Shaw and Emil Zubrin. Jan Miner was Stella Wainwright. John Larkin was Dr. John Greville. Stefan Schnabel played Rudolph. The music was specially composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonough.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week on Radio City Playhouse, a story about a drama critic, a very unpleasant man whose egomania made a great many people, including himself, very unhappy indeed. Please join us next week for Deadline, Attraction 28 on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler, transcribed by the Signal Oil Company for Christmas Eve to enable the entire production staff of The Whistler to spend Christmas Eve at home with their families. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler brings you a most unusual story, one of the most heartwarming stories of our times, especially appealing this Christmas Eve. 3 Wise Guys.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Even Broadway, that glamorous avenue of make-believe in faraway New York, seemed empty, deserted. Most cafes and eating places were closed, but the doors of an occasional refuge for those hardy souls who prefer to walk alone were still open. Such a place was Good Time Charlie's Bar on 49th Street, where on another Christmas Eve a series of unusual events began, ending in one of the most unusual stories Good Time Charlie had ever listened to. At the moment, Charlie is listening to the voice of a man named Al.
As is well known to one and all, Charlie, I am not one to complain. But it strikes me that Broadway would bring very little tonight on the open market.
I know you 10, maybe 15 years, Al. Until now, I don't know there is an open market.
For the past 12 months that I know of, I am 100% legitimate. Honest, legitimate Al.
Want another rock candy and rye? Without the rock candy?
I very seldom indulge in alcoholic beverages. But in answer to your question, yes.
Haven't seen you for a year, Al. Want to run over that part again where you tell me you're playing it straight for the past 12 months?
As of last Christmas Eve, I am a 100% honest ticket scalper. I do not make a killing, but I get that good, warm feeling that comes with being 100% legit.
It feels good to play it straight?
Cozy.
You want to tell me about it, Al?
I do not mind if I do, Good Time Charlie. It all begins a year ago tonight, right here in your strictly high-class drum. Blondie Swanson was here with me, remember?
Yeah, I think I do remember, Al.
Now, Blondie Swanson is one of the gentry which operates on that side of the law as very few call right, though Blondie himself always feels this is a matter of opinion. But Blondie is not concerned with his racket a year ago tonight. You are busy chauffeuring the bar, Good Time Charlie, so maybe you do not notice the sad scene. Yep, it is last year, just about this same time, when Blondie comes in here, his big frame pretzeled with grief.
Hello, Al.
Well, hiya, Blondie. I see you are not so happy tonight. Why not join me in a medicinal rock candy and rye? Without the rock candy. I am fighting off a touch of grip.
Okay, Al. I got a bad case of memories tonight. If I can pack away the grip, maybe it can take a load off my memories.
Hey, Charlie, 2 more rock candies and rice, without the rock candy.
I'll slide them down.
Are these conversational memories, Blondie, or shall we give them to Clint?
You recall a doll named Clarabelle Cobb, Al?
Miss Clarabelle Cobb? Of course I do. She is well known to one and all on Broadway as a leading light with George White's scandal some years back.
Yeah. Well, Christmas Eve is an anniversary for me. It was on Christmas Eve that Clarabelle left me to marry an honest guy in Akron, Ohio.
Here you are.
Oh, drink up, Blondie. Up to now, I remember Miss Clarabelle Cobb as a doll with Class A judgment. Why did she put distance between her and you?
Well, Clarabelle was a gal that didn't care as much about how much money you had as she did where you got it. She felt that my role was ample but tainted.
And this is why she puts on the exit?
Right. I can see now that she was right, but now it's too late.
But there must be other dolls as beautiful and desirable, and not such quizmasters as to where the scratch comes from.
I'll never look at another doll again, Al. They're there for other guys.
Hey, Blondie.
Huh?
Blondie Swanson.
Well, if it ain't the Dutchman. Why, look, Al.
Al, Blondie, Yuletide's all around.
Oh, I cannot believe my eyes, Dutchman. I have not seen you in these parts for maybe a full calendar or so.
I've been detained in the West. Oh, it's a sad story. And I can see that all you two guys need is one more sad story. But you're not going to hear none. I got good news for you.
And you have come to the right place, Dutchman. I always get kind of down on Christmas Eve.
What I'm going to tell you will give you a big lift. Blondie, you and me have pulled a few fast deals together, but I got one tonight that's the softest touch of all. Oh, you can listen, Al. We'll cut you in, too.
I have turned down soft touches before, but not wishing to be rude, I will hear you out.
Well, some months back, 3 other guys and me knocked off a tin safe in a factory over in Pennsylvania. It was a cinch haul on account of we received a dead center tip. The tip was on the level. So we stashed 50 G's in our grip sack and get set to hit the open road.
Something detained you?
The cops. After hot blasting from both sides, I find myself alone on the lam with 50 G's in the grip sack. But it's not a clean getaway, and I figure it's better to find a hiding place for the dough, not wanting to be caught with the goods.
I am beginning to get the idea. You're suggesting that the 3 of us go for this dough tonight and cut it 3 ways.
That's the idea. It's in an unpopulated barn, under the floorboards. When I decide to go get it, the first guy I think of is you, Blondie. How about it?
I must admit, I got no other plans, Dutchman. Nice of you to think of me. Count me in.
How about you, Al?
I am not generally known as a spoil sport, but this prospect frankly holds no appeal for me. I do not wish to join the party.
This your final answer?
Yes, Dutchman, you may quote me. I will not go with you. Well, good time, Charlie. That's the way it went. I am certain I will not leave your bistro that night. I am negative to the whole scheme, and I'm nixing it loud and clear to one and all. So imagine my surprise at some later point to find myself warm and cozy in the back seat of the Dutchman's ancient velocipede, dogging it through the snow-covered countryside. The whole setting is so peaceful, I am catching small doses of snooze. But in between times, I cannot help but overhear the up-front conversation of Blondie and the Dutchman.
You sure this is the right road, Dutchman?
Certainly, I'm sure. I can fly this road blind if necessary.
You are not flying blind now, so you must have noticed that the radiator is percolating again. I think we better stop and take on another load of snow.
Guess we'll have to. But I sure hate these delays.
Hey, Dutchman, listen. Must be coming from that little church.
Yeah. Come on, help put the snow in the radiator.
Sounds real pretty, that kind of singing.
You think that's pretty? Well, you hear real music. The kind money makes when it's crisp.
Hey, Blondie, Dutchman, where are we?
In Pennsylvania, Al. Not far from that barn where I stashed the factory payroll.
How can you tell? I, for one, see very little but darkness around and about.
I got to agree with Al, Dutchman. I got a feeling we're lost. Maybe we better give the whole scheme up.
You two give up easy. I tell you, I know for certain we're close to that barn. I can tell by that big fat star I've been following for the last few miles.
Oh, yeah. I am seeing a small light ahead. But I observe if this is a star, it is hanging very low to the ground.
I still got a feeling we are lost. Why don't we go back to Good Time Charlie's, which is a lot easier to find?
I don't care how low this star is hanging. I know it's leading me straight. I'm running this show, so you two better seal up. There, look. I'm right as rain. This is a barn.
I do not wish to start an exchange of words, but that star you follow turns out to be nothing more than a light from the window of said barn.
Okay. So somebody's living in the barn. I'll take care of them if they're too hard to get along with.
I vote for getting out of here.
I am not dressed to call on strangers myself.
Come on and cut the gab. Besides, maybe there's only animals in the barn. I don't see no human footprints in the snow, except ours. Oh, be doggone. Look through that window, Blondie. Is that a doll in there?
Let me see. Yeah, she's a doll. Not only that, I don't think she's feeling in the pink either. Well, now that we are here, let us go inside and see if there's anything we can do for her.
I don't care nothing about a sick doll. I want to lay my mitts on that grip sack with a 50 G's in it. Come on.
Who's there? Who are you?
We mean no harm. We... Well, for... If it ain't Miss Clarabelle Cobb in person.
Friends, to all of you who have opened your homes to the Whistler, not only throughout the year, but even tonight on Christmas Eve, the Signal Oil Company has asked me to express their sincere appreciation for this privilege and pleasure. And we of the cast want to add our thank you, too. During the 8 consecutive years that the Whistler has been broadcast by Signal Oil Company, many of us have celebrated Christmas with many of you a number of times. And believe me, we're mighty proud that you consider us part of your entertainment family. Tonight, on behalf of Signal Oil Company and the independent signal dealers who serve you in the states of California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, Arizona, and Utah, I want to convey warmest season's greetings. May the many blessings of living in these United States of America enrich your holiday season and the new year.
Yes, Al, that isolated barn in the snow-swept Pennsylvania countryside, so far removed from Good Time Charlie's bar, where you're now enjoying Charlie's rock candy and rye without the rock candy, held a surprising development for you, Blondie Swanson, and the Dutchman, didn't it? The three of you had driven there that Christmas Eve a year ago to claim the $50,000 payroll the Dutchman had hidden there. The presence of Miss Clarabelle Cobb in the barn at your arrival was something not even her ex-boyfriend, Blondie Swanson, could fathom immediately. And you were even more puzzled than Blondie, weren't you, Al? Only the Dutchman seemed to have the faintest understanding of what it's all about. So you turned to the Dutchman.
Dutchman, I am not understanding all this. Why do you not inform us?
Listen, Al, you and Blondie better clear out of here for a while. Take a walk in the snow. I guess I'll have to take care of this doll.
Huh? Look, Dutchman, I haven't seen Clarabelle for a long time. If you think I'm going to leave her now and go for a walk with Al, you are nuts.
Besides which, Dutchman, this doll is clearly at grips with some strange malady. I do not think it is polite the three of us should visit in this manner at this time.
Listen, I came here to get 50 G's, not a sick doll and a lot of lip from you two. This won't take long, so blow.
But, Dutchman...
I'm getting fed up with you, Blondie. I know what I'm doing. I've delivered 7 of the 8 kids my wife's had. And I never needed no doctor. This one will be a cinch. Now, will you get out of here?
I I cannot help but say this is quite a night for surprises, Blondie.
Yeah.
I, for one, can take winter sports or leave them to someone else.
Al.
Yeah, Blondie.
We could take the Dutchman's car there. You think Clarabelle will be better off if we get her a dock?
Well, I am new in this racket, Blondie. But if you want an inexperienced opinion, I will say...
What was that?
What?
Dad!
Well, Blondie, I am new in this racket. But if you want an inexperienced opinion, I will say Miss Clarabelle Cobb is a cinch mother. Come on, let's get back to the barn.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't cry, Clarabelle. No sense crying.
Oh, Blondie.
I know if all of a sudden I found myself with a brand new kid, I wouldn't be crying. Especially since it's such a beautiful kid.
You really think he's beautiful, Blondie?
Oh, I sure do. He's sleeping, huh?
Uh-huh. Bless his heart. If he only gets a break.
Oh, don't worry about him, Clarabelle. A beautiful kid like that, they love him in Akron.
Oh, Blondie, there's so much I want to tell you.
Yeah, but maybe you ought to sleep now yourself, huh?
Not till I tell you, Blondie. You got to know about everything. Why I'm staying here in Dr. Kelton's barn. About Joe, my husband. He's in such trouble, Blondie. He's in jail.
Come on, Al. Let's go find the gripsack. I know right where it is. Look, Al, this is more like it. Yeah, it's all there. $50,000.
A very likely sight.
This is all that counts. A fat swatch of cash, especially if it's mine. Come on, let's get Blondie and clean out of this barn.
You ain't going anywhere with that dough, Dutchman.
You want to play that again, Blondie?
Same song. I said you ain't going anywhere with that dough.
Hey, you tell me what he said, Al. I don't like what I'm hearing.
Blondie has mouthed the same identical words 2 times around, Dutchman. And I, for one, get the impression he means it.
I do. You didn't tell us the whole story of this dough and how you came by it, Dutchman.
Now, listen, Blondie.
No, I've been listening. I heard everything you said about this factory payroll job you pulled, and you never did say anything about trussing up the bookkeeper at the factory that night.
So what?
Not only that, you make it look like it's an inside job and leave the bookkeeper to take the rap.
So they got to nail somebody for it. Why are you building such a case for this Cluck bookkeeper?
This Cluck bookkeeper, Joseph Hatcher, happens to be Clarabelle's husband. That's his kid you delivered, Dutchman.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Did Miss Clarabelle Cobb tell you all this, Blondie?
She told me plenty. This Joseph Hatcher's been cooling in the clink ever since. He was doing a special bookkeeping job for this factory. Came here from Akron to do it. He's a right guy, an honest guy. Or can you understand that, Dutchman?
Here, Blondie, here's something honest I understand. Hey. Yeah, a gun.
Easy, Dutchman.
Shut up, Al. Now, look, Blondie, I've been patient with you. I know you're soft for this doll, and that's your business. But you're interfering with mine, Blondie, and I don't like that. Now, let's get out of here with the dough, and quick. I said, come on, let's get going.
Dutchman, please put the iron away. It is not in keeping with the season to pull a heater on Blondie. In addition to which, the shouting is apt to wake that kid, who is a pretty tired character like his mama.
Well, now you're going soft, Al. What's with you two?
Listen, Dutchman. Clarabelle's husband don't know she's living in this barn. When she heard they'd sorted him away on a bum rap, she came here to try to help him. And she found out she was going to have a kid, and she looked up a doc here, a guy named Kelton. Clarabelle's got no dough. But Doc Kelton gives her first-rate care all up to now. Even fixes it so she can stay in his barn. It is not great, but it beats living in a snowbank.
Stow it, will you?
The heater, Dutchman. Hide it, huh?
Yeah, okay. But I'm still running the show, wise guys. And this is what we do. Blondie, here's the gripsack. Take my crate out there and find this Doc Kelton character. Pay him off for what he's already done for the doll. Give him some more for taking care of her and the kid from here on in. Then bring the grip sack back here, and we'll blow.
Yeah. You bet, Dutchman.
And you can tell this doctor a couple of things for me. Tell him to get Clara Bell and the kid to a hospital where they belong.
Sure, Dutchman, sure.
And tell him that till now we didn't need no doc. That the Dutchman took care of things perfect. And that Mama and kid are doing nice. Real nice.
For all of you who play canasta or have been thinking of taking up the game, there's a little Christmas gift for you at your nearest Signal service station. It's a 12-page booklet on that exciting new version of canasta, Hollywood's 3-deck canasta, which is replacing the old 2-deck game practically everywhere it's been tried. In fact, Robert Lee Johnson, the only Pacific Coast member of the National Canasta Laws Commission, says of this game, you'll never know how much fun cards can be until you've played this exciting new 3-deck game. It has completely replaced 2-deck canasta with all my friends in Hollywood. And friends, the booklet I mentioned is written by the man who devised this new game, so the rules are both complete and authentic. Right now, in fact, this booklet is being sold by leading department stores in 32 states. But you needn't buy a copy. One is waiting for you free while the supply lasts at any Signal service station. It is the hope of your Signal dealer that this fun-packed new version of canasta will add to the card-playing pleasure of your holidays.
It was almost midnight on Christmas Eve at Good Time Charlie's bar on West 49th Street, as Al continued his amazing account of the story of that other Christmas Eve that crossed the lives of Blondie Swanson, Miss Clarabelle Cobb and her newborn son, the Dutchman, and his gripsack containing $50,000. As Al continued talking to Good Time Charlie, a faraway look came into his eyes.
So, you see, Good Time Charlie, it is no more than small wonder that since all this takes place a year ago this very night, me, Blondie, and the Dutchman have settled down to 100% legitimate endowments.
Yeah, sure, and why not? A three-way split on almost 50 stolen G's is a cinch beginning to this straight and narrow.
You are laboring, as they say, under a misapprehension, Good Time Charlie. I see now where it is only fair I tell you the rest of this story. After Blondie makes the deal with Doc Kelton to get Miss Clarabelle Cobb and her brand new kid out of that barn and into a Class A hospital arrangement, the three of us are once again in the Dutchman's hot rod, beating it along the streets of some pint-sized burg in Pennsylvania, thinking to leave this territory for them as wants it.
You know, maybe age is catching up with me. I ought to feel great right now. We still got nearly 50,000 clams in that gripsack, and somehow I don't feel great at all. You did bring the gripsack back from Doc Kelton's, Blondie.
Yeah, sure I did, Dutchman. The gripsack's in the back seat with Al.
Funny, it don't feel good, and it should.
Perhaps a touch of rock candy and rye, without the rock candy, would warm your heart, Dutchman.
Oh, maybe so. Pass up the bottle.
I am willing to do this, but the bottle will be of small comfort, as it is empty.
Oh, well, thanks for nothing. Oh, well, we'll just nudge the motor and we'll blow this burg. Get back to native territory. New York ought to look pretty good.
Hey, better slow down, Dutchman. The law is gaining on you.
Oh, great. Never saw such a night in my life.
That red light back there was no Christmas tree ornament. You should have stopped.
Sorry, officer.
And you're in a church zone clearly marked for 20 miles an hour. 40 is too much.
Was hurrying home for Christmas, officer.
Carrying toys for the kiddies in this tub, huh? I'll bet. I better have a look around. Oh, what's in this gripsack?
Oh, why, nothing, officer. As empty a gripsack as you'll ever run into.
Yeah.
No need to open it. It's empty.
Well, you're right about that, mister. There's nothing there.
Yeah. Huh?
Easy, Dutchman.
But you sure? It's empty?
Sure, I'm sure. Weren't you?
Oh, yeah, sure.
sure. I was sure. I just wanted you to be sure.
Carrying nothing but empties, huh? You guys empty this bottle all by yourselves?
This bottle is once full of medicine, officer. I myself have been warding off a touch of the grip. I am now in the pink, as the saying goes.
Oh, wise guys, huh? 3 wise guys. You know, if it weren't practically Christmas, I'd haul you in. Go on now, get out of our town. Oh, yeah, and Merry Christmas, 3 wise guys.
Yeah, same to you.
Dutchman,
You know, Blondie, a while back you accused me of not telling you the whole story of that factory payroll job. Seems to me you forgot to tell me something pretty important, too. What is it about that grip sack being empty of nearly 50 G's that I ought to know?
Well, I figured to fill you in, Dutchman. You see...
Hey, look, Blondie. Dutchman, it's that same little church.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know something? It's a miracle. I don't know yet what happened to that nearly 50 G's in the grip sack, but if that copper had caught us with that dough, we'd be on our way to the clink right now.
An astute observation.
Yeah. Well, you see, Dutchman, when I called on Doc Kelton tonight, I left all the dough with him, the whole 50 G's. I told him to give it back where it belongs. I told him enough more that the doc is sure he can spring Clarabelle's husband out of jail. So him and Clarabelle and the new kid can be together.
Say, this Doc Kelton is a right guy.
Oh, I'll say he is. Well, he even agreed to give us a head start for the Pennsylvania border before he notifies the law.
This is a right guy.
Yeah, and we better oblige the Doc and ourselves by making a border ahead of the cops. Hey, you know, that copper was right. 3 wise guys, he called us. If we wasn't pretty wise, we'd have had all that cash on us when he pulled us over to the curb. I think it's a good idea we stay right on being 3 wise guys. I'm through stretching my luck. From here on in, I'm going to play it straight. And I'm still running the show, so you 2 wise guys are going straight with me. Okay?
Okay.
Agreed.
Wonder how far it is to the border. They got a lot of funny little burgs here in Pennsylvania. What was that one we just left, Blondie?
Oh, I saw a signboard back there a ways. That burg is known as Bethlehem.
And so, on a night before Christmas, in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, 3 wise guys were strangely touched by the spirit of the season. A spirit born in another Bethlehem nearly 2,000 years ago. And tonight, on the eve of another Christmas, may we hope that this same eternal spirit will someday bring to wise guys throughout the world the understanding that the future of the peoples of earth rests in goodwill toward all men.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you, this week it's especially important to drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations, so some avoidable accident doesn't mar the holiday season for you. Remember what I said at the beginning of the program, friends? That you'd find tonight's story unusual and heartwarming? Now, wasn't I right? I'm sure many of you recognized it as one of the late and great Damon Runyon's most famous tales. The radio adaptation was by Kathleen Height. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, John Brown, Marvin Miller, and Jack Moyles. The Whistler was transcribed and directed by George W. Allen with music by Wilbur Hatch and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Paul Douglas and Linda Darnell in Letter to Three Wives. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. As a motion picture director, I know the first requirement of a good picture is a good story. So when Letter to Three Wives received the Screenwriters Guild Award for the Best Written Comedy of 1949, it was obvious that Joseph Mankiewicz had turned out an unusually clever screenplay for the 20th Century Fox hit. It concerns a letter written by a small-town siren to three wives, and how that letter threatens their security and happiness. Tonight we have Linda Darnell in her original role, and co-starring with her, also from the original cast, is Paul Douglas, who achieved enormous success on Broadway before he brought his refreshingly different talent to the screen. We know you'll welcome Letter to Three Wives, just as we have welcomed letters from thousands of wives about Lux Flakes. We're very grateful for these letters because they tell us exactly why you like our product. And with Lux Flakes, that isn't hard, is it? The curtain rises on Sol Siegel's production, Letter to Three Wives, starring Paul Douglas as Porter and Linda Darnell as LeMay.
I've just finished writing the letter. In a moment, the messenger boy will take it down to the dock. He'll deliver it to my three dearest friends, Deborah and London at the excursion boat. And tonight, after the excursion, they'll all be together again. The first dinner dance of the season at the country club. I'm Mrs. Ross, Addie Ross. But this isn't my story, not exactly. It's the story of my three dearest friends. Let's start with Deborah, shall we? Mrs. Brad Bishop. I've known Brad a long, long time. It was Brad who gave me my first black eye and my first kiss. When Brad came home from the war, he brought a wife with him, Deborah. I wonder what they were talking about at breakfast this morning.
Brad, is that your bag out in the hall? You going somewhere?
Just to the office.
But why the suitcase?
Because I know these Saturday conferences, they go on and on and on.
Well, you didn't tell me you planned to be away overnight.
Well, I'm not planning anything of the kind. The bag is just in case. What are you going to wear to the dance?
I bought the dress in vogue you liked so much. Brad, I don't want to go to the country club, not without you.
What are you so afraid of?
Oh, it's the thought of going without you. Brad, Addie Ross...
Well, what about Addie Ross?
She used to be sort of your ideal, wasn't she?
What's my not being there got to do with Addie Ross?
I never knew you read Vogue, Brad. I never thought men bothered much about it.
But I told you I picked the magazine up on the train. In it, I happened to see a dress that I thought would look very smart on you. What's wrong with that?
Well, I'd better be on my way. I have to pick up Rita. You'll phone about tonight, won't you?
Yes, of course.
Brad, it just happens that dress you picked out of Vogue is exactly the dress that Addie wore on...
Oh, Deborah won't stay mad at him long. She's too much in love with Brad. Women are so silly. Right now, she's in front of Rita's house. Rita and George Phipps.
Morning, George. Where's Rita?
Oh, she's coming. On behalf of the underprivileged children of this town, I'd like to thank you overprivileged ladies for sharing your excess privileges with us.
George, there's something different about you today. Something odd-looking.
Oh, just that usual two-headed school teacher look.
But there's no school on Saturday, and you're all dressed up.
This? Oh, just my little old blue serge.
First Saturday of the trout season, too. Brad says you never miss...
Just so happens I have something better to do.
Debbie, darling, we'll just have to stop by at the station. I've just got to get my script off on the 8:42. Do you mind?
We'd better hurry, Rita. Bye, George.
Bye, Debbie.
What's George being so mysterious about?
I wouldn't know. It seems we're not talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's just one of those things. Was he acting strangely?
Oh, only his not going fishing and all dressed up.
Well, so he is. His blue suit. And on Saturday, of all things. Oh, do you mind if I turn on the radio?
It still isn't working.
It's just as well. Save myself listening to the murder of my little brainchild.
Rita, why on earth do you do it? 5 radio programs a week, up until dawn, almost every night writing them. Why?
Because each week in return, I receive 200 pieces of what Addie Ross calls the most restful shade of green in the world.
Addie again. Why is it that sooner or later we always wind up talking about Addie Ross?
I wonder if she knows how much we do talk about her. And what we say. And how we feel about her.
Well, now you've met Deborah and Rita. What about Laura May? Laura May's already at the dock. She's been waiting for her friends to arrive.
Sorry we're late, Laura May. Rita had to...
Anyone there you know? Just a husband of hers running like mad to catch the train. Well, where's Addie? Isn't she here yet?
Addie Ross left town this morning.
Left town?
What are you talking about?
She's left. For good.
But why? What happened? It must have been very sudden.
Laura May, for heaven's sake, tell us.
Well, the doorman told me she subleased her apartment last week, and yesterday she sold her car. So much for your sudden decision.
Well, if that isn't just like Addie.
But why such a big secret?
Oh, who knows why Addie does or doesn't do anything. Let's get on the boat.
Wait a minute.
Yes, young man.
I got a message for the mesdames Bishop, Hollingsway, and Phipps.
From the dear departed, I'll bet. Addie's so tactful. She even puts us in alphabetical order.
Open it up, Rita.
No, let's wait.
For what?
Till we're back from the boat trip. Knowing Addie... I mean, why let her spoil our day? It's going to be tough enough taking care of 50 children.
She won't spoil my day. Addie Ross never saw the day she could spoil my day.
All right. Read it, then.
Dearest Debbie, Laura May, and Rita, as you know by now, you'll have to carry on without me from here. It isn't easy to leave town, to tear myself away from you 3 dear, dear friends who have meant so much to me. And so I consider myself extremely lucky to be able to take with me a sort of memento, something to remind me always of my 3 dearest friends whom I want never to forget. You see, girls, I've run off with one of your husbands, Love Addie.
Well, if that's her idea of a joke...
She thinks she's kidding. If I ever catch up with that character, I'll tell her...
Ladies, may I suggest? The captain seems to think... Well, now he's getting rude about it.
Who's getting rude? But either they get aboard this tub or we go without them.
Well, it looks like Addie has crowned one of us Queen of the May. Come on, girls, let's take a boat ride.
Nothing to do now except entertain the kids and have a nice, relaxing boat trip. Girls, what are you looking so serious about? But it couldn't be your husband, Deborah, or yours, Laura May, and certainly not yours, Rita. Oh, but it must be one of them, mustn't it? And you won't know, poor things, not for hours and hours. What are you doing, Deborah? Reading the kids a story? Oh, but I know what you're thinking about. You're thinking about the time you married Brad, and how he brought you to our town, and how you met us all that night at the country club dance.
Looks like we're the only ones left at the table.
Yes, it does.
Well, suits me. Have some more wine, Deborah?
I shouldn't, but I'm going to.
Who says you shouldn't, Brad?
No, I say I shouldn't. Now, let's see. You're Porter. Porter Hollingsway.
I do that, too, when I'm drunk. Try to remember names.
And Laura May, she's your wife. You'll have to excuse me, Porter. I'm trying to get everyone straight. Brad's friends. I'm behaving like a fool.
Don't you feel good?
My dress, just look at it. It's all I had. I didn't know we were coming here tonight. My first night in town. Oh, I could die.
I feel that way, too, when I'm drunk. You want to dance?
I wanted Brad to be proud of me.
Me, I'm not much at dancing. Makes me nervous.
Why didn't I stay home?
Can't do a thing well, leave it alone, I always say, especially the rumba. Gotta have Spanish blood or something, like Laura May. My wife comes from an old Spanish family named Finney.
In many South American countries, there are many very distinguished families with Irish names.
Laura May looks good dancing with... She looks good, not her. He's got class. Was she dancing with a tramp, she'd look like a tramp. Got no class of her own. I like class. You like class?
Oh, very much.
You hit the jackpot, Brad Bishop. Class plus money. Count them on the fingers of one hand in this town. Throw away some fingers, even. Let's see now. There's Brad and who else? Yeah, there's Addie.
Addie? Addie who?
Addie Ross. Funny, people always figured that someday Brad and Addie would sort of...
Brad and Addie what?
Give up. Samba can be danced properly only on the side of a hill, on ice.
Alibi. George is afraid of getting wrinkles in his new suit.
Sit down.
My first new party dress in years, Porter, thanks to my dear wife and her millions of loyal listeners. Shall we drink to them all, one by one?
Deborah, how about some coffee, dear? Black coffee. Thank you, Rita. Thank you very much. I think your new tuxedo has class, George. Class.
We thank you.
Funny thing for a wife to give her husband a tuxedo.
An even funnier thing for a husband to give his wife.
You're so funny, George.
I still don't think a woman ought to buy clothes for a man. It's contrary to nature.
Tell us about nature, Porter.
Well, it's a man's world. See something you want, go get it. That's nature. That's why we were made strong women weak. Strong conquer, provide for the weak. That's what a man's for. Teach our kids more of that, be more men.
But those standards don't apply to me, Porter. In this man's world, I'm not a man, I'm a school teacher.
I knew we'd get around to that. All right, school teachers ought to be paid more.
What happens if they're not? How does a school teacher provide people? How does he pay the rent? For the plays and the poems of Shakespeare?
Has Porter been shooting off his big mouth again, George?
You just shut up, Laura Mabel. It's time to dance again.
You never know what he'll come up with when he starts knocking on that brandy bottle.
You shut up. You just shut up.
I told you this would be fun, Deborah. We're old pals. But just be happy.
Champagne, Mr. Bishop. Shall I serve it, sir?
Well, this is an occasion.
With the compliments of Mrs. Addie Ross, sir.
Addie Ross. Porter, you were saying something before about Brad and her.
Where is Mrs. Ross, waiter?
I don't believe she has arrived yet, sir.
That's Addie for you. Always the right thing at the right time.
And who is Mr. Ross?
Mr. Ross took a powder about 5 years ago.
No such thing. She gave him the heave-ho.
He went out for a paper one night and never came back.
Porter was saying that Addie Ross has class.
And he knows class, like I know navigation.
Actually, what Addie has is taste.
I can buy taste. Addie's got class.
Taste and discrimination. Women usually get them out of magazines, but they're part of Addie's natural equipment.
Also, fog lights, white sidewalls, and a heater.
Isn't it fun, Deborah, when the boys all agree on Addie Ross and George Washington, nobody else?
They're playing a waltz, Deborah. Come on, let's show them a flash of old Vienna.
Brad, please, if you don't mind.
Before the floor gets crowded?
You're sure you want me to dance?
Of course I'm sure.
You know, something tells me this is going to be quite a waltz.
I arrived at the dance just as Deborah tripped over the seam of her dress and went sprawling. Or maybe it was that last glass of wine that tripped her. Anyway, it made quite a scene. Ruined my entrance completely.
Deborah, darling, what on earth's the matter with you?
Let her alone, Brad. Come on, honey. You just come with me.
I can't stay in the powder room all night. Please take me home, Rita. Take me
Now,
home.
look. You've got the idea that everybody's just waiting for you to come out.
Maybe not, but Brad is.
Because he's worried about you.
He's ashamed of me. And I wanted so much to do right, like Addie Ross. The right thing at the right time. But all I did was humiliate him.
What happened tonight could have happened to anyone. Now, just take my word for it and come on.
There's Brad, out there on the terrace with someone.
I told you he was worried. Oh, I see that Addie finally got here, too.
That was a long time ago, wasn't it, Deborah? That's when you first heard about me. And a little seed of suspicion took root. That's why you dread ever going home today. My letter. You're so sure it is Brad, aren't you? Who knows? Maybe you're right, darling. Maybe it is.
In a moment, our stars will return with Act Two of Letter to Three Wives. Here's our producer, Mr. Keeley.
Act Two of Letter to Three Wives, starring Linda Darnell as Laura May and Paul Douglas as Porter. There's an excursion boat on the Hudson River. Aboard are three young, attractive wives who a couple of hours ago received a carefully timed letter from their dear friend, Addie Ross. Addie has told them that she's run away with one of their husbands, and no one knows better than each of the wives how easily he might be her own.
What's the matter, Debbie? The kids are down.
I just took a minute to enjoy the view.
Well, I think I've got the answer. Laura May. She's kept herself as busy as a bird dog ever since we got on this boat. If you're busy, you don't have time to think, do you?
Depends what you think about.
For instance, why your husband should suddenly decide to go to New York on a Saturday morning?
Because Brad said...
Brad? I'm talking about her husband. I saw Porter at the station when I mailed my script. He nearly knocked me down. Why should you think I meant Brad?
Maybe because it might keep you from wondering why your husband dressed up on a Saturday with no school.
You're being a little too touchy about a perfectly innocent remark, it seems to me.
Oh, let's stop this sudden bickering. We're beginning to behave like some movie about a women's prison.
Not a bad comparison at that. I'll leave it to Addie, breaking the news to us like this, knowing we couldn't do a thing about it all day long. Well, dear, enjoy the view.
Addie's gone off with Porter, that's who. Maybe Brad, but I don't think so. It's Porter. Only why didn't George go fishing today? And his blue suit. Why his blue suit? Yes, Rita. Why? Oh, but I don't have to tell you. You know you're to blame, don't you? You know how George feels about teaching school. You also know how he feels about your trying to earn money writing those radio scripts. Do you remember, Rita, the time you insisted upon having those radio people come to dinner? Mr. and Mrs. Manley. Remember, dear?
Now, listen to me, Sadie. They're very important people, so let's get a couple of things straight. First, when you announce dinner...
I know. I ain't supposed to say soup's on. Okay, dinner is served. All the ancient people from the city are going to eat here.
They happen to be in charge of a great many radio programs, including the one I write.
You know what I like about your program? Even when I'm running the vacuum, I can understand it.
Thank you so much. You brought a uniform, I hope.
It's kind of corny, but I'll wear it if I gotta.
Well, I'm back.
Oh, did you get the liquor and cigarettes?
Right here.
Well, where's the scotch, George?
I didn't buy any. Too expensive.
But the Manleys are sure to want scotch. People in show business, well, you know what I mean. Those kind always drink scotch.
I know what you mean, dear, but I wish you wouldn't say it in radio English. That kind, not those kind.
There are men who say those kind, who earn $100,000 a year.
There are men who say stick 'em up, who earn even more. I don't expect to do either.
Nor are you expected to pay for the scotch.
You're quite right. It's funny how it slips my mind now and then.
Oh, don't be silly, darling.
Rita, isn't all this a little pretentious?
All right, so I'm out to impress the boss. What do I get for that, 30 years?
I'm sorry. I'll call up the liquor store. They can send over some scotch, all right?
George, just one thing, please. No jokes about radio.
Oh, the time for joking about it is past. Radio has become a very serious problem now, like juvenile delinquency.
That's just what I mean, cracks like that. Oh, here, this came for you, this package.
For me? What is it?
I haven't any idea. Oh, wait a minute, there's a card. For George on his birthday. If music be the fruit of love, play on. Addie Ross.
Rita, look. Beethoven's String Quartet.
George, your birthday. And I forgot all about it.
Well, don't worry about it, darling. I'm not much for birthdays.
Oh, but you are. You're very much for birthdays.
Well, this time you had a lot on your mind.
Even so. George.
What a memory Addie's got. Almost a year since we talked about Beethoven. Leave it to Addie.
When the company came, the Manleys and Porter and Laura May, George was playing the record album I'd sent him.
That's what I mean, Mrs. Manley. Sometimes I just don't think we appreciate the miracle of the phonograph.
What kind of set is that radio phonograph?
Well, this, Mrs. Manley, is just something one of my students put together for me.
Well, if I were you, I'd stick to the established trademarks. Puritone, say, or a Sonabel.
Puritone? Yes, or a Sonabel.
Well, I thought it sounded all right, Mr. Manley. Didn't you, Porter?
My set plays 24 records, different sizes. Mix them up any way you like. Radio gets china clear as a bell. Also television.
Except there's no television to get. We're too far away.
Only television set in town.
Like playing tennis without a ball.
What do you want me to do about it? Build your personal television station?
You don't need a station. Just yell a little louder.
Mrs. Manley, are you sure I can't get you a drink before dinner? A cocktail, perhaps, or a scotch?
Never touch alcohol in any form.
Mr. Manley?
He doesn't either.
No.
Well, coming from show business, you might say, I always imagined those kind took a nip now and then. How about you, Porter?
Yeah.
You know, Mrs. Manley, Mr. Hollingsway here has a chain of 7 department stores all over the state.
I know all about it. Oh, yours is too big a light to be hid under a bushel, Mr. Hollingsway.
George, would you give me a small bromo seltzer, please?
You're a potential giant, sir.
Not too small, George.
I'm doing all right.
I said a potential giant.
Just potential, yes.
Something tells me I'm going to have a giant around the house.
Got this whole state sewed up tight.
But there are 47 other states, Porter.
Jack. With radio, I can put you into millions of those homes for 1/2 hour every week.
He doesn't spend that much time in his own home.
Soup time.
Yes, thank you, Sadie. Well, if we're all ready, I think we
Sadie
can...
Dugan.
Hiya, Laura May.
Hey, what's with that outfit you've got on? And get a load of that cap. What are you supposed to be, Baby Snooks? I can't wait to tell Ma.
There's a couple of things about you I can tell your Ma, too.
Well, this quaint situation belongs in a true-to-life drama. Are you two related?
We just had the same governess.
You kill me.
Well, it's just a small town, Mrs. Manley. Everybody gets to know everybody.
If you don't mind crossing the tracks.
Sadie's quite a radio fan, Mrs. Manley.
Really?
Keep it going night and day.
And what are your favorite programs?
Anything, so long as it keeps my mind off my feet.
How are you going to put me in her house a half hour every week?
But, Porter, Sadie's not a housewife.
Still, they have a great influence over housewives. Your maid may not realize it, but whether or not she thinks she's listening, she's being penetrated.
Well, it's a good thing she didn't hear you say that.
And after penetration comes saturation. And when she's saturated, she'll find herself saying, "Madam, I suggest that you buy our new washing machine at Hollingsway's."
Not Sadie. And I've seen her when she was saturated to the eyes.
You don't know what they're talking about. Just shut up and eat.
Okay, giant.
Well, Rita, it was quite an evening.
I've never seen you in better form, George. Never.
They asked my opinion of their radio programs. I said I'd rather not discuss the subject. They wouldn't let me alone.
But it would have been so simple, something non-committal.
Well, certainly she doesn't blame you for what I said. And you're too badly about it.
And you had to correct her on even that. Bad, Mrs. Manley, not badly. Oh, Georgia, I had told Mrs. Manley so much about you. One of the editors is leaving their agency. There's a job open, $175 a week. And I told her...
You told Mrs. Manley I might be interested in working for her?
Now, George, please, listen to me.
Come here. Sit down for a minute. Look, Rita, let's put aside my personal likes and dislikes. They're not important. I'm willing to admit that to a majority of my fellow citizens, I'm a slightly comic figure, an educated man.
Well, nobody's asking you not to be. Think of the good you could do. Maybe raise the standard.
And what's even worse than being an intellectual, I'm a school teacher. School teachers are not only comic, they're often cold and hungry in this richest land on earth.
And thousands are quitting every year to take jobs that pay them a decent living.
That is unhappily true.
Then why not you?
Because I can't think of myself doing anything else. What would happen, do you think, if we all quit? Who'd teach the kids? Who'd open their minds and hearts to the real glories of the human spirit, past and present? Who'd help them along to the future? And at that, I've been luckier than most. Even without what you earn, I've managed to keep our heads above water.
It's quite a strain over a period of time with the water lapping at your chin.
That's where you've been a great help. I'll admit it has upset my male ego from time to time.
And your overdeveloped sense of taste and discrimination, which is apparently equaled only by that of Addie Ross.
Let's try to keep Addie out.
I am fed up with taste and discrimination. I'm fed up with your contempt for me and everything I try to do.
You're talking nonsense.
Oh, everything I say is nonsense.
It's all this work. You're overtired. You do too much.
And what do you suggest I stop doing? My moronic radio scripts, which pay most of your bills?
Now, calm down.
And what do I go back to? Washing, scrubbing, ironing, and a life of taste and discrimination? I'm fed up with Addie Ross.
What's it all about, really?
If music be the food of love, play on.
Give me excess of it. Certain appetite sick, so die. From Twelfth Night by Mr. Shakespeare, which Addie and I played in high school. I thought it was a very clever note.
And there was more to it than a childhood memory.
Yes, there was. But we won't go into that. Right now, we're going to get a few things straightened out once and for all. Sit down.
Yes, Professor.
Sit down. Look, Rita, 7 years ago, I made the most perfect marriage ever devised by man, heaven, or radio. My wife was an independent, understanding woman. We thought the same thing about everything, from baseball to Beethoven. In those 7 years, I was never contemptuous of you. I was proud. But when that drooling pap began to change you, when your independence turned to fear, when I watched you snivel and grovel around those 2 walking commercials, I didn't like it. And I don't like it. I want my wife back, Rita. I want my wife again.
George and Addie. It must be George. Why didn't he go fishing? And his blue suit. Why the blue suit?
Hey, Rita. Rita, Debbie wants you. The kids want to play some games.
Hmm? Oh. Incidentally, Laura May, did you know Porter was at the station this morning?
Look, honey, why don't I just tell you what you want to know? I don't know whether Porter ran off with Addie or not. But get this. I don't care.
Just as good as we are. No matter what you say.
Worried? Why? I've got everything I want. But everything.
Everything, Laura May? Oh, you've come a long way, all right. You didn't live on the other side of the tracks. You lived on the tracks. Remember when you used to work in Porter's store? Remember your first date with him? You had it all worked out pretty carefully, didn't you, Laura May?
Well, Ma, how do I look? Oh, hiya, Sadie.
Hey, Laura May. Had a date with the boss, huh? Well, if I was you, I'd show more of what I got. Wear maybe something with beads.
What I got don't need beads.
What's your new job going to be? Something secret like a spy? Something you can't talk about in the office?
All right, sir. I'm going to disgrace the fair name of Finney. Wait till it snows, Ma, and throw me out in the street.
To think that a daughter
How
of
many
mine...
payments are you behind on that ice box?
Not for all the ice boxes in the world. They can come and take it away, though heaven knows it's one of the few joys I have in life. Ah, come on, Ruby. Lay off her and deal the cards. Wait till the train goes by and hang on to your teeth. It's an express.
I'm not going to take away your icebox, and I know exactly what I'm doing.
Just remember you're my daughter and a decent girl. It's him.
I guess so.
You got everything? Where's your purse?
Right there.
Oh, he's out in front. Got a car block long.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Relax.
He just blew his horn again.
It ain't Gabriel, so relax.
Flora May, what are you waiting for?
That's what I was waiting for. The doorbell. Anybody wants me can come in and get me. This ain't a drive-in.
Well, I never.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Hollingsway.
Good evening.
Hi.
Huh?
Oh, I see Miss Dugan.
I just didn't know my last name was Dugan.
But I don't believe you know my mother, Mrs. Finney. Mother, this is Mr. Hollingsway.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
How do you do?
Won't you sit down?
Well, I've got a table reserved for 7:30.
Yes, you are late, aren't you? I won't be a minute. Just get my bag.
Put your bag right
It's
over...
a cold night out, ain't it?
Well, not bad. The icebox, one of mine, right?
Uh-huh.
Giant size with a super freeze box, right?
Uh-huh.
How long you had it?
How long they've been on the market?
Oh, a couple of years.
That was one of the first.
Uh-huh.
Oh. I wonder what's keeping her.
Girls always got things to do. They tell me.
Why, there it is, my purse. Oh, how silly of me. Ready?
We're late.
Good night, Mother, dear. Don't wait up. Good night, Sadie, darling.
Good night, Sadie, darling.
Good night, Mother dear, and don't wait up. If a daughter of mine ever really talked like that, I'd cut her tongue out. Beer?
If you ain't got any champagne.
My, but this is a nice place, Mr. Hollingsway.
I come here all the time.
With other young ladies you want to talk to about new duties at the store?
Let's not talk business.
But I thought that's what this was for, Mr. Hollingsway.
We'll get around to it. What do you do with yourself after working hours, say, night?
Well, I have my family and my friends, of course.
Boyfriends?
Isn't that getting a little personal?
A girl like you, I'll bet there's plenty. Who's out in front?
I don't happen to be one of those girls that talks about her private life, Mr. Hollingsway, and what I do in my...
Don't get up.
Oh, hello, George. You here alone?
Well, Rita. Addie's with us.
Addie?
It was a last-minute idea. We figured you'd probably have another engagement.
Whose idea? Addie's?
May I have a cigarette, please?
Huh?
Oh, here you are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Phipps, George Phipps.
This is Miss Finney.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Finney.
Been here alone?
No, we just got here. Hey, stop by the table on your way out.
I'd love to. Oh, you have such nice friends.
He's a school teacher, hasn't got a dime. It's getting stuffy in here. I want some air. Come on, let's drive somewhere. You're smoking. I thought you were out of cigarettes. Didn't you ask George for one back there?
Did I?
You're smart.
Thanks.
Plenty smart.
Miss Lipke is leaving the store next week.
Yeah.
And you'll need a new assistant supervisor.
Like flies around honey.
Huh?
You and your boyfriend.
I thought we'd settle that.
I want to talk about it some more.
What makes you so interested in my boyfriend?
What do you think?
I've got very definite ideas.
Like what?
Well, there's never been anybody in particular. Nobody special.
Plenty wanted to, I bet.
What do you think?
Then you're waiting for that one guy to come along?
I've got very definite ideas.
What's he got to be like, this one guy?
Someone who wants to marry me more than anything else in the world.
You sure got wrong ideas about things.
They may be wrong, but they're definite. Well, tomorrow's another working day. Shall we go?
Yeah, let's go.
Look, I hope you don't mind my bringing it up again, but you do remember about Miss Lipke leaving, and
what about tomorrow night?
If you'd like.
I'd like.
7:30.
Laura May. You're quite a girl, Laura May. You were right, Ma. I didn't have to worry about you. But now what, Laura May? What was it you told Rita you just don't care? I wonder.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our play, Letter to Three Wives, will continue in a moment.
Here's Mr. Keeley, our producer.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Letter to Three Wives, with Paul Douglas as Porter and Linda Darnell as Laura May. For Deborah, Rita, and Laura May, their lives. The excursion boat is still far from home, and it'll be hours yet before one of them knows the awful truth, that it's her husband who's run away with Addie Ross.
On your next date, you let Porter kiss you, didn't you, Laura May? Just one kiss. But you knew he'd be back tomorrow. He was. And on this date, he just happened to stop by his house.
Oh, it's the most beautiful house I've ever seen. It's just about everything anybody'd want.
You name it, I got it.
You were married once, weren't you? Is this her picture?
My wife? I wouldn't even have her fingerprints in the house.
Then who's this?
Well, somebody I know.
I bet I can guess. Addie Ross.
That's right.
So that's what she looks like.
Well, you can't tell from that, really. It's only a picture.
She's beautiful, all right. She sort of looks like a queen, doesn't she?
Like a queen ought to look.
I imagine you must be very good friends.
Well, I helped her with some investments. She gave me this picture last Christmas.
Almost a year ago.
Yeah, I just never bothered to put it away, I guess.
Porter.
You know how I feel about you.
Look, I'm only human, you know.
I'm not so sure you are.
No?
No.
Thanks.
You're smart.
So you told me.
I'm smart, too. I've been around.
I'll bet.
It's an old act. You're good at it, but you can't fool me. I know all the answers.
Then answer this one. Why pick on me? I've been watching your work, Miss Finney, and I think you're ready for advancement. Let's have dinner and talk it over. There's a brand new act for you. It's got a beard a mile long. I didn't ask you out. You asked me. And why me? The woods are full of girls.
Not like you.
You can say it again, not like me. And they don't want what I want.
All right. What do you want?
Not a $4 a week raise. I don't want a new car, a fur coat, or a trip to Hawaii. Any 7 big doors, Mr. Hollingsway.
Name it.
I want to be in a silver frame on a piano. My own piano in my own house.
You mean you want to get married?
Does that make me a freak?
I've been married once. Once is enough. I'm just not the type.
Maybe you just haven't found the right girl.
Well, I'm not easy to get along with. I'm set in my ways. I want to do what I want when I want. But if it was just a question of the right girl, wouldn't any man in the world want to marry you?
Not if he thought he could marry Addie Ross. Maybe I don't know all the answers, but I know some of them. Well, it's late. I'd better be getting home.
Okay, if I call you a cab?
Beats walking in the snow.
Just tell him to charge it to my account.
Sounds like you keep the cabs pretty busy with this sort of thing.
I do a lot of business with them, store business.
Well, don't get mad.
You just keep needling me.
Look, I'd insist on paying for that cab myself, but I'm in no spot to be proud. From tomorrow on, I count for pennies.
What's tomorrow?
The day I start looking for a new job.
I'm not going to fire you.
I'm going to quit.
Well, what do you want to do that for?
That's a silly question coming from a man who knows all the answers. But don't let it worry you, Porter. Maybe it's just a new twist in the same old act.
I'll call the cab.
Thanks, I'll pick one up at the corner. Maybe you're right, Porter. Maybe I'm a fool. But maybe you're the biggest fool in the world.
Laura May.
Before you knew it, it was New Year's Eve. Your first New Year's Eve at home in a long, long time. Ma was going to a bingo party, and your sister Babe, naturally, had a date.
Where's Sadie tonight, Ma? Isn't she picking you up?
Sadie can't go to the bingo party. She's got a job serving up champagne for Mrs. Addie Ross and friends. Guess he'll be there, huh? Porter Hollingsway?
Isn't it time you got dressed, Ma?
Okay.
It's me. Oh, hiya, Nick. Come on in.
Is Babe ready yet?
Unless she's beat her brains out with a powder puff. Sit down. Hey, Babe.
Hey, how come you ain't dressed up?
Oh, but I am. I'm going to a fancy dress ball.
Yes, what?
A queen.
The Queen?
A queen in a silver frame.
I don't get it.
I'll go see what's keeping Babe. I'll see who it is, will you, Nick?
Yeah?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm just...
Where's Miss Finney?
She'll be out in a minute, Mr. Hollingsway.
We met somewhere?
I work in your shipping room.
You waiting for Miss Finney?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Nick Butler. We're just good friends, kind of, me and Miss Finney.
Yeah.
But I worked in your shipping room 3 years, Mr. Hollingsway. Oh, here they come, babe.
Face, Oh, Mr. Hollingsway.
This is my sister, Babe.
My real name is Georgiana.
Oh, what do you say, babe? Happy New Year, Mr. Hollingsway.
I thought Baboon Face was waiting for you.
He used to. I gave him to Babe. He goes with a dress.
I came to take you to a party.
Addie Ross's party?
Yeah.
She must need another waitress.
I told her we had a date and not to expect me if you'd made other plans. Here, these are for you.
Orchids, huh? Thanks.
Put them on.
I'm not going anywhere.
You wouldn't want to let them die.
I'll put them in the icebox. The orchids ain't paid for either.
Laura May, I can't take it anymore.
I thought we decided to leave it alone.
It's worse not seeing you, knowing you're here.
Maybe I ought to leave town.
Wondering about you, who you're with, who you're kissing.
Take it easy now.
I can't sleep nights thinking about you.
So what? What about the way I feel, my sleep? But then I'm not even human, am I? I'm just a great big... You know the answer.
I can't take it anymore.
Well, what's the use, Porter? Tell Addie Ross it's the cook's night out, and I had to stay home with the icebox.
Okay, Laura May. You win. I'll marry you. How about it?
Thanks for nothing.
Now, what kind of an answer is that?
I don't know. I just felt like it, that's all.
We'll do all right, kid. We're starting out where it takes most marriages years to get. Out in the open, no jokers. You'll see you've made a good deal, Laura May.
Laura May, if you want me, honey, I'll be over to the Callahan.
Happy New Year, Ma. We're gonna be married. Bingo!
And so they were married. And that's how in time we all became such good friends. Laura May, Deborah, Rita, and I. Well, that brings us right up to date. The excursion boat has returned now, and the 3 wives have rushed home. There's a little discovery to be made. Which of their husbands have I run away with? One thing I can tell you, it's not George Phipps.
Darling. Oh, darling, George.
Well, hello.
Oh, George, I've got to know something. I'll just die if I don't know. Tell me this minute, George, and tell me the truth.
About what?
Why didn't you go fishing today?
Mrs. Manley phoned. She wants you to call her. Some revisions she wants you to make.
And you never dress up when there's no school. Why your blue suit?
Well, now, there's a little story connected with... Well, aren't you going to phone her?
Revisions, huh?
Yeah.
Mrs. Manley will get the revisions on Monday. If that doesn't suit her, she can find herself another writer.
Rita.
I mean it, George.
Peace, it's wonderful.
Answer my question, the blue suit.
Well, it's just that the high school dramatic club decided to do 12th night, and they asked me to direct it. First rehearsal day, and a boost would be more appropriate, like fishing boots.
And Addie knew about it.
Which accounts for the note she sent. If music be the food of love, play on.
And on. And on. Oh, George. Oh, darling.
Well, that clears up George, doesn't it? But what's Deborah found out? You know, Brad said he phoned.
Oh, yes, madam. Mr. Bishop phoned a little after 4. He said he's very sorry, but he won't be home tonight.
Won't be home. Won't be home. Brad won't be home.
And now, Laura May. Ma's there with her. Ma's living with him now.
$28 I lost today. Sadie's right. That racetrack's crooked.
It isn't the track, Ma. It's the horses. They fix things up among themselves.
Say, how come Porter's so late tonight? It's 7:30.
Ma, Porter may not be coming home at all.
You mean tonight?
Any night. I think he's gone away for good.
With somebody else? I don't believe it.
I do.
Porter would never leave you for good, and not for another woman.
Why not?
Because he's in love with you.
He's what?
You hide me plain crazy in love with you.
Are you out of your mind, Ma?
I thought I heard soft voices in here.
Hello, Porter.
What's the fight about this time? Furs, jewelry, or cash?
My children and me never fight.
Fix me a drink, will you? I'm tired.
And the reason we never fight being my children know that I know what I'm talking about. Your father was clear, Laura May, but I learned a lot about men from him. May he rest in peace.
Addie Ross left town today, Porter. And she took somebody's husband with her.
Yeah?
Well, you seem real excited about it, like I told you we were having lamb for dinner.
What do you want me to do, sue somebody? I'm tired.
I just figured that maybe you were the lucky boy.
Then I must have broke your heart when I walked in here.
Funny you should mention my heart.
So you figured I ran away with Addie. How'd it feel? You don't have to tell me. I can tell you.
You ought to go on information, please.
So what? I got mine. That's what you thought to yourself.
You ought to get a concession at some carnival. You're a regular mind reader.
3 years of playing the good wife. Here's where I cash in. Here comes the payoff. That's what you thought.
I've been a good wife. The best your money could buy.
Strictly cash and carry.
Isn't that what you wanted? Isn't that what you told me? Out in the open? You made a good deal, kid? Did you ever stop to think, Porter, that in over 3 years, there's one word we've never said to each other, not even in fun?
To you, I'm a cash register. You can't love a cash register.
And I'm part of your inventory. You can't love that either.
I asked you to marry me because I was crazy about you.
You didn't even ask me.
Did you give me a chance to? All you ever showed me was your price tag.
You better get dressed if we're going to the country club. We're meeting the others there at 8:30.
I'll be ready when you are.
You know, Porter, this is a lot like my very first dance here. You and I, alone at the table.
Yeah, but where's Brad?
You don't know?
No, what?
Let's just say he's been detained, Porter. He didn't come home.
You sure you don't want to drink?
I'm sure.
See that guy dancing with Laura May? A bookie. All the barber shops and saloons in town dancing with my wife.
But he came over. He asked very politely.
She'd dance with anybody.
Well, she waited to see me.
Object to the pansy.
Then you have no right to complain.
Oh, I got no complaints. I'm Happy Joe from Kokomo. Greatest little wife in the world. Fine home, fine friends. Everybody loves me.
Oh, why don't you stop acting like a spoiled baby?
What are you sore about?
You're so stupid.
Oh, wait a minute, Debbie.
Have you any idea how much Laura May's in love with you?
No. How much?
So much she's afraid to tell you. Afraid you'd laugh at her.
Me? Laugh? She couldn't say it with a straight face, Laura May, in love with me. But it's all she can do to wait it out.
Wait it out?
Yeah, like an annuity till it matures, like a slot machine till it pays off. That's what she's waiting for. The chance to call it off, to collect the end of the line. Fares, please. Oh, tell me about love and Laura May.
Well, such a fine, relaxed atmosphere. Better take a look under the table, George, see if there's a body hidden.
Rita, what was it you called Addie down at the pier? A dear departed? Well, maybe that's who's under the table. Only it's Brad.
I don't understand this conversation at all. How drunk am I?
Thank you very much for the dance, Mrs. Hollingsway.
Let's do it again sometime.
And thank you, Mr. Hollingsway.
Yeah.
Well, he seems pleasant enough. Who is he, Laura May?
A business associate of my mother's.
He's a bookie. Her mother bets with him.
Will everyone excuse me, please? I think I'd like to leave.
I'll drive you, Dad.
I'd rather go by myself if you don't mind.
What's going on here?
Shut up.
Will somebody tell me what this is all about?
Later, I'll tell you later. Don't you really know Porter?
No.
Come on, Debbie, let's take
No, I want to tell Porter what he doesn't know. I want to say it out loud.
Deb, don't be silly.
I've tried hard to make believe. The way you do, Porter. But I'm not as much of a man as you are. My husband has run away with Addie Ross. Good night, all.
Sit down, Debbie.
Porter, please.
Sit down for a minute.
Let her go, Porter.
You keep out of it. Everybody else, too. Brad didn't run away with Addie Ross. I did.
But how? You're here.
A man can change his mind, can't he?
Porter, you're quite a guy.
Yeah.
Porter.
Now let her alone. Let her go if she wants to.
She'd have known in the morning anyway that Brad wasn't the one.
She'd have had a tough night. She's just a kid.
Well, dance with me, George.
Just a minute, Rita. Okay, Laura May, you've got it. They all heard me say I ran away with another woman. You can take me for everything you'll ever want.
Like always, Porter, when you start knocking on that brandy bottle, you'll come up with anything. I guess I've stopped listening because if you said anything, I just didn't hear it. Well, why don't everybody dance?
You heard her, George.
Laura May.
Oh, you big gorilla.
But why are you crying? Let's dance?
Uh-huh.
Hi. Good night, everybody.
Here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
The curtain falls on 3 endings for 3 wives. And here are tonight's stars coming down stage to add a postscript. Linda Darnell and Paul Douglas. I want to congratulate you and the studio. The picture has been nominated for an Academy Award.
Well, everyone at 20th Century Fox was very proud, Bill, when Letter to Three Wives and Darrell F. Zanuck's 12 O'Clock High were both among the 5 pictures nominated.
And if there are any awards around for an outstanding comedy team, you and Paul should have them for tonight's performance.
Well, thank you, Bill, but I'll take my Lux Flakes if it's all right with you.
Yes, sir, those flakes got class, and that's what I like, class.
I'll see that you get some too, Paul. How are you getting along with art, Linda?
Well, I've been working in oil.
Everybody's got a well but me.
And I've been doing a little sculpting, too. Paul, incidentally, sometime I'd like to do a head for you.
Look, the one I'm wearing isn't much, but I've had it long. I'm attached to it, you know.
Paul, I understand you've just completed a new picture on location. Where'd you make it?
In New Orleans, Bill. And speaking of pictures, what do you have here next week?
A very special attraction. With 2 stars we've had many requests for. First, one of our all-time favorites, Van Johnson. And co-starring the beautiful, glamorous Esther Williams. With them, we'll also have Virginia Gray. And I know you'll love them all in the gay Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer comedy hit, Easy to Wed.
Well, that is something special, Bill. Good night. Good night, all.
Good night, and hurry back.
Here's a beauty tip from a famous screen star, Myrna Loy. She says, for all over Lux loveliness, the new bath-size Lux toilet soap is wonderful. You'll agree with Myrna Loy when you try this generous, satin-smooth bath-size cake. You'll enjoy the rich, creamy lather. You'll love the delicate flower-like fragrance a Lux Soap Beauty Bath leaves on the skin. That Lux Soap perfume is an exclusive blend of rose, jazz, lilac, to name just a few. A Lux Soap Beauty Bath leaves skin so fresh, leaves it softer, smoother, too. Next time you shop, get this big, longer-lasting bath-size cake. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Van Johnson and Esther Williams in Easy to Wed with Virginia Gray. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Paul Douglas and Linda Darnell appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Mother Didn't Tell Me, starring Dorothy McGuire and William Lundigan. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Easy to Wed, starring Van Johnson and Esther Williams with Virginia Gray. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall with another strange story about the world of the macabre. A very real world, by the way, because if you think about it, haven't you said to yourself, I can't believe it, or that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard? Behind such reactions, there are explanations of a sort. Some make sense, others defy explanations because we huddle together in our small world, which is only a small part of an infinite universe. And nobody knows what unknown influences can change the course of our lives. For Joey O'Hara, it began not with an unknown influence, but with a policeman.
License, please.
What's the charge, officer?
Speeding. I clocked you 35. The limit's 25.
Yeah, I was flat out. Okay, give me the ticket.
We don't write tickets in lifeboat landing. You'll have to follow me.
What? You're hauling me in on a speeding charge of 35 miles an hour? What kind of a crazy town is this?
Our mystery drama, The Three Elders of Lifeboat Landing, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Mason Adams. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What began innocently enough, many of us have been stopped at least once for exceeding the speed limit, was to lead Joey O'Hara into an experience so devastating that until now it could never be told. And even now, names have been changed. The origin of the experience was at a lunch between Joey's brother, Phil O'Hara, and his client, Ross Randall.
I'm glad it's over with and that we won.
You saved me from a whopping fine and maybe even a jail sentence. You're a very good lawyer, Phil.
Thank you. Tax cases are tricky.
Well, I assure you, Phil, my accountant and I were certain those entertainment charges were deductible. Now, I'll tell you what I'd like to do. Will you and Mrs. O'Hara be my guests for dinner sometime soon in Lifeboat Landing?
Oh, that's not necessary.
No. But will you?
Well, we'd be delighted.
I mean, maybe you could leave the city mid-afternoon, and depending on the weather, we can play around the golf. Or a few sets of tennis, if you prefer that. Then your wife can join us for dinner at the club.
Fine. Tennis, weather permitting.
No problem. We have a bubble.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I thought they cost a mint.
Well, money's no problem in Lifeboat Landing. What the village wants, it gets.
And pays for, of course.
In proportion to a person's income. Lifeboat Landing is ideal, Phil. I know you'll enjoy seeing it.
Well, I look forward to it. Carol and I, we have 2 small children, and we've been thinking about moving out of the city. School's expensive, and we think we'd like to have them grow up in one of the suburbs.
Well, Lifeboat Landing is not exactly a suburb, Phil. We're a village of 4,000 in southeastern Long Island. Actually, it's more rural than suburban. Beautiful homes, clean air, no crime.
Really? No crime?
None. Now, if you and Mrs. O'Hara have any interest in moving out our way, I don't think there'd be any problem.
Just bring the money to the real estate agent.
Not quite. First, you have to be approved by the 3 elders.
Oh? Like being okayed by a private club?
Well, kind of yes and no. It's an integrated village, but the 3 elders...
Who are?
Overseers, if you will. They decide if a family is suitable for us and we for them. Only then is a family allowed to buy property in Lifeboat Landing.
Well, isn't that discrimination?
We refer to it as selection.
I see. And what happens if one of the 4,000 strays from the beaten path?
It's not a beaten path, Phil. It's an organized, disciplined, and worry-free way of life.
Yeah, but what if someone gets out of line? Then what?
The three elders get him back on line, or he leaves.
Sit down, Joey. What's on your alleged mind?
You've been editing this newspaper so long, you don't know a news story from a promotion for Aunt Lily's Golden Grits. You know what's on my mind, Frank.
Yeah.
What happened to those two guys? And what about the cashier who was plugged and left for dead on the bank floor and was up and around the next day? I saw that myself before a guard showed me the door.
Well, how do you know it's the same cashier?
Oh, come on, Frank. I've been cashing checks in Lifeboat Landing for years on my way to Montauk for fishing. It's the same teller the holdup guys laid out.
Well, how do you know that? We don't have a picture.
Little Joey's got big ears. A pal of mine's a conductor on the railroad. And he's been taking tickets from the guys who get on at Lifeboat Landing, and he hears them talking about the holdup. No question the cashier was killed. But the next day, he's back at work. Same cashier. And from what my pal overheard, the description fits.
It's a miracle. Now, look, Joey, run along and play. Forget whatever's bugging you. It's months ago. So the cashier's okay. Good. Now go away.
And the two stick-up guys? And what happened to them? They were caught by the police of Lifeboat Landing, but where are they?
Well, who cares? In jail, probably, or sent upstate?
But they haven't been. Since they pulled the stick-up, they've never been heard of. And that doesn't grab you? Frank.
Now, let me give you some advice. I've been sitting at this desk for a long time. Lifeboat Landing's unique. Nothing that happens out there ever gets reported. I mean ever. Not by the island papers, not by us. Now, maybe that's because nothing ever does happen. If that's wrong, I don't want to hear about it.
Well, I do. I'd be a lousy newspaper reporter if I couldn't smell out a story.
You know who Mr. Lloyd is, don't you?
Yeah, assistant to the publisher. What about him?
He lives in Lifeboat Landing.
Hey, then maybe he can help me.
You want to be out of a job?
What?
I knew about your interest in those guys, so I spoke to Mr. Lloyd. He told me politely not to waste my time or yours on a petty felony.
But the two guys disappeared.
I said as much to Mr. Lloyd. He just smiled and said he assumed they'd been dealt with.
What does that mean?
Well, he said he didn't know.
But someone must know.
Joey, listen to the old ostrich. Keep your nose out of Lifeboat Landing.
Or else I get the old heave-ho.
Or worse.
Let me help you, darling.
Thank you. Oh, what a lovely room.
Yeah, this is the grill. The main dining room is upstairs. Nice, isn't it?
What are those cages out there?
The platform tennis court. The pool is just beyond them, and the golf course winds around it along the shoreline. Hey, it's beautiful. You saw the tennis bubble as we drove in.
Very impressive. This place must cost an arm and a leg.
Would you believe $500 a year for everything except food and drink?
It can't be.
Yeah. Ross Randall told me. He ought to know. And the food is excellent. I had a late lunch here with him. I've never tasted better scallops.
Is he joining us?
Yeah, any minute. He stayed on in the sauna. He's having a rub down. I showered and I came up to look around. Yeah, you are right, Carol. It is impressive.
Are we staying here or are we having dinner at Mr. Randall's house?
I don't know why.
Well, if we're serious about moving out of the city, I'd like to see the inside of one of these elegant homes. I didn't see anything we could afford. I wandered around a bit, and this village is one estate after another. The houses must cost a fortune, so you can imagine what's inside of them.
Yeah. I'm glad we had a chance to see the place.
You told Mr. Randall we've been thinking of moving out of the city.
Yeah.
And he's pushing Lifeboat Landing.
He's not pushing it, Carol. You move here by invitation.
I don't like the idea of someone passing judgment on whether or not we're good enough for a place like this.
Judgments are passed every day by each of us, darling.
Don't sound like a lawyer. You know what I mean. Why can't we live where we please?
We can, but not in Lifeboat Landing unless the three elders say we can.
Phil, that's not democratic.
I agree. It's autocratic. But can you put down these benefits?
How did this place come about? Do you know?
Well, we'll ask Randall. He could... wait a minute. Here he comes.
I'm so very glad you could join us for dinner, Mrs. O'Hara.
Thank you. You have a beautiful club, Mr. Randall. And the village, it's like a picture postcard.
So you did have a chance to drive around.
Well, just for a half hour. But I'm as impressed with the village as Phil is with your club. Are the dues really only $500 a year?
Why should they be more? That amount is adequate to meet our costs. There are 1,000 families here, about 4,000 persons. Every family belongs to the club. 500,000 is more than enough to meet our bills.
How did all this come about? I was asking Phil.
Well, many years ago, this was just another potato farming area.
Uh-huh.
But about 35 years ago, a few men decided to buy the acreage and found a village of carefully screened families whose frustrations were common to all.
Yeah, the interdependent community. You said it was something like that, I think.
That's right. Color, race, religion meant nothing. We wanted families that believed in honesty, the work ethic, high cultural standards, and who abhorred waste, ugliness, and crime. Now, if in the judgment of the three elders a family qualified for residence here, they could make it possible.
By saying, okay, you may buy the house?
Oh, much more than that. We would make certain that you could buy the house at a price you could afford.
I'd be in debt for life.
No. Only a debt to the community. Now, you're a lawyer, Phil. If you bought a house in Lifeboat Landing for a pittance, your debt to the community would be as a lawyer. At any time, you might be called on to prosecute or defend for us at no fee to you. That's what we mean by interdependence.
Isn't that kind of communistic?
No, Mrs. O'Hara. We are elitist in spirit. We believe in the uncommon man. Lifeboat Landing is a tribute to him.
What if a family is allowed to move here and doesn't like it, Ross? What happens then?
He leaves.
And what about his house?
He sells it only to a person the three elders have found acceptable.
What if he objects? Just ups and sells it to someone he knows who hasn't been approved by the elders.
Well, he's warned not to, of course.
Yeah, but say he's stubborn and he doesn't listen.
Then his house might be razed.
Leveled to the ground?
We've had that experience only once, Mrs. O'Hara. A long time ago.
Well, Ross?
We could use another lawyer, Fritz.
He seemed all right.
He helped me wriggle out of that tax evasion suit.
He's tractable. I don't know about the wife.
Neither do I. Handsome woman, quite intelligent, but her mind's still filled with cliches. It would take time to get her to accept our kind of ordered society.
I don't understand minds like that. Here we offer everything, literally everything, but the Mrs. O'Haras of the world treasure more than anything the right to defy, to act independently.
Well, she might come to see that in time.
The system works. Oh, which reminds me, Ross, Mr. Lord spoke to me about one of his reporters who is interested in those two hoodlums who held up the bank and shot the cashier.
Oh?
That's all been disposed of, hasn't it?
It was at the time. You did a miraculous job, Fritz, in saving his life. I won't ask you how you got him back on his feet the next day, but I marvel at your skill.
Thank you.
Who's the reporter who might come snooping around?
Joey O'Hara, your Phil O'Hara's brother.
Oh, I see. That's too bad. Well, we'll be on the alert for him.
Yes. He could be an embarrassment. So, you and I have doubts, yes?
Yes. Let's have Larson show the O'Haras some houses, and then we'll meet and hear his opinion. Phil's all right, but I'm not sure about his wife.
And the reporter brother, if he becomes persistent, you'll know what to do.
One definition of society is a voluntary association of individuals for common ends. Chemists get together and presumably talk chemistry. Nothing wrong with that. But a village of 4,000 in which, it would appear, everyone thinks and acts alike? As Americans, we hold many truths to be self-evident, and one of them is the right to protest, but not in lifeboat landing, as we will learn when I return with Act 2. As a nation, we are protesters. Protest to Americans is second nature. We protested the tax on tea, and a nation was born. We protested against slavery, and a terrible civil war followed. We have died to preserve the right of each man to independent thought. Perhaps we haven't realized the ideal of making the world free for democracy, but neither have we become robots in an ordered society. In our story, it's not Yankee go home, but Joey get lost.
Joey, I mean it. Get lost. Not a chance, old pal. Guess who's going to help me get the inside dope and what happened to those two guys? My brother, Phil.
You got a brother? I thought you were one of a kind.
I am. Phil's another type.
I like Phil already. What's his racket? Uh-oh. Hold it. That your brother? The lawyer who got Russ Randolph on that tax evasion case?
Mm-hmm. That's my brother, Phil. He's bought a house in Lifeboat Landing, and he and the family are moving out there in a couple of weeks. That's my inside track, baby.
You're a real dandy, you are.
Wait until I bust the truth across the front page.
Before that happens, you'll be bust out of here.
What's wrong with you, Frank? Two stick-up guys just vanish, and you don't think there's a story there?
I've told you until my throat is dry. Lay off Lifeboat Landing.
Something smells out there, Frank, and you know it. I've got a right to ask questions. No one can toss me in the clink just for asking questions.
No one has. You've been out there.
Mm-hmm. The bank cashier wouldn't talk to me.
Well, that was his privilege. What about the police?
Yeah, the police. They said they didn't know what I was talking about.
Well?
Frank, that's what's funny. I'm not allowed to talk to the cashier, and nobody else in the bank, including the security guard, would even speak to me. And the police, they just smiled and told me to run along. What goes on out there?
It's a tight little community, that's what goes on. And no hard-nosed reporter's going to loosen it up.
I don't believe it. I'll find somebody who'll spill the beans.
Yeah, in your face.
Why do you keep saying things like that?
Because, dummy, if you become an annoyance to the three elders who run the place, you just might join those two hold-up guys your heart bleeds for.
You're scared, aren't you, Frank?
For your sake. Yeah. Thank you, officer. That will be all.
Yes, sir. Good night, gentlemen.
You run a pretty high-handed community.
Yes, Mr. O'Hara. We do.
I go over the speed limit by 10 miles an hour.
But you did go over the limit. Isn't that so?
Get it over with. How much?
Well, there's no fine. Only a warning.
Swell, but I got the message when the cop picked me up, so what's the point of this little get-together?
There are several points, Mr. O'Hara.
You're Ross Randall, right?
That's right. And it was your brother Phil who defended me in a tax suit, who has since been allowed to move to Lifeboat Landing.
So I heard. I was on my way to his housewarming party.
We won't keep you. But as Dr. Heinemann just said, we must give you a warning.
Okay, shoot.
If you're arrested again, you'll be sent to prison for 30 days.
In your hat?
No. In our jail.
You couldn't get away with that.
That is not worth commenting on, Mr. O'Hara. As Mr. Randall has said, you will be jailed for 30 days.
Then I'd sue you in every court in the land. What kind of garbage are you trying to hand out?
Another warning is this. Your brother and his family are now members of this community. For his sake, I hope you won't become an embarrassment to them.
You mean an embarrassment like asking what happened in that bank robbery and to the two stick-up guys who disappeared? I'm a newspaper man. There's a story there, and I'm going to dig it out. Or fish it out, if you get what I mean.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And I don't suppose you have either, Mr. Randall.
Mr. O'Hara, this is a civilized village. We don't have crime here. If crime enters our community, we deal with it quickly and discreetly. That's why you've been brought before us. Don't break our laws. We obey them, and visitors must. And for your own sake, stop your search for those imaginary hoodlums. All right, you're free to go.
Won't you stay overnight, Joey?
No, thanks, Carol.
Forget what happened, kid. It's not a federal case.
Well, it's going to be before I get through with it, Phil. And you're going to help me.
You're back on the vanishing stick-up, man. Give up. That happened months ago. I wish you'd forget it.
How can you say that? Don't you care?
It's none of my business. And you've been told that it's none of yours.
And the more I'm told to lay off, the surer I am that there's something strange about lifeboat landing.
No, not strange. Different is all. It is different. It's highly organized. Each of us helps the other guy. If I have a problem, I can get help. If someone here needs legal advice, I'm here to supply it as a neighborly obligation. Now, what's wrong with that?
Everything. You have no privacy. You've sold out to a weird society that provides you with every material benefit in exchange for dumb obedience.
You've got it all wrong, Joey. I think and I say what I please. I go to work freely and come home to a fine house in an ideal community.
Phil, can't you see what kind of place this is? You call it an interdependent society. When persons spy on each other and lead plastic lives, that's what I call the police state.
But, Joey, where else could we find all this? You'll admit it's a beautiful village.
Sure. And Vienna was a beautiful and carefree city until the Nazis took it over and the Gestapo paid neighbors to spy on neighbors. Isn't that the system you've got here? You understand, Carol. I can see it in your eyes.
It's too much housewarming, pal. Spend the night, huh?
No, I'll be on my way. Look, both of you, I'm sorry to be like this. It's your home, your community, and I wish you well. I hope it works out. It just wouldn't be for me. I don't like regimentation.
Never mind. It's a great source of satisfaction to me to have everything organized efficiently. This village works.
And everybody obeys, including the opposition. If there is one.
Of course there is. But the majority opinion prevails and everyone accepts it.
That's brainwashing, Phil. Well, what about it? Can you help me find out what happened to those two guys?
You've been told not to snoop, Joey.
Uh-huh. Meaning you won't ask questions for me. Well, then I'll have to find out for myself. I'll say good night.
I'll see you to the door.
So long, Phil.
Good night.
Please don't stir up trouble, Joey.
I'll try not to, but... Carol, this place is not for you.
If I can't stand it, we can always leave.
I wonder... It's one thing to get into a secret society. Getting out's another.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't say things like that. It makes me feel spooky.
You said it. I didn't. But I know how you feel.
I thought you were entitled to know, Phil.
Thanks, Ross. I appreciate it. I said pretty much the same things to my brother last night. He's a flag waver, you know.
So I'm told. But, Phil, we just can't have him prying into the affairs of Lifeboat Landing. For our common good, the elders simply won't permit it.
I know, and I agree.
Now, we have no crime because our justice is swift and severe. That's the only deterrent to crime, Phil. Now, we're not cruel, but we are absolute. We've had thieves, and they've been banished. What makes justice work in Lifeboat Landing is common consent. Once the elders, after consultation with the police and the judge, have made a decision, all 4,000 of us accept it.
Right.
Now, for some reason, your brother has found a cause celeb in the bank holdup, and he's determined to find out what happened to the gunman.
I've told him he's been warned off. He asked me to help. I told him it's none of my business.
Quite right. And I don't propose to explain what happened. But the disappearance of the men will have a salutary effect. others will think twice before they try a stick-up in Lifeboat Landing.
Right.
You do like our way of life, Phil. And, Mrs. O'Hara and the children?
Oh, very much, certainly.
I ask because some of the ladies had tea with your wife the other day and sensed a vague reluctance on her part to participate wholeheartedly in their plans for next season's plays for our community center.
Yeah, I heard.
Our center tries to present plays, both classic and modern, that are pure entertainment. Now, your wife suggested that we produce at least one protest play. Its subject was racial violence. And the language in it, frankly, is repugnant to anyone who isn't an animal.
I know what you mean. Carol's always been a little liberal.
Well, the center exists to entertain, not to foment trouble.
I'll talk it over with her, Ross.
Good. Oh, and Phil.
Yeah?
Speak to your brother. Our warning to him was not a gesture. He's become an irritant. And if he aggravates the situation, the warning will have to be acted upon. That's how it is.
Yeah, I understand.
Just who does he think he is? Ross Randall warning me. All he said was if I broke the speed limit again, I'd go to jail for 30 days. Ridiculous. I'd have a lawyer spring me in half an hour.
He wasn't talking about you being arrested for speeding.
You're worried about me snooping into what happened to those two hold-up men, right?
Joey, why don't you drop that?
Not on your life.
But what do they mean to you? They were just a couple of bums who got caught robbing a bank.
And vanished.
So what?
So everything. Look, I don't even know who the guys were, and they're probably no good, but this is America, Carol, baby, and those guys were entitled to a hearing before a judge and then sentenced. They just can't be rubbed out. That happens in a police state, but not here. Can't you see that?
I give up. It's your neck, Joey.
Well, I'm not afraid of Ross Randall. He's not going to feed me to the sharks the way he did with those two hold-up punks.
You sure jumped to conclusions.
But where did they go?
Whatever happened to them, Randall doesn't care to tell me. When the three elders reach a decision, others act on it. There are 4,000 of us here, Joey.
Us? You're one of them now, Phil?
Yes. My law practice in the city has increased by half since we moved to Lifeboat Landing. We love our house, the schools are good, the village is kept beautifully, the club is marvelous, and our neighbors are congenial. What more could I want?
Freedom. Freedom to think and to act as you please.
We have all the freedom we need.
Oh, come on, both of you. Let's not get nasty. Joey, we're here. We now belong to Lifeboat Landing. You don't like it? That's okay. But please, let's not have any more quarrels. And listen to what Phil's been trying to pound into your head.
Mm-hmm. The warning.
We'll see you in town, Joey, not out here.
Okay.
You still don't see why, do you?
I'm not that dumb. They've got me marked.
I don't know that.
But you sense it. Well, that's okay. It's not going to stop me. I'm going to expose Lifeboat Landing for what it is, a fascist commune. At least I'm going to try. Even though I might end up in the briny.
Aristotle wrote that democracy arose from men thinking that if they are equal in any respect, they are equal in all respects. I don't think it's worked that way here. You and I have equal rights with, say, a famous doctor, but could we pretend to be equal in the ability to invent the polio vaccine? More on the subject as it applies to Lifeboat Landing when I return with Act 3. From what I've gathered so far, Lifeboat Landing on the southeastern shore of Long Island is the ideal community. Joey O'Hara disagrees. He's a newspaper man, of course, with a natural instinct for news, and he finds any controlled society repugnant. His curiosity was aroused by the disappearance of two men who held up the local bank and vanished.
That's just what it is, Frank.
So are some of the private clubs around town. What's wrong with that? Guys from the same college, band together, other guys who like boats. Beer-drinking guys, they're all over town.
But they don't decide flatly what taxes you're going to pay or what happens to a guy who holds up a liquor store.
Okay. You got something up your sleeve. What is it?
Take a look at this.
There's a picture of some German soldier in a fatigue jacket. So?
It's Dr. Fritz Heinemann.
Who's he? Some small fry ex-Nazi?
That's right.
Well, there's lots of them still drifting around.
This guy drifted to Lifeboat Landing.
So what? Is he on the wanted list?
No. He came here from South America and took out citizenship papers in 1950.
So, what about him?
He's one of the 3 elders of the village.
Oh?
Heinemann's the kind of guy who'd still be indoctrinated with law and order and obedience and a system of informers. Just what Lifeboat Landing has plenty of.
Heinemann is an ex-Nazi. So what?
So he and the other 2 elders, Ross Randall and some guy named Larson, rule. Absolutely. That's why there's no crime. Somebody drifts into Lifeboat Landing and commits a crime, he's never heard of again.
You 2 stick-up men?
They got it, Frank. It's easy to cover up 2 murders if 4,000 persons want it covered up. And what I want to do, Frank, is to begin to write a series of articles about the place.
No good. You said nobody out there is willing to talk. What you think is one thing. But unless you got facts, we'd be inviting a libel suit. The paper can't print a story without possessing hard facts. You haven't got any. Oh, sure, you know about Heinemann, and you got a bug in your ear about the 2 hoods. But what have you got really?
Nothing. I've got more than that. But if the 3 elders weren't worried about an investigation, would they warn my brother that I could get hit?
Would your brother testify that you'd been threatened?
I don't know.
I do. From what you've told me about him since he moved out there, your brother wouldn't talk.
He's my brother.
He's also a guy who'd probably like to stay alive.
Now what?
They just want to come here and talk.
You know, that makes me nervous. I feel the way I used to feel when I hadn't done my homework. What have I done now?
The play committee?
Oh, no. I saw the light. No protest play for next season. Phil.
I know what you're going to say.
But doesn't conformity get you down? It's smothering.
I like it here, Carol, but if you don't, we can always move back to the city. But think of what we've got.
And what we've given up.
I'll let them in. Hello, Ross. Hello, Fritz. Come on in.
Thank you. We won't be 5 minutes, Phil. Good evening, Mrs. O'Hara.
Hello, Dr. Heinemann. Ross, please sit down. Shall I stay, or
Oh, please.
do you want me?
Please. What we have to say is for both of you.
Sit down, Fritz.
Phil, we think we've made a mistake. I really made the mistake, but the elders act together. We share credit and errors.
A mistake?
Ross and I met with Mr. Larson, the 3rd elder, and we have concluded reluctantly that Lifeboat Landing is not quite right for your family.
I'm sorry to hear that. We like it here very much.
Yes, I think you do, Phil. But what about you, Carol?
Well, I'm getting used to it. It's taking a while because it's a different experience for me. But I love my house and everything else about the village.
Yes, physically it is perfect. And the reason for that is efficient organization. Some persons fit the yoke, others do not.
Many personal inclinations have to be repressed for the good of all. Decisions made by the 3 elders represent the majority opinion, and the minority has to accept it.
And some persons might resent that kind of rule as arbitrary.
Well, it is kind of, isn't it?
Well, isn't it preferable to constant turmoil?
The elders decide what is best for all and put it into effect. To be efficient and productive, a house needs a head. So does a business. So does government. Understand?
Yes. Turmoil and bitterness and neighbor set against neighbor. Those are the very reasons that democracy is inefficient.
But each of us should be free to say what he thinks.
That is the reason for our visit. We suggest It will be happier if you leave Lifeboat Landing. We would like to have you stay with us, but not as dissidents. And then, Phil, there's your brother.
I told him to stay away. Wasn't easy. I'm fond of him.
He's still bent on making trouble.
How could he?
He can't, but he refuses to believe it. Now, I can give you one piece of news that you may not be aware of. He's been discharged from his job.
You won't give up, will you, Ross?
Well, I do like him, Fritz. And his wife will come around. It seems a shame to tell him to move because of that brother of his.
Well, he could be disposed of very easily.
Too obvious. The publicity would be unpleasant. And I don't know if that editor would stand still for the disappearance of Joey O'Hara.
But without facts, who would believe what he might say? The two hold-up men disappear. Joey O'Hara disappears. The first are missing because a rival gang took care of them. O'Hara is missing because he was close to exposing the gang. That kind of thing could be maneuvered, Ross.
Let me try something else first. I have an idea.
You sure it's okay for you to be seen with me, Brother Phil?
Come off it.
I mean it. You keep on associating with the headhunter, they'll kick you out of Lifeboat Landing.
They're going to.
No. Oh, that's the best news I've heard in days. No kidding. When did this happen?
Last night. After Heineman and Randall suggested we might be happier if we moved out, they told me that you'd been fired. I tried to get you.
It was a float. Me and my editor, my pal Frank. I got him home and fell asleep in his living room.
Sorry about your job. The editor warned you.
Yeah, I know. Not his fault. The word came down from Mr. Lord. He's from Lifeboat Landing, you know. Well, I'm not sorry you're coming back to the city, Phil. That place bugs Carol.
Oh, it's not definite.
I suppose I'm the reason they want you out.
It's mostly you, yes.
Well, I should be sorry, but I'm not. Heineman is a former Nazi. He settled in Lifeboat Landing and built a model brainwashed village. It works like a perfect clock. Great if you're a clock. You get wound up and just tick away.
Heineman, a former Nazi?
That's right. Oh, he's an American citizen now, but he's put together a perfect model of a town occupied by the Wehrmacht. Everybody smiling on the outside, spying on their neighbors, scared stiff on the inside because if you step out of line, the three elders will get you.
That's not quite true, Joey. Before they take an important position, they pull the heads of each of the families.
Mm-hmm. And you're going to disagree with what the elders recommend? Not on your life. Another thing about Heineman, he's also some kind of faith healer.
So what does that mean?
I've heard that he can effect some remarkable cures. He's an internist, but he also dabbles on the side in faith healing. The reason I got interested was that bank cashier. He was left for dead. The next day, he's up and around, good as new.
I don't believe it. The faith healing, I mean. The guy probably was just nicked.
I believe it. I'd believe anything about Heineman and those other two.
Are you all right for money, Joey?
Sure. I'm rolling in about $140.
If you need any...
Thanks.
And what now?
Now I've got another surprise for you. I'm having cocktails at 6 with Heineman and Randall at your community club in lovely Lifeboat Landing.
Oh, come on. What for?
Persistence pays off. They're going to tell me all about the two hold-up guys who floated away into space.
You're quite right, Mr. O'Hara. I was a member of the Nazi Party. I was deluded, as many of my companions were. That, however, was many years ago. I escaped to South America and then to the United States, where I am a citizen. Everyone in Lifeboat Landing knows this. Why is the fact so interesting to you?
Because the government of Lifeboat Landing reflects an alien philosophy. Your deluded philosophy of absolute rule.
All of us here believe in a democracy controlled by the three elders who enforce the majority rule.
So two guys stick up your bank and the majority approves, rubbing them out.
Exactly.
You admit you had them disappear?
Yes.
Without trial and without a defense?
That's right.
That's murder.
It is self-preservation. Fear is our weapon, and all of us believe in it.
And you place yourself above our accepted concept of law.
We invited you here to demonstrate how justice works in our village. You were warned about speeding.
Oh, don't tell me I'm going to be punished for throwing a cigarette in the street.
You're not going to be punished at all. But you are about to be rendered ineffective in your attempt to expose us for our way of life, which includes, when it's necessary, the act of extermination.
Oh, you're giving me a mighty juicy story, Mr. Randall.
And you may feel free to write it if you want your niece, then your nephew, then Mrs. O'Hara, and then your brother to drop out of sight forever.
You'd murder them?
Drop your investigations, or that's exactly what will happen.
Oh, they're getting out of this sick place.
No, they are going to remain. We had thought of telling them to leave and then of dealing with you. This way will be less troublesome. With you alive, no one will believe your story.
I'll notify every law enforcement agency in the country.
And who would believe you? Your niece is drowned at the beach. Your nephew? Well, why go on?
You do that?
Oh, yes.
That's fiendish.
We like our way of life, and no one will be allowed to interfere with it. All right, now you're free to go. We've warned you, and I assure you we can act.
I'll get my brother and his family out of here tonight.
Feel free to. But will your brother and his wife believe you? And even if they do, who would print your story? You have no facts. You're helpless, Mr. O'Hara.
You dirty...
Good night, Mr. O'Hara. Have a nice drive back to the city.
Where are you calling from, Joey? What? You say they'd knock off your family one by one? Joey, are you sober? All right, save the language. Huh? Yeah. I'll do better than that. I'll have the state police escort Phil and his family back to New York. And I'll bust the story all over tomorrow morning's paper. Yeah, it may cost me my job, but I'd be a real jerk not to save 4 lives. Make that 5. But they get you too, Joey. Okay, pal. Hang up and hide out. I'll take over.
A fantasy? Of course. It really can't happen here. But back in 1935, Sinclair Lewis thought it could. And it was he who anticipated the monstrous war fomented by a madman who wanted to impose a rigid order on Europe and then on the rest of the civilized world. He failed, just as tyranny failed in the strange village of Lifeboat Landing. I will return shortly. Everyone believes in law and order. But those are ideals which arise from within a free society for the common good. Try to impose them without common consent, and there is resistance. The alternative is a police state, which is just what Joey O'Hara finally managed to expose. Our cast included Mason Adams, Ann Shepard, Mandel Kramer, Robert Phelps, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time,
Pleasant dreams.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, the noted mystery writer, Brett Halliday. Mr. Halliday is creator of the world-famous detective character, Michael Shayne, author of 25 mystery novels, and whose latest work, This Is It, Michael Shayne, has just been published.
This is Brett Halliday. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective story writers. This time, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist Lenore Glenn Offord. From her wide knowledge of the field of mystery, Miss Offord has chosen a tense and dramatic tale of a man who found himself enmeshed in a web of jealousy and violence, with an ending he didn't foresee, as written by George and Gertrude Fass. And now we present John Sylvester and Joyce Gordon in Freeze a Crowd.
A suitcase full of clothes and 100 arrangements of pop tunes sure can get heavy on a hot day. My arms felt as if they'd been unhinged at the joints by the time I'd walked the mile from the main road to the Hedge Hop Inn. It was a long, low, white building, sitting back about 100 feet from the road. This was it. The roadhouse where I would spend the next 3 months pounding the ivories. At this hour of the morning, the entrance hall was empty, and so was the dining room. I walked straight through and pushed open a swinging door that looked as if it might lead into the kitchen. It did. Hello.
Oh, hiya.
Where'll I find Mr. Hedges?
He'll be around. You the new piano player?
That's right. Dick Starr's the name.
Oh, Gus Peters. I'm the cook.
Oh, glad to know you, Gus.
Rest your weary limbs.
Thanks.
He didn't meet you at the bus stop, eh?
Nope.
Yeah, knew he wouldn't. More important things to tend to. Well, how about a cold beer? You look as if you need it.
No beer, thanks. Well, I'll have a glass of milk if it's handy. And a sandwich.
Milk? You sure you're the new piano player?
Well, I said I was. So Hedges had more important things to do than to meet me, huh?
Yeah, his wife keeps him on the jump.
His wife?
Yeah. Doesn't let her out of his sight. She went to town to do the marketing this morning. He followed her, most likely.
Well, why would he want to do that?
Don't trust her, that's why. Jealous. You want some free advice, son?
Yeah, okay.
Stay away from her. Far away.
That won't be hard.
No? Well, maybe you'll change your mind when you see her. Why do you suppose we've been having such a fast turnover in piano players? None of them last more than a week.
Listen, Gus, I see plenty of gorgeous gals in my line of work. They don't bother me.
Yeah, well, every Napoleon's got his Waterloo, son. Only 2 men around here ain't ever been bothered by Alice Hedges. Me, for one. I'm past that kind of foolishness.
And the other?
Andy Slade.
Who's he?
You made him. He works here.
How does he manage to resist?
You know, I ain't never figured that one out. Except he's just a natural cold fish. Hey, leave your stuff on the porch, Dick?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll take it to your room. You're in the attic right next to me.
Oh, swell, but never mind lugging up that stuff.
Oh, it's all right, son. I'm going up anyway. You just sit here and finish.
Gus went out and left me alone with my sandwich and milk. A couple of minutes later, I found out what he'd been driving at. The door from the dining room swung open and a girl came in carrying some packages. She walked over to the table and put them down before she said anything. And I had time to get a good look at what was probably the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen.
Hello. You're Dick Starr, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I'm Alice Hedges. How do you do?
Hello.
I hope Gus is making you comfortable. My husband didn't meet your bus, did he?
No, I walked.
I'm awfully sorry. If I'd known, Oh, John. Here's Mr. Starr, the new pianist. Mr. Starr, my husband.
How are you, Mr. Hedges?
Hello, Star. Alice, go remind Andy to meet me in my office in 15 minutes.
Oh, but, John, I'm sure he remembers.
Go on, Alice.
All right.
Listen to me, Star. You're new here.
Yes.
Now get this into your head and get it in good the first time. Stay away from my wife.
You can relax, Mr. Hedges. I'm here to play the piano.
Well, just so you don't forget it's the only thing you're here for.
Mr. Hedges, I assure you, I haven't the least intention...
Oh, now, don't give me that, Star. I've reached the end of my rope with her. The next man she makes a play for is going to get it.
The next man she?
You heard me. That's why I'm warning you. Now, if you want to stay healthy, keep clear of her. Enough said?
Enough said.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your work.
Yes, Mr. Hedges.
You play in the dining room from dinner time until 2 a.m. You can take a 10-minute break every hour.
Uh-huh.
Now, there won't be a lot of customers in the dining room. Sometimes there may not be any. But you'll play anyway.
Oh, that's okay with me.
Maybe you'd better get this straight from the start. I don't make my money out of the dining room. Or the bar, either.
No?
No. I've got the barn fixed up with a dice table and a roulette wheel.
Oh.
Andy Slade runs that end of it. Now, it's not going to affect you one way or another.
Well, I'm not worried, Mr. Hedges. I've played in other clubs where they had gambling rooms.
Good, good. We'll get along, Dick. Just remember, stick to your piano playing.
I intended to. If Hedges wanted to go around thinking his wife was a man chaser, that was his business. Of course, he was wrong. All you had to do was look at Alice Hedges to know that she was straight. She'd never come chasing after me. And even if she did, she wouldn't find anyone at home. No, sir. Jobs don't grow on bushes. And I was hanging on to this one. At dinner, I played for 2 or 3 couples. And at about 10, the gambling crowd began drifting in. They'd have one drink at the bar and then head out toward the rear where the barn was. I went to have a look during one of my 10-minute breaks. That's when I met Andy Slade. He was tall and good-looking in a pasty way and handled the roulette wheel with an easy air. He grinned when Hedges introduced us. But I felt sure he wouldn't know me again the next time we met. So, this was Andy Slade. The only man outside of old Gus that Hedges could trust. At 2 a.m, I quit and went into the kitchen for a glass of milk. Alice was there. Alone.
Hello, Dick. Did you want something?
No, thanks. I guess I'll be going up to bed.
But you must have come in for something. A glass of milk? Don't be bashful.
Well, all right. Thanks a lot.
I suppose my husband told you.
Told me what?
That I'm no good. He did, didn't he?
Oh, No, nothing like that.
No use, Dick. He tells everybody.
Well, he might have said something, but I just let it blow over my head.
What do you think, Dick? About me, I mean. From what you've seen of me. Do I look like that kind?
Well, certainly not. You look like a nice girl to me, Mrs. Hedges. A very nice girl.
You really mean that? I know you do. You can't imagine how much it means to me to hear you say that. John is so crazy with jealousy. And he has no reason, absolutely no reason. Makes me so miserable. Always spying on me, always following me.
Gosh, that's a shame.
Dick, see that lake out there?
Yes?
It's big and blue and deep. Someday that's where I'm going. That's one place he won't follow me.
Oh, don't talk like that, Mrs. Hedges. That's no way to solve anything.
Would it really matter to anyone?
What? Sure.
It wouldn't matter to John. He doesn't love me, really. Jealousy is just sort of a disease. I haven't anyone else.
It would matter to me, Mrs. Hedges.
You?
Yes, it would, even though I never laid eyes on you before this morning. I know what you must be feeling. I'm sorry for you.
You're kind, Dick. You really understand, don't you? Oh, Dick, I need someone to understand me, to help me.
Gee, I'll be glad to do anything I can, only...
I know there's nothing you can do. But I'll be able to talk to you. And that'll mean so much to me.
It will?
I need a friend, Dick. I'm glad I found a friend.
I went up to my room, but I didn't sleep. I kept thinking about Alice. What a tough spot she was in. And feeling sorry for her and wondering what I could do to help. But 5 hours of tossing didn't help solve her problem any. I got up, washed, shaved, and dressed, and started down for breakfast. And then I noticed a piece of paper lying just inside my door. It was from Alice, asking me to take the rowboat after breakfast and row a mile down the lake. I put it into my pocket and went downstairs to the kitchen for breakfast.
Maybe you'd better go back to bed, son. I asked you twice if you wanted eggs, and I ain't got an answer yet.
Oh, sorry, Gus. No eggs, thanks. Just some coffee.
What, no milk?
Where's Mr. Hedges, Gus?
Sleeping. He never gets to bed before 5.
And Mrs. Hedges?
Out marketing. Why?
Oh, nothing, just that.
The old man laid it on the line for you yesterday, huh?
Well, so what? I never was interested in another man's wife. She's no exception.
Fine, that's fine, son.
Is there a rowboat around, Gus?
Yeah, should be one tied up to the dock. Gonna use it?
Might as well. Nothing else to do.
You piano players are all the same. Nothing else to do, you go rowing. Seems to me it's just back-breaking work and hard in the hands.
Well, I like to keep fit. Are the oars in the boat?
Yeah? Say, Dick, maybe you'd better chop some wood for exercise. I could use some kindle.
No, thanks. I'm going rowing. A stiff breeze at my back made the going tough. And even though the morning was cool, I'd worked up a good sweat before I'd been out 10 minutes. Maybe I'd have done better to have stayed home and chopped kindling for old Gus. But she needed a friend. I couldn't let her down. Finally, I saw a patch of pink moving a little way up the bank. I rowed to shore and tied up.
Hello. I was beginning to be afraid you weren't coming.
Weren't coming? Well, we're friends, aren't we?
I know, Dick, I know. I just thought perhaps John saw you as you were leaving.
Well, even if he did, there's nothing wrong with going out for a little row.
He'd see something wrong in it. He saw something wrong in your coming into the kitchen last night.
He knew about that? But he was in the barn.
He knew. He always knows. He was furious.
But why? It was a coincidence that I met you there. It wasn't as if we'd planned to meet.
Of course, that's what I told him. But he wouldn't believe me. He said if he ever caught us together again, he'd throw you out the same day.
You're right, Alice. That kind of jealousy isn't normal. It must be terrible for you.
It is, but I didn't ask you to come here just to cry on your shoulder. I wanted to warn you. Dick, you need this job, don't you?
Yes, I do, kind of.
That's what I thought. Then you must go out of your way to avoid me. Don't even talk to me. Just ignore me as if I didn't exist.
I hate to do that, Alice. You said you needed a friend, someone to talk to.
That's all right, Dick. I guess I'll get used to this kind of life. Oh, promise me you'll do as I say. It's the only way to keep your job here. Really it is.
Is that the way Slade keeps his job?
Slade. He doesn't have to pretend indifferent. We took a dislike to each other the moment we met. John noticed it right away and decided to keep him no matter what his demands were.
I see.
Slade makes more than we do out of the roulette table. But he hates me. And that entitles him to anything he wants as far as John's concerned.
Well, Alice, I can't hate you even to please a crazy, jealous husband.
Dick, please. Please try to make him think you do. I'll help you. I'll avoid you, too.
And go on living in solitary confinement? But look, this is America, Alice. This is the 20th century. That man has no right to keep you a prisoner in your own house. I mean, you're a woman, not a piece of property.
Dick, it's no use. There's nothing I can do.
There sure is. You can leave him.
I can't leave him. He'd follow me. He'd bring me back or kill me. Dick, I'm lost. I'm lost.
We've been sitting side by side on a log. Now Alice covered her face with her hands. I put my arm around her. And then she turned and buried her face in my shoulder.
Oh, Dick. Dick.
Don't worry, Alice. I'll get you out of this. I'll think of a way. Don't worry, baby. Alice, driving the car, got back to the inn sooner than I did in the rowboat. Gus winked at me when I walked into the kitchen and nodded toward the dining room. Through the closed door, I heard their voices.
I think you're a rotten liar. You couldn't have spent 2 hours in town shopping, no matter how crowded it was. Who'd you see when you got there? What man were you sweet-talking to this time?
I swear I didn't talk to any man in town, John.
You're a liar, and you're a two-timer. That'll show you.
And low down.
Take it easy, son.
I'll break his nose.
Don't be a fool. You know he ain't altogether wrong, don't you?
He is wrong. He's a lunatic. That's what he is.
Well, maybe he is, and maybe he ain't. But she's his wife, and you've got no call butting in.
I'll butt in, all right. In my own time and in my own way. I didn't see or hear from Alice again that day. I knew it wasn't because she wanted to avoid me. She was doing it for my sake, to keep me out of hot water. But the next morning, I felt I had to see her. And I had a hunch she wouldn't be too hard to find. After breakfast, I went down to the boat dock. The boat was there, but the oars were missing. I went back to the kitchen and asked Gus where they were.
Oh, the oars, huh? Well, there's a funny thing about them. I happened to notice that they had something wrong with them. I figured if you use them again, you might get hurt. So I just put them where they won't cause no trouble.
Oh, stop being smart, Gus. Let's have them.
Look, what's the sense of getting blisters on your hands? You stay close to home, son. You'll be better off.
I'm not worried about a few blisters.
Well, then let me tell you something. Hedges took the other car and followed his wife this morning. Still want them oars, Dick?
I walked out on him and let the porch door slam behind me. I'd wanted to tell Alice about the idea that had come to me at about 3 that morning. It was so simple, I couldn't understand why it hadn't popped into my head the minute I was sure that Alice had to be rid of that man. Gambling was illegal. If Hedges was in jail, he couldn't bother Alice, could he? I went out to the public phone booth in the bar and called the police and told them about the gambling going on in the barn over at Hedge Hop Inn. As simple as that. I was feeling pretty good that night, playing to an empty dining hall and thinking how pretty soon Alice's troubles would all be behind her, with that precious husband of hers safe behind bars. Along about 11 o'clock, the door from the entrance hall opened, and Alice came in a fluffy blue evening gown. She walked quickly through the room without stopping. But as she passed by my piano on her way to the kitchen, she managed to whisper.
On the boat dock, Dick, at 12.
I kept on playing as if nothing had happened. But inside me, a voice kept singing. She loves you, Dick. She tried to keep away, but she couldn't. She loves you. She'd never risk a rendezvous on the boat dock if she didn't. She loves you. Just as you love her. At 5 to 12, I was on the dock. It was a night right out of a dream. With the mist over the lake and the moon a pale blur in the starless sky. I was looking out over the inky water when I heard the click of her high heels behind me. And I turned. And she was in my arms, and her mouth was pressed hard against mine. It was a long time before either of us could speak.
I know how you feel about me, Dick, darling. I know because it happened to me, too. The moment I saw you. I was so afraid you'd believe the things John said and turn against me.
I couldn't, sweet. I couldn't believe anything bad about you. Listen, honey, you're going to be free. Do you hear? You're going to be free.
What do you mean, Dick? How?
Never mind. You'll find out soon enough. Just trust me.
Oh, I do, Dick. You're so wonderful. Dick.
What?
Someone's coming. It's John.
I'll let him come. Right over here, Hedges. I'm waiting.
Oh, you dirty louse. You know better than the rest of those piano-playing Casanovas. Take it easy, Hedges.
Dick, be careful.
You look like a decent fellow, Star. That's why I warned you. But I say you know better than the rest of them.
Look out, Dick!
I saw his roundhouse even before Alice screamed, and I beat him to the punch.
I'll get you. I warned you.
Dick, he has a knife.
He was crouching, and there was a wicked 7-inch blade in his right hand. I circled him until I got the lights from the house at my back, and then I backed away. I couldn't fight a knife with my bare fist, and I was going to run for it as soon as I could get Alice away. Alice, get into the house. Lock yourself in and call the police.
You'll be fish bait before they get here, and so will she.
I could see him tense for the spring, and then I felt something heavy being pressed into my hand.
Use it, Dick. Use it quick.
Hedges jumped, and I swung at the same minute. I must have crushed his skull in because he fell like a sack of flour. In the darkness, I saw Alice bending over him. She stood up slowly.
He's dead. You killed him, Dick. He's dead.
Don't worry, darling. It'll be all right. It was self-defense. It was either him or me.
I know it, Dick, but the police will think it's murder. What do we do?
We'll get the police ourselves and tell them just how it happened. That's what we'll do.
No. They won't believe you. We need time, Dick. Time to think.
No, that's not good, Alice. If we try to cover up...
For my sake. Once the police get here, you're lost. They'll never believe us.
What's your idea?
Hide him. Get him out of sight. Then we can make up a story.
Hide him? Where?
I don't know. Wait a minute. His car. It's parked at the end of the dock.
Okay. The luggage compartment. Listen. I think I hear someone. We stood and listened. But there wasn't a sound except the crickets, shrilling so loudly the noise seemed to beat inside my brain. So we dragged Hedges' body off the dock, and I carried it to the car. Luckily, there wasn't any blood. I pushed it into the luggage compartment and closed the lid. It would be safe there until I could think of something to do with it. Then we separated. I went back to my piano while Alice gave the people gambling in the barn some story about Hedges suddenly getting sick. So, that's what it was like to kill a man. But I wasn't guilty. I wasn't guilty of anything except the natural instinct for self-preservation. No jury would convict a man for trying to save his own life. Then why did I hide the body? I shouldn't have listened to Alice. She was a girl. She didn't understand these things. It was a mistake, a terrible mistake. And then I heard it. The state police. I jumped up from my piano and started for the barn. And then I remembered they weren't coming for me. They were coming to investigate that tip I'd given them about the gambling. So I stayed where I was in the dining room, listening to the racket and commotion as the troopers closed in on the barn. 2 minutes went by. And then a police sergeant came in, leading Alice by the arm.
No use, Mrs. Hedges. We know your husband's on the grounds, and we're going to find him. So you might as well tell us where he is.
I don't know where he is. He must have gotten away.
Nobody got away. We've got this place surrounded. 2 of my men are looking through the house now. We'll find him if we have to tear the place apart. Who's this?
Dick Starr. He plays the piano here.
Uh-huh.
Sergeant, would it be all right if I left? I had nothing to do with the gambling.
We're taking everybody in, Bud.
Sergeant, could I talk to you alone for a minute?
Sit down over there, Mrs. Hedges. All right, what is it, Starr?
Listen, I'm the one who tipped you off about the gambling here. I phoned headquarters this morning. You're not going to pull me in, are you?
Well, you tell that to the captain when we get to headquarters. Maybe he'll let you off. My orders are to take everyone, and that's just what I'm going to do.
I'll be reasonable, Sergeant.
Sorry, that's how it is.
In that case...
Dick, He's unconscious.
Yeah. I've got to get out of here. Got to get that car away.
Do you think you can?
I'll have to, or we'll be facing a charge of murder. I'll be back as soon as I've managed it. I slipped out and, keeping to the shadows, made my way to the car. And then they saw me. I got out on the road and stepped on the gas. Behind me, I heard the roar of motorcycles as some of the troopers came after me. I kept my lights off, hoping to lose them in the dark when I hit the highway. But if they couldn't see me, I couldn't see anything at all. The black outside came rushing at me. And suddenly the ground fell away. The last thing I heard was a crash of glass.
Hiya, son. Well, don't talk, son. You're in the hospital, and there's a cop just outside the door. You've been out for 2 days with a skin full of broken bones. Now, just listen careful. I mightn't get another chance to say this.
I'm listening.
Hedges. They found his body in the car.
Oh, they did?
You know, I saw you stow it into the luggage compartment, son. Funny thing, though. That ain't where they found it.
What do you mean?
You see, there wasn't no partition between the luggage compartment and the back seat. And it seems that the crash threw you out through the windshield and him right up into the front seat across the steering wheel. The neatest trick of the year, I don't mind saying.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Some fluke, huh? The cops put the cause of Hedges' death down as an auto accident. They don't even have a reckless driving charge against you, son. Only trying to escape arrest. You're practically in the clear.
In the clear?
Yeah. That's why I've been sitting here for 2 days waiting for you to come to. Couldn't let you spill the beans.
Oh, that's great. That's wonderful. What about Alice?
You still got her on your mind, eh? Well, I hate to tell you this, but you better forget about her.
What do you mean? What do you mean forget about her? We're in love.
Yeah, maybe you are. She ain't. She framed that fight with Hedges.
Are you crazy?
She knew he was following her when she went down to the dock to meet you. She knew he'd pull a knife, and she had the club handy for you to use. She'd come out on top no matter which one of you won.
Where is she?
Now, son, ain't I telling you? If you killed him, that was okay with her. If he killed you, that wouldn't have bothered her none. She'd have had a fry for her murder. Either way, she was rid of him.
Where is she?
All right. All right, if you insist. She went away to get married. Yeah.
What?
To Andy Slade.
Slade?
I always figured him for a cold fish. And I was wrong. It was just an act.
An act?
Yeah. She set you and them other piano players up as decoys for Hedges. But all the time, it was Slade she was after.
And so the curtain falls on Three's a Crowd, which was chosen by guest expert Lenore Glenn Offord. Miss Offord is author of the recently republished mystery novel, The Smiling Tiger. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of 3 killers and a victim who refused to die, as selected for your approval by one of the world's foremost detective story writers. Until then, this is your host, Brett Halliday, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Program was transcribed.